What's going on? How are we doing? Hang on one second. Click that. And click that. All right. I think we're good. Anyway, we're going to jump in, check out some Monsters and Memories this morning, Monday. Robert... Where did I search that? Robert. There we go, right here. Boom. Boom, baby. And boom goes the dynamite. Let's get some music going, though. Playlists. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Hey, what's going on, Haas? Oh, my goodness. It jumped at us this morning. Woo! Woo! How are we doing this morning? I'm doing fantastic. I've had a bit of like some sort of skin condition for a couple of weeks, and it's been bothering me, man, so much. Ever since I went down to Florida, and it's super itchy, and it just keeps spreading around and going different places. And I've looked it up, tried to figure out what it is. I've been taking like Zyrtec and different types of allergy medicines, and I don't know what it is, but it's driving me nuts. This morning I've got it a little bit right here. You can see. It's like right along my hairline. It's very faint, so it's really hard to see. But, man, won't go away. Like, that'll eventually just, like, it started this morning. It'll clear up, and then it'll go somewhere else. Good morning. How's everyone doing this morning? I'm doing fantastic, Magic God. Doing fantastic. Having a wonderful day. We're going to read up on what happened over the weekend. Anything new? Anything exciting to talk about in the world of Monsters and Memories? Very allergic to Florida. I probably am allergic to Florida. Golly. Yeah, I was born in Florida, and not my favorite state to be in. But, you know, whatever. But yeah, a lot of stuff happened over the weekend. We had some streams from Nick over the weekend. We had a stream on Friday after my stream for Sean, so some new stuff coming in there. Hopefully you watched the videos that I made, the recaps on those if you did not make the stream. What else? Yeah, a lot of cool stuff coming. We got Rich Waters is now on the team. Officially, we have a name for who is on the team. That is amazing. He's an old school dev from EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, amongst other games. Lead design team. Stuff like that. He's going to be working on the abilities and itemization. He's already made them or helped them. Hang on one second. There we go. He's already made them some tooling or started working with some tooling or something so that they can easier find items and figure out where they need to make new items. Like if they have enough like boot slots. For example, my character on Alpha doesn't. I just got a pair of boots yesterday. Just yesterday. I have a level 60 character. And it's the first pair of statted boots that I've been able to find and use. I was like, what is happening here? I knew where they were for a while, but I had to go camp them, and they're a rare drop and all this kind of stuff. And yeah. Anyway, they really need some work on the itemization side, I feel like. But I think that's what we're getting to, right? We're at the point right now where beta's coming up on March 1st. They're finalizing some of that stuff, so they've got a couple months. They've got February, all of February, and the rest of January to figure out hopefully itemization, and then throw that in there for March, and then March and April. Add in some new itemization, make sure everything's balanced properly, all of those kinds of things. And then it's May, and May's the final locked build that we're going to be seeing for early access, other than some bug fixes. Dude, it's not far away. It's not far. I am excited. So yeah, we should be seeing that hopefully soon. Hopefully very, very soon. Let's go through and see. Well, we commented on this one. What have people been saying? This is about parsing, and I said usually causes drama, toxicity, etc. Very hot take. I played MMO where parsing added a layer of fun and enjoyment with groups via theory crafting and build party experimentation. Most MMOs where parsing is toxic, I find the main reason is because the game treats players like NPCs. You meet people only once in a match, like in Dungeon, and then never talk to them again. Yeah. So which one are you talking about? Not having a strong sense of community creates toxic players, focusing gameplay around mindless loot runs. Not parsers. I mean, this argument is like saying money makes people greedy, so why ban money? Like, really? I mean, I get what they're saying, but yeah, I mean, money makes people greedy, so what you do is you make sure you have a healthy economy. It's not, you don't ban it, but you make it a healthy economy, so you do regulate it. So parsing in a game, you have to regulate it. Therefore, you take it out if it's going to cause players to lose their minds, and it generally does. I've already talked about raids and in-game content, which would be very similar to EQ. So I don't know why you think that there would be DPS checks, because I don't know why you don't think there would be DPS checks, because that is just wrong. That said, it's not just wrong. Nick doesn't want DPS checks. Like, that's not the type of content he's creating. That said, the devs don't want parsers in 1.0, so will be a third-party plugin before a feature. Yeah, there might be. To everything you said, a parser doesn't make players more or less toxic. I mean, I wouldn't say it makes them more or less toxic, but it gives them an avenue. It simply makes players more knowledgeable about game mechanics. That's it. And a way to attack others, regardless whether they implement it or not. Party, yeah. Do you have the ability? Unfortunately, that's not what an actual research has shown. Data drives people to enforce standards on others. Yeah, this is correct. I don't always agree with this Crow guy, but this is actually a correct statement, right? It's going to push people to say, "Hey, you're not doing good enough." You're gonna get academic. You should cite your source. I have read my fair share. I fully believe your stance. Wow. Okay. And then this is where Crow is going to end up arguing with people back and forth for a while, as you see, literally every single time. That's why I don't generally. Nothing against Crow. I'm sure he's a fine, upstanding dude. He's just very passionate about the game and likes to push his point. Anyway, I mean, people are going to have their own opinions. I don't think we need a parser, personally. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. Night Harbor is too large. Could use a compass. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A compass. I don't know about a compass. I played the game for the first time this weekend for a few hours and enjoyed what I saw so far. Wait. Played the game for the first time this weekend. Oh, this was back on the 29th. Okay, so this was like the first that open play test that they had in. I thought they were playing in the closed alpha, and they're like, I just played it. My main gripe is the amount of time it takes to actually run around Night Harbor. A lot of the buildings are player housing or otherwise just locked doors. Running past all of that for several minutes trying to get back to the Guildmaster is kind of repetitive. I didn't fully explore Phalandraw, but it seems smaller and more reasonable to get around by comparison once you figure out what is there. Alternatively, an in-city out-of-combat speed boost would reduce this issue. I think, that said, I think that maybe going down like the main roads in the city, a 20% run speed boost wouldn't hurt, just for running around in the city, because you're on a road and it's easier to get through. I could see that. I wonder if they will ever do that, or just like certain paths, especially once we get in caravanning and mounts and things of that nature. When you're going down a path, why not make it to where you move a little bit faster going down the path, rather than trying to go off-road somewhere? I could definitely see that. I would be down with that. Also, somewhat related, but I'm not aware that any non-casters have any means of determining direction unless the sun is up and nothing is blocking it. While casters have a line north, I'm not asking for a map or GPS, but there ought to be an equivalent compass item that can be crafted or purchased. I mean, I don't disagree with a compass, like an item that can be crafted. I don't know. I'd be okay with it, but I know a lot of people won't because it takes away a little bit of their game. What's going on, Helter Smelter? How you doing, bud? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about Night Harbor being too large? Nick said in his stream over the weekend that he agrees Night Harbor is a bit large, and the devs have in fact talked about possibly splitting that into 2 separate zones, and making Night Harbor 2 separate zones. I think in EverQuest was Freeport, not a Freeport East and West or North and South or something. I'm pretty sure they had a zone line inside of Freeport. So I could see them doing that again with Night Harbor, or not again, but the same thing with Night Harbor. It was 3 zones. Was it 3? Wow. That's, I don't remember it being 3. I personally think Night Harbor should be 2 zones simply because it's so large. I don't necessarily disagree. But 3 zones, that's crazy. It's very laggy for sure. Yeah, that's what I look at it. I think splitting it up into 2 zones, at least for early access, until they can get that lag down, would be very beneficial, because then at least if you split it up, players can go to 2 separate zones, because you're doing a lot. There's a lot to do in Night Harbor, right? When I go to the bins and I'm fighting in the bins and there's just a billion people at West Bank, those are far enough apart where I think they should be separate zones, where I shouldn't have to have the lag from all the people over at the West Bank when I'm over at the bins. You know, it didn't feel good. But at the same time, I do like having these massive zones that you can go through and having people to be able to chat with and stuff. And like, you're chatting with everybody in the whole zone through OOC. I like that. Freeport was 3 zones originally, revamped to 2. Okay, it got changed. I wouldn't mind making Night Harbor 2 zones if they share the same OOC chat. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Helter Smelter. A lot of new players will simply quit from the lag. Yeah, the zone line placement might be tough. It would be tough. I don't know where you would put a zone line. I have no idea. Would you make it north-south? Would you make it east-west? I'm trying to think of where you would put a zone line right now, and I don't know. That'd be tough. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a compass. I think a compass would be an interesting item to make, like with tinkering. Tinkering could make a compass. I could be down with that. Wormsbane armor isn't fun to grind. We read this one last time, didn't we? So we have a few new things here. We read some of this last time anyway. Level up. I mean, I agree. Wormsbane armor is not fun. By the time you actually get the set of Wormsbane armor, you are going to be well out-leveling it. You could actually out-level Wormsbane before you get a single piece. The reason I know that is because I did. I even went into Wormsbane and I did some XPing there on my low-level tune, and I never saw a single piece drop. Well, I take that back. I saw one piece drop, and it was the plate piece, and I let somebody else have it because they were there before I was. So we had a group of like 3 of us that joined in, and then we had a cleric that was sitting there camping one mob, and we're like, hey, why don't you join us? We'll kill more enemies. And then when the item dropped, I'll let the cleric have it. I was just like, I don't care. It's fine. It wasn't a big deal to me. But yeah. So a lot of EQ cities where 2 or more zones fell with: Kinos, Caladim, Freeport, Nariak, and is it Cabalus? I think it was Cabalus. Wormsbane armor is definitely too rare. Yeah, I think it's too rare. I would agree. Yeah, so I started out in EverQuest on a gnome. So I was down in, what was the name of the gnome city now? Golly, why did I just draw a blank on the gnome city? But it wasn't 2 zones. I remember just coming out of like a big tunnel, and so it wasn't 2. Nariak, that was the Dark Elf city. Where was the zone line in there? I don't remember. Akanon, there you go, Akanon. That was the gnome city. I don't remember where some of those zone lines were. Felwith, I could see, I guess. Kinos was huge. It was like a Freeport. It was like another Freeport. Pretty close to the size of Freeport, but not as big. Any plans for Linux port? I don't think so. No. They're not, to my knowledge, by the way, just for those that are curious, they're not planning on putting any support for any other systems out there other than Windows, because they're probably not going to have enough player base to utilize those where it would be cost effective for them. They are a small team, and having it run on multiple different systems, including consoles or things of that nature, it just doesn't work very well. Now, saying that, Unity does have a way that you can tell it. Like, I've actually done this in Unity, is you can go in and say, hey, make this game for all of these different things, and it'll spit out a version for each one of them. That said, though, it doesn't work fantastically, and if you start making too many changes, and I'm sure that they have made a bunch of changes to their Unity system, like that's a base Unity system if you don't add in anything to it, and I'm sure they've added in quite a bit of stuff. So you're on a large streamer window. We can't see what you're posting, FYI. Oh, I should probably fix that. Live, there we go. Thank you so much, right? I appreciate that. Yeah. I totally forgot that I had my other window up. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, no plans for porting to other systems, whether they are Linux or Macintosh or whatever, Apple. Man, it hasn't been called Macintosh since the 90s. When did they change that? Apple Mac. When did they change that? The Macintosh computer. Sandstorm adjustment. I love weather events, and the sandstorms are a cool feature. I love them in Conan Exiles, but they need some tuning. They worked on some tuning on Nick's stream a couple streams ago, sometime last week, I think. They did some tuning on it to see. Visibility should be increased a little. Doesn't have to be a lot, but right now I'd rather just log out than try anything in Sandstorm, because death is too punishing to make the slightly increased risk worth it. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I don't agree with that, right? I don't necessarily agree that it should be more visible. To me, and I know we're all going to have different thoughts here. Everybody's going to have a different thought. Some people are going to say that the weather effects are awful, they should be completely removed from the game, and other people are going to be like, no, make them more harsh. I think those people are out of their mind. The people that are like, no, make it harder. I want the game to be challenging, right? I love that the game's challenging. But what I'm seeing here is people are unwilling to learn the area, right? When you get into a sandstorm, if you don't know the area, it's super dangerous, and I don't recommend you move. But if you know the zone that you're in, you know generally where you're going, what you're looking at, that kind of thing, when the storm happens, you can still navigate fairly well. I can navigate nearly blindfolded in a lot of zones in this game just because I've run through them so much. So, like, I disagree. Like, I've had a sandstorm in Shaded Dunes. I zone over from Night Harbor into Shaded Dunes. There's a sandstorm. I need to get to Fallen Pass. I can just, like, kind of eyeball it and then hit auto run, and then I just wait. And I just run straight through the zone, and I'll zone over, right? Because I know where to go. It's almost a straight shot. It's not quite a straight shot, but it's pretty close. Same thing with coming back. And if you really look, you got to squint your eyes, kind of tilt your head, maybe rotate your monitor a little bit, but you can see points off in the background. So you'll see the big yellow dome. It may only be for a split second, but you see that big yellow dome, you go for it, right? Or you see the big green castle. You put it to your left side and you go straight. Like, it's possible. It's possible. I understand people are hesitant about doing that, but I highly recommend it. Mac OS client is likely to happen. Not sure when. Oh, really? Is it, Nick? That's going to be awesome. Yeah. I'm surprised that you guys would actually work on that. I run in Lutris on Linux and Crossover for Mac, for me at least. Plays great on Apple Studio M3. Nice. Made it through Cat 5 Sandstorm to Telekir from Night Harbor by looking at the brief glimpse of the horizon line. Wow. Yeah, that's good. So you had the sandstorm from Night Harbor to Telekir. You're talking about going through Sungreet Strands, and you were able to make it up the mountainside and into the thing. Yeah, just follow the mountain. Follow the mountain. It's possible, guys. It's possible. Now, I do agree that I think we should get some sort of maybe visibility thing, like type of turban kind of thing, that you pull down. It kind of helps you with navigating a little bit in sandstorms. It shouldn't completely alleviate it. Nick may know the answer to this. I know that on his stream recently, he was showing the different degrees of sandstorm, and they can do like 100%, and they can do, all the way down to 0% of sandstorm. I don't know if you can have an item that you wear that adjusts that percentage specifically for you. That could be kind of cool. But we do know that they're going to have druid spells that are going to be able to control weather. Either turn it on, turn it off, that kind of thing. So if there are sandstorms and you have a druid in the zone, maybe they can just turn it off for you, which is another idea. But you may not always want to turn sandstorms off. That's all I'm going to say. You may not want to do that. Sandstorms, things can happen. Things can happen anywhere in the game. So, that was another one that I wanted to actually talk about today. Sean has mentioned a lot. Nick, I think, has mentioned it as well, but Sean has definitely mentioned it a lot. That moon phases mean something. Does anybody know of anything cool with moon phases that you can actually do? Like, where the moon phase, something causes something else to happen? Not on the alpha. We're talking about, does anybody know outside of that they have done? Because I'm wanting to investigate that a little bit more. I've actually been doing some screenshotting and things, and doing some research on my own of the different moon phases, the different times of year. I've been looking at, I don't know if the wiki has it. Does the wiki have Monsters and Memories wiki? Does the wiki have like the dates and such? That's another thing that I've been wanting to look at. Like a calendar. They don't have a calendar. But there's got to be like somewhere out there with dates, right? Different types of like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Like we have days of the week. I'm pretty sure the game has days of the week. We have months of the year. Pretty sure the game has months of the year. So I would like to know what some of those things are. And I want to start trying to make a calendar. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It would be cool if the various helms for Night Harbor sets, Goblin, Zukin, and ZBrush have worked on. Designed, reduce the sandstorm visibility by one stage for you. So a Cat 5, you see as a Cat 4. That could be kind of cool, yeah. Hey man, how you doing today? Fantastic. Just recently subbed to your recap content. Keep up the great work. For those of us who can't keep up, hey, no worries. That's what we're doing it for. I know a lot of people can't watch, multiple hour streams, but you still want all the information for Monsters and Memories. I'm trying to kind of fill that void of, like the devs and many other people do content for Monsters and Memories, but there's kind of like a void of, I just have questions and I just want knowledge, right? So I'm trying to fill that and make sure that I'm as knowledgeable as possible about the game. I may not know the answer, but I can try to get the answer, to be able to answer them for all of you all who don't necessarily get your answers as easily because you can't join the streams, you can't find it online, etc., etc. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. That wiki page could use a dark reader. Wait, what was it like? Oh, was it just white page? I didn't even notice. Here, we'll look at it again. Can I have mine set to dark, so I don't know. Because if I go to like Google, it's dark. So I don't know why this entire page is just bright white. Sorry. I like the idea of certain mobs or quests being available at certain days or weeks or months. Yeah, me too, Helter Smelter. Like, I can't wait to find more information like that. I want to start researching it a bit more. I just recently started to do that. And so like yesterday, really, taking pictures of, I want to go find different constellations or I think it's based on moon phases because there's not really different there are different constellations, but to my knowledge, the constellations don't change. But if you look up at the moon whenever you're in the game, if you look up at the moon definitely does change. You have crescent moons, you have full moons, half moons, new moons. I don't know. There's all sorts of different types of moons. And I've noticed that in a lot of my playtests. I just never really paid attention to it. But I did notice it. The reason I noticed it was because in Pantheon, one of my big gripes about Pantheon was their skybox was terrible, and Joppa had talked a lot about how their skybox was going to incorporate things into the game, etc. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't really have a skybox. It's a generic just skybox, because in that game I think there's supposed to be 2 moons and there was only 1 moon in the skybox. And I'm like, where's your sky? He's like, we don't have the right skybox in. Well, then why are you even talking about it? Anyway, long story short is, because of playing Pantheon and looking for that stuff, when I first started playing Monsters and Memories, one of the first things I did was look up. Not to mention, you don't have a compass, so you don't have a way to get around. You have to look at the sky to figure out which direction you're facing. You know, sun rises in east, sets in the west. I'm facing north, right? Same thing with the moon phases. You can look at the moon. There's 3 different moons in the sky. There's one. There's a big one right here, right? And then you have a medium-sized one to the left of that. If you're facing the right direction, I think it's if you're facing north. Medium one here, or sorry, large one here, medium one here, small one down here in the corner. If you're facing, I think it's north. You know, so I've been kind of messing around trying to figure all that stuff out. I haven't heard you talk much about it. Do you think boxing will be a thing in M&M? Absolutely, 100% boxing will be and is a thing in M&M. I was playing an Enchanter Cleric during the playtest and got them to 30 fairly easily. Just wondering if many feel the same way or if people will avoid boxing. Boxing is absolutely a thing in M&M, but it's not going to be the same, in my opinion, as it is in EverQuest. I'm still debating if I'm going to be on a box or no box server. I think I'd prefer to be on a no box server for a couple of reasons. I'll kind of talk about that as we go through. But basically, boxing and M&M it's a different animal than it was in EverQuest, because they don't want you using, I mean, EverQuest didn't either. They don't want you using any third-party software to send signals to other computers, other windows, etc. So when I'm playing one character and I hit the 1 key to use my 1 ability on my ability bar, that's all that it does. Now, in EverQuest, the way that people were able to play 6 different characters at once was when they hit their 1 key on their main character, it would hit the 1 key on all of their other characters all at the same time, so they could basically control 1 character and it would control 6 at the same time. Monsters and Memories, to my knowledge, is going to be really focusing in on that and not allowing it. They're going to be hopefully banning people. I'm hoping there's kind of a strike rule, like a 1 or 2 strike rule, depending on how the severity of it. But if you're running around with 6 different characters and you are able to hit 1 button and it sends a signal to all 6 characters to do some action, I think, to me, that should be an instant ban if they know that you're doing it. And just ban those players, kick them off. Even if they're on a boxing server, I think that should be the rule. And so with that said, the boxing servers, I don't feel like are going to be like they were in EverQuest, where you're going to have 6-person teams running around all over the place doing all sorts of crazy stuff, because playing 6 characters normally is very, very challenging. You got to be able to, tab to this target or tab to this window, use ability, tab to this window, use ability, tab to this window, use ability. And you got to be able to tab around quite a bit to be able to do that. Now, could you have 6 characters, 3 on each side of your screen? Sure, you could do that. And there would be small screens everywhere, and you could try to do it that way. But for a player, a singular player with 2 hands, being able to play 6 characters with any form of efficiency is nearly impossible. So I don't think you're going to see it as much as we saw it in EverQuest. And that's kind of where my line comes in. How is that going to function? On a no-box server, obviously it's 1 character, one player, 1 character is the idea. But I heard Nick talk about it. Maybe if he's still here, he can elaborate a little bit more. But he also said boxing is 1 computer, 2 clients open, and tabbing between them. That would be a boxing thing. Well, where does it come in the line with 1 computer, or with 2 computers, 2 clients open, 1 player playing both characters? Is that boxing? I think it becomes a fine line, right? Some people would consider yes, it is. Other people would consider no, that's not. That's 2 computers, 2 keyboards, 2 mice, that kind of thing. Not necessarily boxing, but you are playing 2 characters at once. So, I don't know. I think the definition needs to be kind of laid out a little bit more. I don't think it needs to happen today by any means, but maybe by the time early access comes out and we have boxing versus no box servers, what that entails. Any boxing is boxing for the no box rule set. So there you go. So Nick threw down the law right there. Any boxing, whether you have 6 computers lined up and 6 keyboards and 6 mice, no boxing. That's a no-no. So there you go. But I think that boxing is going to be a thing that people will absolutely do. I also feel like with that rule set right now, we have a no box server and we have a boxing server, which means that, well, what about people that want to just have 2 characters? They just have like a spouse or a, or they just want to be able to camp mobs. They play like a, I'll use myself as an example. I'm a tank. I usually play a tank. I usually need to have a pocket healer, right? And they're just kind of sitting there, whatever. That to me, if there's enough player base, would warrant almost a third server type in between those two. That could allow people to do that kind of stuff. But I'm leaning towards no box server. That's what I'm leaning towards, because I don't like it when people hog entire zones with their 6 characters and they're constantly sending in, like, oh, I'm just going to go do this and this, and just they're all over the place. I don't personally like that. So yeah, there's a fine line there, and I think it's going to be tough for them to handle. Really tough for them to handle. I'm sad about Pantheon. Me too. There was an old school area Dreamcast called Shinmue. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm not sure. Had a system where you could only do certain content at actual hours and days in the game world. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You talking about with the moon phases and stuff? Yeah, that's absolutely something I want to see. No box here for sure. Sean actually mentioned you can't do that. 2 PCs would not be allowed for boxers. Well, there you go. Yeah, and Nick confirmed it right there as well. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm on board with that. I'm fine with it. I think that it's a really good idea to have a no box server where you are one player playing one character and that's it. Now, will the boxing servers have a distinct advantage? Absolutely. They'll have a big advantage. So if you are wanting to be in a competitive guild going after, let's say, in-game raid content, you may want to be on a boxing server, because then you're able to box those characters. You're able to mobilize a little bit easier. I could log in, 5 different characters and auto run them across the zone to get them where they need to be, so that my friends can then log in those characters and actually play them. There's a big advantage to being on a boxing server. Now, I also think I remember Nick or Sean or both of them saying that it's mostly going to come down to combat for boxing. Like if you have, let's say, your character and a spouse's character, and you log in your spouse's character at the West Bank to do a trade real quick, I don't think they're going to care about that, right? But it's going to be more out when you go out in the game world and you're exploring and you're doing things of that nature. That's where they're going to kind of draw the line. I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. It's going to be on a... Do other players think that you're boxing multiple characters, and they're going to be able to report you, etc.? I will say this. This is going to sound bad. Because I don't know another way to say it. The tattletales in games like Monsters and Memories are more common than the non-tattletales. So don't think that you're just going to get away with it because you don't think people are going to tattletale on you. They absolutely will. Okay? There's people on Reddit right now that will just jump all over you if you say one thing wrong, in like out of place. It's nuts. So I like that. I think it's a good idea. I think that we as a community should be policing each other. We did this in EverQuest, where if you had somebody that was a ninja looter or a constantly training people, or just being a bad apple in the community, they got called out. And it was not good. So yeah, your reputation means a lot. I thought he just said that if one player is controlling multiple characters. It's if one character is controlling multiple characters. You're not supposed to do that. This is a long time ago, though. Yeah. How do you police multiple computers, though? I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. Sick. I don't know. They request instant tests you have to perform. If you fail, goodbye. Nice. A captcha mid raid fight. find the cattails. That would be hilarious. By the way, are you here? Rotate this until it is the exact same. Like, what? I can see that, dude. I can see that. Reputation means another, especially in a small community such as Monster Memory. Yeah. I don't think this community is going to be as small as we think it's going to be, right? My prediction was, this was 4 or 5 months ago. My prediction for Monsters and Memories early access launch was around 20,000 players. I think that today, if the game launched today, would be at least 20,000 subscribers, at least. I think by June, that number it's going to go up quite a bit. It's going to go up quite a bit. Depending on snowball effect and word of mouth and all that kind of stuff, I think we could be looking at upwards of 100,000 players. Day one early access, which would be absolutely insane. Now, I don't think we're going to see that at this point, but I think that word of mouth has started. So let's see what's going to happen. I just think it depends on that, getting that ball rolling and how quickly it builds up steam. And this game, just over the winter holiday, just over like June or December 15th to January 1st, I saw a huge uptick in eyes on this game, chatter about this game. So I think that if we continue to have those kinds of upticks every couple of months, I think that when beta hits, we're going to have another big uptick. And then, as we get closer and closer to early access, I think it's going to continue to happen. So, it's one of those, can we predict it? I don't know what their plan is. I know that they have a plan for if they have a few subs versus, 100,000 subs. I don't know what their plan is, how they're going to be dealing with that. But, with spinning up servers in a game like this, it shouldn't be hard. As long as they have it ready to go and say, okay, we have 10 servers ready to go. If it's super busy, we have an additional 10 that we could pull up. If it's not very busy, we can easily knock off 10 of those. And they could pay in advance, or they could just pay like, hey, as they need arises, buy new server, spin it up. Buy new server, spin it up. It's not hard to do these days. I don't feel like I've made servers before for other games, and you can really do it fairly quickly. Even if you just do it through like Amazon, and just have an Amazon cloud-based servers that you're running or whatever. So there's lots of ways you can do it. Nick or Loving Robot said something like, you need to have these two different characters perform these very different things, and you have a small amount of time to perform. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, is that what they're going to do? Is if they get called out, that's what their plan is if the GM shows up, they might have you do two different things like that. That could be a way to stop it for sure. For sure. They stated 57,000 accounts made on the website, right? That's what Sean said. Yeah, 57,000 unique accounts on their website were registered. That is correct. They have logs of everything each client does. You also have to think, though, Dranex, with the 57,000 accounts, you have to imagine that a lot of people are trying to get into the alpha. They're trying to make different accounts for, let's say, Twitch and Nick streams where he's giving away stuff. I don't think that's going to be a majority by any means, but it is going to factor in some of that. People are also making multiple accounts just for their alts, if they're multi-boxing. A lot of people, since it's free right now, are making multi-box accounts. Again, does it make up for the majority of those? But if you add all of those things together, it probably does make up for a few thousand of those different accounts. So, I don't think it's going to be a huge amount. I think we probably have around 30,000 actual people that are super interested in Monsters and Memories. And I think out of that right now, 20,000 will probably sub day one. That's just my estimate based on me and my knowledge of things. But I think that number is gradually increasing. And for every new person that's added, you can assume they might try to add in another new person. So it's going to just continue to grow as it gets closer to early access. There's already people. You had Force Gaming, you have Kungan. There's a lot of people in the WoW community that are already talking about this, especially with WoW, with those vanilla WoW servers and stuff, and the throwback servers that they're doing. There's a lot of people that are super interested in an old school style gameplay. They're talking about it. They're at least going to try the game. Maybe they won't stick to it, but they're gonna at least try it. I think you're going to have a good 100,000 people that at least try the game, right? Now they may not be there day one. I think over the course of early access, we're gonna see that number kind of fluctuate a little bit. But yeah, I right now I would say a good 20 to 30,000 will be subbing. They have logs of everything each client does. It's pretty easy to prove it even without having them run the type of test. Yeah, there's ways to get around things. I'm not trying to tell people how to do that. I'm not going to tell people how to do that. There's ways that you can circumvent that kind of stuff. But at the same time, just don't, right? Just don't. The point of the no-box server is that you're supposed to be playing your one character, and that's pretty much it. Now, if you need somebody to help you out or something, move your character somewhere, they should be able to log in your character and move it to a location. You're not really multi-boxing at that point. You're just playing the one character. If I load up a character on my other computer, I run it to a location, and then I camp it out there so that when my friend is ready to log in, they can log in, I can log in, and we can play the game. I don't think there's going to be any issues with that, but that's me saying it. I mean, maybe the devs have a different take on that, but I think, moving characters around, I know that I would be able to do that. Another couple of my friends would be able to move characters and get them in a position. We know that we're going to go camp, let's say Wormsbane armor, or, we want to camp the, what's that room? Whatever, we'll call it the ghost guy. We want to go camp a ghost guy in Wormsbane. Moving 5 or 6 different characters down there, and then being like, okay, everybody, we're down there. Let me know when you want to log in. I think it's a different thing altogether. He was going to try it yesterday. Oh yeah, that awesome. Yeah, the more people that try it, every single time we get another bigger person to say they're going to try the game, you got to assume they're going to bring in a couple thousand people from their community. We don't know. Also, it'll go from free to $15 a month. Yeah. People aren't going to be paying $15 a month. A lot of people won't pay $15 a month for multiple characters unless they know the game is good. The way MMOs are nowadays, do you think Monster Memories will have a big bot and RMT problem? Yes. I think it's going to have a huge bot and RMT problem. It is way too easy to bot this game. And this is not something that I'm trying to say against the dev team or anything like that. But this style of combat, sandwich style combat, is way too easy to bot or automate. And people, and then today, it's way too easy to create bots using AI and various other avenues. So yes, it will absolutely have a huge problem. The devs are going to have a lot on their hands. I think GM Trent is going to be, he's going to really have to buckle down and they're going to have to figure out ways to combat that, because the amount of people that are going to be doing it, depending on the amount of players that actually come into the game, I think it's going to be a really big problem. Real money trade, I think, will be a problem just because of the nature of MMOs. There will be real money trading. It will happen. Now, how big that will be depends on a lot of things, even so much so that Pantheon had real money trading going on, right? I think at the peak on Pantheon is they had maybe 100,000 accounts or something at one point. I don't remember exactly how many they had, but yeah, Pantheon had real money trading. And it wasn't a huge game, but it had it. And that was on an alpha server that was planned to be wiped. This game has real money trading on it already. Very, very small amount, but you can go out there and you could find it if you wanted to search for it. I don't recommend going to any of those sites or clicking on any of those links because you're probably going to get a virus, but it's already got an issue of real money trading. Somebody was telling me the other day that there was somebody trying to sell an alpha account. Somebody, I guess, won an alpha account on Nick's stream or somehow got into the alpha, and they were out there trying to sell that account. It's going to happen. And, there's nothing that the devs can do to stop that. It's not their fault for that. So we're just going to find ways to fix it. Bots can be prevented in the same way macros will be policed. Kinda. I'm not sure how I want to handle it myself. I really want to play, but I kind of want to wait for full release as well. I can't tell you one way or the other what's going to be good for you, Dranex. Like, I personally feel like if you really enjoy the game, I think early access is going to be a great jumping in point. And the reason I say that is because you're going to have so much content to do. And then in 3 months, approximately, they haven't set an exact time yet, but in about 3 months after early access starts is Module 1. And they're going to be adding in several new zones as well as new races. I don't think any new classes are planned anytime soon, but there will be new races coming in, like the Deep Gnome and the Deep Elf race. So you might be able to completely just create a new character, new class, and start playing the game from a different perspective. I know that if a lot of you have come from EverQuest and come from World of Warcraft, if you have played World of Warcraft and let's say you started in Horde. I've played only Horde ever in World of Warcraft, ever. I have never played Alliance. But I have played Horde multiple times in different variations, from original World of Warcraft. And then I played, years later, I jumped in again, and then I played the Season of Discovery, and I played a couple different things, right? If I go and I play Alliance side, it would be like a whole new game to me. So it's almost like playing a brand new, starting over from scratch. And I think the same thing will happen in Monsters and Memories. Play a different role, like a different class. Not like try to say, if I'm playing a tank this time around, try to play a healer next time around, or a DPS or a support, and then play from a different race when they open up new cities. And I think you're going to have a very different experience. You're going to know where a lot of things are, but you're going to have a different, at least starting experience for the first 15 to 20 levels. After that, people are going to start to get together, kind of like going into Lower Guck or Solusec A or B or whatever. You're going to start to merge together by the end to do some of the higher end content, but at least early levels will be very different. Well, I want to support the devs, so I want to buy a sub and let it sit. Yeah, you could just buy a sub and not play the game if you wanted to. Man, definitely needs to change the game. Seeing him go back to WoW again is soul crushing. Wait, who? Nick? Are you talking about Nick Hotz going back to WoW? Yeah, I think he was talking about maybe playing some WoW, or he was playing some WoW or something on his recent stream. He didn't stream it, but he's been playing it like off stream in his downtime. Will keyboard macros not be permitted then? I mean, maybe. My guess is no. So you say IA is the best zone? Yeah, dude, I loved all those zones. Those are so much fun. If you're only log in one at a time, there should be no issue. Yeah, if you log in one character at a time, move them to a location, etc. I think it'll be fine. Always be a mixed bag of bigger streamers giving light to the game. On one hand, you'll love to see more people try it, possibly dive in. On the other hand, we increase the amount of negativity. It will. Like if we get a like right now, for example, we had Force Gaming talked about this game. He's talked about this game in the past. There have been other like he did a most anticipated 2026 MMO, right? He did one for 2025 as well. Like big games, like what can you play now in MMOs 2025? And I believe Monsters and Memories is part of that. But as he said in his 2026 video, and as I think a lot of people, I would say more than half of the people that look at Monsters and Memories instantly look at it going, that's too old school, or I don't like the graphics or whatever, and they just immediately put it off. And I would have been like that in my younger years. Absolutely would have. To the point that I didn't like World of Warcraft because of the visuals. And I still today don't really like World of Warcraft because of the visuals. I don't like it. It's not for me. I like the gameplay of WoW sometimes. I don't like the community of WoW, but I like the gameplay of it. So I do enjoy World of Warcraft, but I still don't like the visuals. It's just not my art style that I can get into. But to completely dismiss a game based on that, is kind of silly. You know, some of the best games ever made are you know, very crude graphically. I mean, look at Fall Guys. That was a huge hit when it came out. Fortnite is not a graphically intense game. Even when it first came out, it was not graphically intense. One of the biggest games ever made. League of Legends, Dota, those games are not graphically intense games, but they're fun. Mario, every single Mario game are not, generally speaking, graphically intense, but they're fun to play, and people love them and they continue to play them. Mario Kart's the same way. So, I don't know. EQ had basic real money trade problem, and by mid-2000s, it's persistent. Yeah, it's never going away. Real money trading and MMOs are synonymous with each other. They will never go away. Because there's no way for a dev team to completely 100% remove it, right? There's just no possible way they can do it. I get it may be easy to make a bot for this game. I also think it'll be easy to catch the bot. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard to catch a bot for sure, but it's going to be super easy to make one. And it's just depending on how sophisticated a bot you make. If you make a sophisticated enough bot, or you make a bot that's not very sophisticated, those are going to be the harder ones to catch, right? Those are really going to be the harder ones to catch. Great discussion to come in on. Yeah, what's going on, Captain? How you doing, bud? Hopefully full automation is stopped quickly. I agree. If I see full automation, if I see somebody doing something that I think is shady, I will absolutely petition and call you out on it. I'm not going to call you out on it because that's not my place. I will petition and say, hey, this looks shady. Can you check into it? And I'll let the devs deal with it. I'm not going to I'm not going to engage. In my older years, I'm still learning this, but I have learned do not engage. Just, hard disengage in those kind of situations. People are just going to get super defensive. Nick Stream yesterday, I caught him say something about the style of combat Pantheon has versus the style Monster Mirror. Do you know what he's talking about? I do, yeah. I do know what he's talking about, Tesla. So, Pantheon is going in the direction of more actions per minute. That's the direction of combat that they're going towards. Whereas Monsters and Memories is kind of fewer actions per minute. Now, there could be some characters or classes in Pantheon that have fewer actions per minute than classes in Monsters and Memories. But as a whole, Monsters and Memories is going to be a slower paced, more strategic combat, where Pantheon is going to be more action-based combat. For example, is you have the Ranger class in Pantheon is able to leap in and out of combat very easily because they have both melee attacks and range attacks, and they want you to be doing that. So you're going to be able to jump into combat, do some melee, jump out, throw a couple of arrow shots, trick shots, whatever you want to do, jump back in, do a little bit more melee. Monsters and Memories is trying to avoid that, specific to the Ranger class, where the Ranger is good at archery or good at range combat. They are also good at melee combat. So you can choose your play style. Do you want to be a melee ranger? Do you want to be a ranged ranger? Or do you want to try to mix those up? In certain situations, it's going to be smart to mix those up. Let's say that we're fighting a big raid boss. You might be able to stand outside of that raid boss's AoE range and do ranged attacks without worry of getting hit by the AoE. So you choose just ranged attacks. But then you also may want to get right up on them and do some melee attacks. Both of them are going to be viable gameplays, and you will not need to jump in and out of combat. Another thing is Pantheon has a lot of triggers where player A does this, player B now does this, and then player C can now do this. They have a lot of those kinds of triggers, a lot more communication between the players in the party. And some people are going to like that combat, some won't. World of Warcraft is a lot like that, where you have a lot of in and out, a lot of stance dancing, a lot of in and out of combat, a lot of moving around based on ground target AoEs, things of that nature. Now, ground target AoEs, that's another thing that Nick said yesterday in his stream, at least my understanding of it, is they don't plan to do that. I wouldn't mind seeing a small amount of that, right? Kind of like death touches. I don't like death touches in an MMO. I think that they are overused for lazy development. That's just my take on it. Same way with like a ground target. World of Warcraft, it's just like every single raid boss has a ground target, and it's like, oh, fire on the ground, move out of it. Oh, this is happening, move out of it. It's like every raid boss, or jump over this, fire thing. It just got really overused. But I would like to see something like a slight amount of use of that would be cool in Monsters and Memories. Like it might pick 3 people out of your party or out of your raid or that are on the aggro list that fire appears under their feet and they have to move, sidestep left or right or whatever. I think that could be a lot of fun. But we'll have to see what they actually do with it. Now, going back to the Death Touch thing, I'm okay with Death Touch. I don't want people to think, oh, he hates Death Touch and there's Death Touch in this game, therefore he hates raiding in Monsters Memories. I don't mind Death Touch as long as it's limited use or has a reason. We'll use the Bone Construct, for example. Bone Construct has a Death Touch, and it only uses it for 2 reasons. One is if you're higher than level 20. I don't personally like that. I just don't like the level locked mobs. We've talked about that quite a bit, but that's a completely different thing. But there's an actual thing to prevent it. You don't want to get Death Touch? Be level 20 or lower. You don't get Death Touch. Problem solved. So I like that kind of usage. The second use of Death Touch is if you leave the Bone Construct room and you are on the Bone Construct's threat table, you get Death Touched. And that's also fine. It's preventable, right? You have a way to prevent it from happening. Now, what EverQuest 1 did that I didn't like was it would just randomly Death Touch people every so often, every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long the fight was going on. I'm just going to pick you, Death Touch. That's dumb. That's not preventable, right? So I don't like that kind of stuff. They said no keyboard macros either. They can tell when you're used and have been monitoring it in alpha. Yeah, and I think that the macros. I think there's going to be a fine line. I mean, I'm not a developer of the game. I'm not on the team in any way, shape, or form. But I think there's going to be a line in the sand somewhere where that line is going to be. Because to say that I can't take my programmable mouse and make it to where when I click this button right here, which is literally a macro button, if I push this button, it can't push my 1 key on my keyboard. Like, they're not going to say that, right? Technically, is that a macro? Yes, it's a macro. Now, if I push this 1 macro button and it says, press 1 key, wait 5 seconds, sit down to meditate, right? Then you have probably crossed the line. So where that line is, I think is gonna they're gonna have to define it probably somewhere, or we as a community are gonna have to define that. But macros in general are not going to be a bad thing. It's macros that do multiple actions, so where you don't have to pay attention to it is a different situation. Stand up, heal, cast a buff, sit back down, that kind of stuff. I think that's where they're trying to stop. Pantheon visuals really started to grow on me. They have some very serious potential there. 2026 should be good for Monster Moon and Pantheon. I mean, I don't have any issue with the Pantheon visuals. I liked them. Same way with Monsters and Memories. In the beginning, I was like, they're a little crude. They've made some big strides in Monsters and Memories visuals. You may not have noticed them because they're very, very small changes. But Monsters and Memories did not look as good as it does today a year ago. And a year prior to that, it looked even worse. And a year prior to that, even worse. I mean, when they first started out 5 or so years ago, it was just little capsule people running around. Who wants to play Capsule Memories? I mean, it would be fun for a few minutes. Yes, I agree. But nobody really wants to play long-term, hundreds of hours, thousands of hours on a single character of a capsule running around, right? Who wants to do that? But they're making some big changes, and that's because of ZBrush, Zukin, Goblin, other people that are doing like art for the game. They're making it better and better and better and better, to the point now where you have hair on the chest of your humans. You got like a little patch of hair. You got a little happy trail. Capsule Quest coming to a phone near you. Absolutely. I think it'd be a fun game. While you're sitting on your pooper, sit down, and play some Capsule Quest. That would be a cool game to tie into Monsters and Memories. Think about that for a second. What if you could like slash capsule quest in Monsters and Memories, and then it loads up on your phone like a little mini game that you can play while you're camping a mob, you know? Like, and you're playing capsule quest and you're sending your little dude out to do little adventures. I mean, it could be a fun little game. But yeah. Anyway, moving on. Diablo 2 is still a huge game with remastered version. Yeah. Diablo 2 doesn't look great, but it's still very, very big. Do they ever plan to do mercs like in EverQuest? My understanding is no. They will never add them. They're not planned, but I'm going to say this: for every single time anybody, whether they're part of the community or a developer of any game, not just Monsters and Memories, says, no, absolutely not, that will never happen, what they mean is it is not planned at any time in our planned future. Because to say something will never happen, you don't know what's going to happen, right? You don't know where the game's going to go, where it's going to lead, what's going to end up happening. So I would say that it's not planned in this game to have any type of mercenaries or anything of that nature. And I really don't believe that they ever plan on doing that. They could say we never will, and they probably mean that they never will. But it's hard to really say if they will or not. But no, don't expect mercs. And by the time mercs add to the game, if they decide to add mercs to the game, you'll probably be done with the game. Right. I only know of maybe 2 or 3 people that have actually played EverQuest 1 since the release of EverQuest 1 and played it all the way through without stopping. So, very, very few people do that. Very few. And I seriously mean without stopping. I don't mean having a sub to the game for 25 years. I mean actually logging in, at least a couple times a week, actually playing the game, etc., and being part of it. AI play games for me. Yeah, we're definitely getting. We're at that point now where AI is strong enough. Like I could go into ChatGPT or whatever, and I could say, "Hey, write me a script to run X character on X game," and it will probably be able to do it. You may have to do some tweaking here and there, but it probably will be able to do it. If you make a macro that has my character mim a bunch of spells and buff my whole party, yeah, you don't want to do that. Like, yeah, having a macro that like buff player A, these buffs, buff player B, these buffs, buff player C, these buffs, and you only push the button one time, they're not going to want that. Now, are they really going to lock in on you and be like, okay, we're banning you because you created a macro that buffs your party? I don't think they're really going to say much to you. Not to mention, no one's really going to know that's happening unless you tell them, right? Like if I created a macro that just casts 3 spells for me and I literally just push the one button and I'm just sitting there waiting and I'm just staring at my screen, who cares? This is me speaking. Devs might care, but I'm saying who really cares? The issue really comes in when a program or a macro or whatever sees that, oh, the color of your health bar has turned green, meaning that you're poisoned. Therefore, my cleric or healer in the group is now going to cast poison or cure poison on you. That is a huge line drawn, and that will be what they ban you for. I was amazed to hear Pantheon had 100 line macros in game at one point. That's crazy to me. Why so many? I don't get it. I guess it's now 50 lines, still too much. In Pantheon, I was able to literally macro every single ability that I used on my warrior class to one button, and I literally just hit one button for the entire game. It kind of defeated the purpose, but they did it. All I did was sit there and go boop 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 boop. That's all I had to do. Just boop 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 boop. I mean, I could say the same thing though about this in fighters for this game. I have one macro, and it's my little attack macro. It hits 1, 2, 3, and 4, and attack on, all in one macro, because you can have 5 lines and a macro in this game, and I've done that. And I've set that to my num 0 key on my numpad on the right hand side, my num 0 key. And I just sit there and I just hit num 0 over and over and over and over for most combat in Monsters and Memories. Now, if I'm focusing in and I'm paying attention and I have to be able to do other things, of course, I need to be able to hit my defensive cooldowns. I may need to charge at the enemy. I may need to stun the enemy, interrupt. Those are all on different buttons. My interrupt key is actually this key right here on my mouse. So I hit that when I need to kick something. This key right here on my mouse is my charge key or my stun key, depending on which ability I put in there. It's to hit 6 on my character. So I can do those types of things. Yeah, Pantheon will give you arthritis. It absolutely will. In 20 years, there will still be Monster Memory EMU capsule servers. There might be, Bottle Rocker. There might be. Be interesting how many people play on multi-box server. I don't think the multi-box server is going to be nearly as popular as some people think. I think that the multi-box servers are going to honestly start out very popular, but they're also going to die off more quickly. Because you're just going to have people that are all going to want to stay with themselves. It's going to be a lot less social interaction on the multi-box servers. People are just going to be like, nope, I'm just going to duo, trio, quad, whatever. I'm just going to make my party and I'm going to go do my thing, and I don't want to interact with anybody else. And I think that the interaction of Monsters and Memories is what's going to keep it alive. And I think if we don't have that on a server, that server will slowly die out and people are going to move over to other servers that are more socially active. That's my personal opinion on it. I think that's what's going to happen. There will still be people that play on them. I just don't think they're going to be as big of servers, and they're going to be as active. Real reason against imagine Eminem coming to a phone like Fortnite. Or yeah, actually, you say that, Captain, kind of as a joke, but I think it's Swanee. One of the devs actually does want to make the game phone accessible. So that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Now I want 50 characters to control every high-end camp. Yeah. Pantheon will give you arthritis. It will. Dude, Pantheon, man, it'll give you arthritis so quickly. I did that with your Palian WoW. Cast sequence, all priority abilities, and bound it to my mouse up and down. There you go. Yeah. Did the global cooldown change on fighter not help with all of that? If you wanted to min-max your damage, armor breaks, etc. No, Nick. I would say no. The reason for it, and if you want me to, I can show it to you what I'm talking about. So, did it do that? Yes, in a sense. But once you get the rotation going, it doesn't matter, right? Because it everything puts you on a global cooldown. When you use, let's say, Rend, Frenzy, or Armor Break, you use any of those three, it puts the other one on a global cooldown for like 1 second or whatever it is. But once you have the rotation going on all of them, because they're on different timers, Rend is like 10 seconds, Frenzy is like 20 or 30 seconds, and then whatever they are, they're on different timers. Once you get them on those timers, you just instantly hit them when they pop up, and it just does it. So I don't feel like that adding a global cooldown really changed much. Not to mention, min-maxing your damage is not really a thing that's needed in Monsters and Memories. Like, it's just not. So like, I don't know. I don't see that it really changed anything. I still use 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's Rend, Frenzy, Armor Break, Taunt, and Attack on, all on one macro, and I just spam that one macro, and it works just fine. People are saying, I know that on the fighter forums, people are saying that fighters have issue holding aggro. I think there's like threat. There's one right here at the top. People are saying that they have threat issues. I have never had a threat issue on my fighter spamming 1, 2, 3, 4 with attack on. Never had an issue. So I don't know what people are doing. I don't know what the issue is. I will say this, though, that there is a latency issue, a lag, some sort of lag issue with the fighter. It happens on everybody, but specifically with the fighter, where my Rend, Frenzy, and Armor Break just absolutely lock up. I cannot cast them anymore, period, unless I reload or log out of the game. It's very, very frustrating. And I thought maybe it was because of the macro, so I turned my macro completely off, and I spammed my abilities, with my fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4. I did it that way, locked up that way. I even got it down to where I only used one ability, and I just kept hitting 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and I was using Rend for the example, and I just kept going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and it still locked up, completely locked up all 3 of those abilities, Rend, Frenzy, and Armor Break, and I have to /reload to fix it. I'm pretty sure it's because of a latency issue. So when you try to use an ability, when there's lag and it doesn't trigger and you just keep spamming it, waiting for that ability to go off, it'll just lock up everything, which it shouldn't do because I really want that ability to go off. There's lag happening. I'm going to keep hitting the ability until I see it go off. And sometimes it just doesn't go off. Wish I had the money to pay for a full team on a box server. Pay for a full, have $15 a month for 6 different characters. Yeah. I don't recommend it. It drives our enchanter nuts every time Krill reloads. It does. Every single time I reload, our enchanter's like, dude, why did you reload? And I reload multiple. I have literally reloaded 3 times in one fight because my abilities all lock up. I don't know why. Like, it's a consistent thing, and it's driving me nuts. I fully support the phone idea, make it a bit easier to farm for bossing supplies and get ready for that type of stuff. Also keeps the community doing, yeah. I mean, that would be cool to have a phone, to be able to go farm and stuff. What do you think about adding threat to shields? Heard you get mentioned it also. I think it's a really good idea. So currently there is a threat ability on shields for fighters. And I believe Slam ability has threat generation added to it. So the fighters have Shield Bash or Shield Slam or whatever it's called. I don't ever use it. I'll talk about that in a second. But there is an additional threat added when you use that ability. Personally, I don't think it's enough. The reason I don't like it is because you're missing out on dual wield or a big 2-handed sword. So the idea here is that because you're not doing as much damage, you have bonus threat. But the problem is that having that extra damage is more threat than the shield bash ability to give you threat. At least in my experience, it is. Not to mention, shields are just god awful in this game. They're almost pointless. In a fight with a shield, I have one of the best shields in the game, and I'm fighting a monster. I might block once or twice during an entire encounter. Once or twice. And when you block, you prevent 50% of the damage done to you at the time. Let's say they're doing 200 damage. I take off 100 damage once or twice. 200 total damage is what it saves me to have a shield. But I'm doing, let's say, I would say 75% of the damage I would normally be doing if I was dual wielding, because you still have to count in the ability damage that you're doing. So it's not going to be like a 50-50. But if I was dual wielding, I would probably be doing an additional 25% damage. If I kill the mob 25% faster, I'm preventing being hit at least once or twice, right? I may not take 1 or 2 full-on hits. So if I prevent 1 hit of 200 damage, or if I block twice in a fight, 200 damage, it doesn't, those two things don't add, or they do add up. So it's like, might as well just kill the mob slightly faster and just prevent the damage completely rather than have a chance for the shield to block it. That's where I have an issue with block currently. It's just a pointless ability, and no one really should be using it. The only people I would say that should use it are going to be paladins or shadow knights that are tanking something big. Maybe they could do it, but even then, I would say put on a big 2-handed weapon and do more damage. It's probably going to be better for you overall, at least right now. So they definitely need to look at that and fix it. Spell gems get locked a lot on Elementalists too. When we try to spam click, yeah, they get locked up quite a bit. It's an issue. I'm pretty sure it's based on lag. It's very annoying. I remember early EQ Warrior had aggro problems. Yes. So people say the same thing about EQ or the fighter in this game. Eminem aggro seems okay. I'm not sure. Is tank aggro good on Monster's Memory? So tank aggro overall is okay. You do have to work for it. You can't just completely ignore it. You do have to use your abilities. You're trying to do as much damage as possible. and as much threat as possible. But yes, in EverQuest 1, the warriors were not great holding aggro because they would just hit mobs the same way that anybody else would hit mobs. But they only auto attacked, and then they had a taunt ability and they had a kick ability. Their taunt ability was resisted like almost like a 50-50 chance that taunt would be resisted. So it wasn't great. So they had to kind of you had to give fighters or warriors in EverQuest a good 20-30 seconds at the start of a fight to gain aggro, especially when they gained the proc weapons that have proc threat on them, which I think is a great thing that should be added to Monsters and Memories. So yes, warriors in EverQuest had threat issues. Fighters in Monsters and Memories, I think, in my opinion, only have threat issues because people remember the warrior in EverQuest and they're trying to compare them on a 1-to-1. They are not comparable 1-to-1. Fighters in EverQuest were tanks. They were not in any way, shape, or form DPS. They did not have DPS abilities. Fighters in Monsters and Memories have Rend. They have Frenzy. They have Armor Break, which does add threat. It's not a whole lot, but it might be 1 point. And then they have their Taunt ability. Excuse me. So, and then they also have an offensive stance, which is 15% more damage. They also have triple attack and crit. So they're doing decent amounts of damage, and then on top of that, they have taunt. So I don't have an issue with my fighter with threat. I've never really had an issue on a single target. I think people are getting an issue when they have what this person is saying. If you have even 2 or 3 mobs, it's near impossible to hold threat off of others. This is true. That is a true statement, but that is also an intended statement. It is intended that you're supposed to be only fighting one enemy at a time, not trying to AoE fight multiple. In Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, you could AoE pull things and you're trying to hold threat on multiple enemies while your party burns them down. That is not how Monsters and Memories is intended to be played. And if you pull 2 or 3 mobs, you're supposed to have some sort of crowd control person to mesmerize them, etc. Now, on my fighter, I am able to hold threat on 2 or even 3 mobs sometimes, but that's if no one is doing damage to those mobs. I would focus on this one. I would get a taunt or 2 off on this one. And then next time my taunt comes up, I would tab over, taunt, and go back to the same mob. Next time a taunt comes up, tab over, taunt. And that's the only reason I would do that. I would taunt that mob once or twice, and that would hold heal threat. So like if a healer tries to heal me, it won't pull to the healer. And that's how I do it, and it works just fine for the most part. So if you're trying to hold aggro, though, on multiple mobs, you're playing the game in an unintended way. So there you go. Is this for in-game, though? I'm assuming in-game bosses could require shields. No, nothing, in my opinion, at this point in the game requires a shield. Nothing. Absolutely. Block is a terrible, terrible, terrible skill right now. Terrible. Taunt also doesn't generate aggro. You talking about in EverQuest or in Monsters and Memories? It absolutely 100% generates aggro in Monsters and Memories. So anybody that's not using taunt is using it incorrectly. In EQ, yeah, I don't remember how it worked in EQ. I didn't play a warrior in EverQuest. I played an enchanter. But yeah, I think in EQ it just moved you to the top of the list. I believe is how it's supposed to work. Why don't they make shield more interesting, turning it into a weapon as well as a shield so it can block, have AC, all of the shield abilities, also swing timers and animations, just auto attack with the main hand so it gives some DPS for tank. I agree. I think that they should do that, Young. I think that that's on the radar of Nick right now. He did talk recently about possibly updating the Paladins soonish and looking at some ideas there. But I think shield is on the radar of getting adjusted. So I do think we're going to get more abilities with it. I would like to see, rather than have crit and triple attack on my fighter, I would rather have more defensive abilities because it's supposed to be, quote, the premier tank. It's literally what the website says. It's physical tank. The premier, it actually says premier tank, I think, but it is the premier physical tank in the game. And technically, while true, it's not. It is technically the best physical damage mitigation tank in the game by 5%. But yeah, as far as using a shield, it's kind of pointless. Like, I would like to see a shield wall ability where you put it down and you take effectively no damage, or you block every single ability for 10 seconds or whatever. Have another ability where block doesn't just mitigate 50% of the damage, it mitigates 100% of the damage, something along those lines. A threat generating thing, a shield bash that can interrupt spell casting, spikes on your shield, like have an ability where you can put spikes on your shield. Like, this could be a good ability for Shadow Knights. Not that Shadow Knights need more stuff, but maybe have a Shadow Knight ability where they put something on their shield, and whenever they block, it damages the person like their own personal damage shield. Then a Paladin could have the opposite of that. Every time they block, they heal a little bit. Things of that nature I think would be really cool, and I would love to see in this game. They do need more with shields. Sounds like they need a nerf tank threat damage and buff block and shields. I don't think they need to nerf the tank threat. I think that they have gone a little overboard on the tank damage, especially fighter. Fighters right now, I would say, are in the top 5 DPS in the entire game. If big asterisks here, okay? Because people are going to be like, that shouldn't be the case. They have to be an offensive stance. Offensive stance gives fighters 15% more damage. If they are in defensive stance, they don't get that 15% more damage, and it knocks them down substantially in the DPS race. But most fighters right now that I've talked to play the game almost 100% in offensive stance. Again, if you go into defensive stance and put a shield on, you're losing threat, losing a lot of threat. And that's why I think we need to have more defensive abilities, more threat generating abilities for the fighter to give you a reason to use that defensive stance. And that's why people are saying that the fighter technically on paper is the most defensive mitigation tank in the game, because its defensive stance gives 10% mitigation, whereas the similar stances for your Paladin or Shadow Knight or Inquisitor is only 5%. So literally it's a 5% difference if you're using defensive stance, which fighters generally don't use. They use their offensive stance. I would rather see the defensive stance on a fighter. If you want to make them the premier tank, then make them the premier tank. Don't make them slightly better than that. It doesn't function. Like, it just, why would I'm sacrificing so much utility on the fighter for what? Basically to make them offensive. Like, an offensive fighter is a very good DPS, but if I wanted a DPS, I'd play a different class. I'm playing a fighter because I want to take hits. I want to be the giant shield wall that is just standing in the way, beating on something. But right now, I would say that the Shadow Knight or Paladin are probably better at that. They're not necessarily better, but the way in which you would have to play a fighter to be equal to or slightly better than those two is min-maxing a lesser way to play the fighter. Like, you don't want to play the fighter that way. You want to play it in an offensive stance and do the more damage and have the better threat generation. Overall, it's just a better way to play. So is AC most important in Monster Memories for tanks and EQ? So yes and no. Armor class functions, but I think it needs to be looked at again. They recently increased the amount of damage that monsters do, and they didn't really adjust the armor class very much during that. So I think they need to adjust the armor class a little bit more. They just need to look at it and tweak the numbers a little bit more. So yeah. Does any class have AoE taunt abilities? The fighter has one AoE taunt. It's on a 10-minute long cooldown. It is not very reliable. It can get resisted, just like your taunt can. So like, at least I'm pretty sure it can get resisted, because like I could use a taunt on 5 enemies and 1 or 2 of them may not get taunted, which means that I still have to go and target that enemy and still taunt it manually, and then also do some damage to it to bring it on me. So no, there's really is no threat. Paladin probably has the best AoE threat because it can heal. So if a Paladin gets on the threat table of say 5 different enemies and they spam heal themselves, they will get threat. Just like if a healer were to spam heal them, the healer would get threat. Same thing. So I would say that a Paladin's going to be probably one of the best AoE tanks in the game. I think personally that should be the case. I think that Paladin should have amazing AoE threat through their heals, but they should not be as strong defensively and damage mitigation wise as a fighter. I think that the fighter should be able to hunker down. They have a defensive ability. I think they should just mitigate more damage. In their defensive stance, technically they do 5% more. I think it should be more than that. I think it should be a good 10% more than the other tanks. Like all the time when they're in defensive stance, because they have to choose defensive stance or offensive stance. If you're going to make me choose between those, I'm going to go offensive stance right now on the fighter. There's no reason for me to go defensive stance. Almost. Might be a couple here and there, but why? Like, I would rather just kill something faster. Maybe like AoE proc or cooldown with the shield. Yeah, and I think they're adding that to the Paladin. So Nick did show this off a couple of streams ago. A Paladin like cone, a frontal cone ability, where the Paladin did like an ability and it did an AoE cone in front of them. I think we're going to start seeing stuff like that. I would love to see a fighter like where they take their weapon and they slam it against their, like a sonic boom kind of thing. That's like a taunt or, you know, something along those lines where they can do like a hit their shield with their weapon and it's a taunt or a threat generating ability, cone shape. I think it would be good, but I don't want too many of those because again, this game is meant to be fighting one monster at a time, not AoE farming down a bunch of stuff. I don't like the AoE farming. If I wanted that, I'll go play Final Fantasy XIV, where I do wall-to-wall pulls in dungeons, and I'm killing, you know, dozens of enemies at the same time. So, yeah. Lose movement speed and gain huge defense. That's what I would like to see, yeah. Shield the group and generate aggro. Great ideas. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I think that Paladins should be really good at shielding the group, and I think Nick even said on one of his recent streams that that's an idea of Paladin that he's thought of. Like he says this sometimes, that he's thought of a lot of the ideas that we present to him, and it's just more about making that work for their game. Like we all have amazing ideas, right? But do they work in the world of Monsters and Memories? For example, one that I talked about the other day was every single race should be able to be every single class. That's my personal opinion. Does that work in the world of Monsters and Memories, though? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's not my vision. It's not my game. You know, I don't know what they have planned in the future. You know, they have a lot of things that they talk about behind closed doors where when we present them an idea, the idea might sound amazing, but then when actually put into the game, changes the fundamentals of the game, and you don't really want that. Shields can be cool with good abilities. They can. That's why I would play Fighter Warrior 2. Good points. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tesla. Appreciate your input. Turn Paladins into Captain Americas. Lots of shield tossing and smacks. They actually do have a shield throw. I think Paladins have a shield throw. So, yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, bud. So yeah, anyway, I think all those are really great ideas. Shield ability ideas, not exclusive to fighters. If you have ideas for that, jump into this thread right here. Tavish made a thread about it, and has talked about it quite a bit. And I think that more shield abilities are definitely a good thing. I think that fighters should get a few of them for tanking specifically, but I think that Paladin and Shadow Knight should lean into them a lot because they have to choose two-handed weapon or sword board. They don't have the dual wield option. Right now, I would say that dual wield, for the most part, is better DPS than two-handed weapons, but there are a couple of two-handed weapons that are really good in the game. So it depends on the weapons that you have. So, two-handed DPS viability. As title mentions, is survivability 200 DPS. The short answer is yes, if you can find the right weapon. That's all we'll say on that. All we'll say. Let's go back up here. General, what made you quit? We've read a bunch of these things. I don't think there's been anything new on a lot of these. Heard people saying agility makes a huge difference in damage taken. Not really hearing the same about shields. Shields does not. Shields are not worth using at this time. I have also heard that agility makes a big difference because it factors into your dodge and your parry. And it also factors into your shield block. But yeah, if you can completely negate damage, having higher dodge, higher parry is very good. So yeah, I have also heard that. I personally have not tested high agility, but there is somebody that has been tanking in my guild that has been testing high agility and seeing if it's better. Now, the issue that I have with high agility is if they make agility too strong, what it's going to do is it's going to make monks the best tank in the game. Because they're going to get high agility, they're going to get higher dodge chance. They have innate block ability without using a shield. They can just block abilities. They do not have parry, however. So that might be the way that they're going to balance monk versus other tanks, is monks don't have the parry ability. But yeah, if they make agility too good, then a high agility monk potentially could be the best tank in the game. But they're going to be very spiky damage. So every time they get hit, they're going to get hit for closer to full damage since they wear like leather armor. Whereas a tank with full like high AC should be dropping the amount of damage they take, I would say like in half. I don't think it works that much. Like right now, I would say 200 damage goes down to maybe 180, 160 at best. I think that plate should be a very substantial difference. But the way that the formulas work in games like Monsters and Memories, at least in EverQuest, I think it worked this way, is if you are hit wearing plate, the range of damage was adjusted. So like if you're hit wearing cloth, your range of damage was like 90% to 100%. Whereas if you were hit with plate, your range of damage is like 50% to 100%. So overall, you're taking quite a bit less damage. And it might be that way in Monsters and Memories. I don't know the formulas, but I think it should consistently be lower. I also think that armor should dictate crits. I think that monsters should have the ability to crit, like with melee attacks. And if you are under a certain armor class, I think that crits should just happen more often. And if you're over a certain armor class, it could potentially negate crits altogether. And that could be another way to differentiate tanks versus non-tanks in a game like this. But again, it all boils down to the math behind it. I don't know the formulas. So some of that stuff may or may not work. Archer pinning shot interrupts itself. Or interrupts itself and snare effects does not land. Oh boy, that's not good. Zoning while swimming. I had this issue right outside of Night Harbor. I don't know if it was this issue, but the issue I had right outside of Night Harbor, you turn right going into Sungreet Strands, get down to that little river, and I zoned over going back into Night Harbor. And it put me in weird places. Whenever you zone into a new zone line while swimming through the ocean, you are placed at the bottom of the ocean no matter if you zoned swimming. Oh, that's a whole other issue because then you could drown trying to get up. I don't give a Dan. How you doing, bud? Swimming from Fallen Pass to Shaded Dunes resulted in you being very bottom of the water. A complete swim journey. This happened each time I zoned. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. You shouldn't zone in at the bottom. That's the problem that I see with an underwater zone. I know that Sean and Nick have both hinted at underwater zone. We're going to be getting an underwater zone at some point, probably early access-ish. That's going to be a problem, in a zone like that. Depending on how the zone works, they got to make sure that swimming works properly. Right now, I don't think that pets work very well in water, especially if you're transitioning from above water down into water and back and forth. Now, if you're just underwater, maybe they work, or if you're just above the water, they work. But I know pet classes that go from above the water, they swim down in the water, and their pet just kind of follows them on top of the water and does all sorts of crazy stuff. So they definitely need to work on that. Sure, there'll be a potion, spell, item that helps with that. With what, swimming? Underwater swimming? I mean, there's Endure Breath, but I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to help you with swimming. I mean, they might put something in that gives you like temporary higher swimming. Getting your swimming up though, I recommend leveling it. You can level the swimming skill up to 100. And I want to say that every point in swimming gives you like 1% speed or something. Webbed feet potion? I mean, maybe. Or some gills potion. I guess that's what water breathing is. It's the gills. But yeah, webbed hands and feet to make you swim faster. What is that? The gillyweed from no, gillyweed gave him the gills. No, it gave him the webbed feet as well, didn't it? In Harry Potter. Archer ability disengagement performs the jump backwards, but interrupts itself, and it seems the detaunt doesn't take effect. Uh-oh. That's not good. All right, what else can we read here? Anything new? Anything new? Account-wide blocking and ignoring. It took, wow, 20 years to do this, but can we get account-wide block feature? I mean, yeah, if you want to block people, you want to block all of them, right? Not just the one character. Recommended adding a sentence or two to explaining the difference between bag slots, belt slots, and means for inventory management. My personal experience was that I ignored this mechanic until much further into the game when I started getting bags. I had a beetle bowl that I couldn't open at all. 2 more beetle bowls I could fill with loot. And then certain items... that is annoying, yeah. My initial interaction with this is very confused. I mean, I could see how it's annoying. What does it say here, though? Be sure to deactivate during the day. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How I look at this, and I'm not saying that like they shouldn't necessarily tell us about this. A little bit more onboarding wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but at the same time, the lack of onboarding in the game also teaches you quite a bit, right? It tells you maybe you should question everything you come across rather than assume the game is going to tell you how everything you come across functions. This game is very much a try, test it, find out, figure it out kind of thing. I thought that was your desktop background. What, the Monsters Memories thing? No. We're actually reading through this. I've just been kind of talking a bunch. Chat tabs and channels. We're in a specific channel when sending messages. Specific tab. I would like the convenience OC. I think this person may have brought this up with Sean recently, and he said maybe. The inventory image. Oh yeah. Let's see. Fan selection of Discord. Secondary hotbar. We're getting those. We're getting those, boys and girls. It's coming. Not action bar, but hotbar. The one that's down at the bottom. We're going to get multiple hotbars. Sound still audible when minimized. What? Can we sort out a game being audible while the client is not focused? Yeah, isn't there a background? Yeah, background sound. Isn't that it right there? Literally a menu item. Anyway. Fewer racial restrictions on class. See, this is something I could get behind. Race restrictions on class reduce roleplay opportunities. It has no effect on gameplay, so I put them in. Open to all classes. This is I agree with this, and it looks like a lot of people disagree with this, and that's fine, right? We can have differences of opinions. I like this idea of race every race being every class. Of course, there's going to be the min-maxers that are going to be like, no, you don't want to be a certain race with a certain class. But I like that idea. I think it's great. And somebody said lore reasons. And I'm like, well, that actually limits the lore in the game. Because you could say, I want to be this race with this class, even though that race shuns that type of class. Like ogres may not want to be int casters. Maybe they don't like enchanters for whatever reason. So they could say, oh, we hate enchanters. They, fog our minds and fill us with, bad thoughts and blah, 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 blah. That could be their lore reason for it. Therefore, most ogres don't want to be an enchanter. But you might want to play that ogre that's like, oh, I wonder why. Like, I want to do that. I want to test this out. I want to study it. Maybe you have that super smart ogre that actually wants to do that, and it opens up more lore reasons. But the biggest reason of all that I think that they left it out of certain races can only be certain classes is for future content, because Sean has spoke on this many times, where they most likely will have the ability to unlock specific classes for specific races in the future through quests. So it's more content that they could add to the game. Last Monster Memory playtest, I found out the main command bar had 3 pages. The other 2 pages were mud type commands. Do you use these often? I never use look or grab or anything. So Tesla, yes, you're talking about the little bar on the right, or I don't know where it starts. I think it actually starts maybe on the left. It starts somewhere, but yeah, it's the command menu. It has 3 different pages, and those commands are mostly mud commands, but it also has like sit on there, and follow and drag corpse and things like that. Mud commands are very, very, very much something you want to use, especially the /look command. When you are playing Monsters and Memories, if you are not using /look often, you are missing out on a good 80% of the game. You're not going to be able to figure out quests. You're not going to be able to find certain things buried in the ground. You're missing out on a lot of content. So do the /look command, especially when you go into some place that looks interesting visually on your actual screen. Walk up to an altar, type /look. Walk up to a pillar, /look. When you go into some ruins, there's some ruins in Vale of Zintar, like this random building. It's just a collapsed like guard tower. Walk inside of it. Type /look. You'll see some text. If you see orange flavor text that appears, read it. There may be something you can do. It might, like, I'll give you the example in Vale of Zintar. There's a quest associated with it. You go into this collapsing tower, and there's just a bunch of rubble kind of inside of it. It looks like there's nothing in there. If you do /look, it says in the flavor text something to the effect of some rubble has collapsed inside of the tower. You can see a faint glint of something poking out, or a page poking out of the rubble. And if you type in /inspect rubble, it then says a page pops out, etc., whatever it says. And then you type in /take space page. You actually will take that piece of paper or the page or whatever it is in your inventory. So you want to use those mud commands, and then you can right click on that page and it gives you some more information of where a quest might be. So it kind of puts you onto a quest, and it's kind of like the starter of a quest. Now, there is no quest log that says, hey, you began a quest. It's just, this is just something you can read it and say, hey, I see some names on here. I see some maybe points of interest, like it might say the name of a town, the name of a player, or not a player, the name of an NPC, the big green tower, whatever. It might just reference certain things. And if you follow those clues, you'll probably figure out a quest. So I highly recommend doing that. Do the mud commands require a target or just the location? It depends on the mud command. If you're in a location, /look works. But if you type in /inspect, right, it needs something past that. And if you type in just /inspect, it'll tell you insert more information, right? Inspect what? So you do have to tell it that. Sometimes you need to put an item on your cursor. So to get like, there's a fighter quest where you have to get a frautage of which is an inscription of something, and you have ink in your hand, or you have ink in you have charcoal in your inventory. You have a piece of paper, a parchment in your inventory, and then you get to this pillar, and you're standing in front of it. You actually have to hold the paper in your hand, and you have to type in / rub inscription, I think is what you actually have to type. But if you don't have a piece of paper in your hand, I don't think it functions. So it depends, right? Certain things you have to have certain ways. You have to be holding a weapon in your hand when you do something, like literally on your cursor. A key, maybe. A ring, things of that nature. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Looking forward to exploring? Yeah. Some commands require you to hold things in your mouse cursor too. Yep. It's a strange one. It is. Broken it down nicely for you. I had to learn about mud stuff too when playing. Yeah, it's rough. The mud commands in Monsters and Memories they're an obstacle that are very hard to tackle at first because you don't think that you need to do them. Like you just don't even think about it. That's why I tell people, get used to using those mud commands, make macros like the /look command specifically, and then kind of test out with some of the other ones. There's a lot. There's one. Go to Sungreet Strand, which is north Night Harbor. Go out the zone line there, goes into Sungreet Strand. Go kind of ahead, and then on the left wall, there's a little group of archaeologists out there. And they are kind of standing around, just hanging out or whatever. And there is a fire. And on that fire, you can see that they're cooking something like a little pot of stew. Go up to that and mess around with it. /take stew. It'll put it in your inventory. What can you do with that stew? There's a little skeleton over to the side. Look at the skeleton. What can I do with that skeleton? What is the skeleton doing? The skeleton is looking at the pot of stew. Maybe there's an interaction there. Test things out. Hold the stew in your hand. Try to do something with the skeleton, etc., and build on that. Keep trying different things out. You'll figure things out eventually. It all comes together in the end, but it's tough. It's very tough to learn. Taste. Yeah, taste is one. You can taste the stew. Absolutely. There's a few fun actions too, like lick or taste. Don't remember exactly. I think it was a silver coin in Wormsbane where I did my first mud command. I heard a noise when I entered a room. Yeah, that's another one. There are audio cues in this game. When you enter certain places, there is an audio cue. So if you don't have your sound on, I know a lot of people play MMOs completely silent because they get tired of that and they just put music in the background. If you're exploring Monsters and Memories and you have your sound turned off, you're going to miss out on stuff. So not a lot. It's not like a crazy amount right now, but you're going to miss out on stuff. Holy brick wall. My goodness. Monk feedback. What do I say about this? I love that people want to give feedback on their classes, right? But first and foremost, if it's monk feedback, put it down here in the class forums under monk. Secondly, try to format your feedback, guys. This right here is, I'm sure it's great feedback. I'm sure there's some really good information here. It's very hard to read that and understand that, especially for devs that are trying to get good feedback. Just make bullet points. These are what I like. This is what I don't like, etc. Make it easier for them. It really speeds up the development process if they're not having to read a just a block of information. Should I use notes application? I would recommend taking notes for sure for Monsters and Memories quests. Absolutely, take notes. If that's what you're talking about. How will Monster Memory address player sparsity upon expanding the end game? How will Monster Memory address the inevitability of players thinning out across content, loading up to zones in game when they release future expansions? That's a good question. I can kind of give you an answer because players have to play and catch up. So one way that they're planning on doing it is they're not trying to create zones that are specific to a level range. Like you go to this zone for this level range. Most zones in this game have multiple level ranges in which you can be there doing stuff. So for example, you might go into Shaded Dunes at level 1. Honestly, and you can start fighting some of the beetles, and you could get up to like level 10 going down and fighting the crocs, fighting the undead at the end, etc. But there's going to be sand giants that are walking around. There's ghouls that are walking around. Those sand giants I think are level like 30s, 40 maybe. I don't remember what level they are. Those sand, you're going to want to go back to those areas and kill those sand giants. Same thing, Fallen Pass. You can technically start Fallen Pass in your mid to late teens, but that goes all the way up to level 60. Night Harbor goes all the way up to level 60. There's level 60 content in Night Harbor. So that's how they're going to do it. They're going to have people go back to old zones. They're going to go out to a zone. They're going to come back. They're going to go to a different zone. They're going to go over here. They're going to be all over the place. But as far as like grouping and stuff, like finding people, let's say a year, 2 years down the road, how many people are going to be really level 1 going into Wormsbane or level 3 to 5 going into Wormsbane? Not very many. You're not going to have a lot of people camping that dungeon. So I don't know what their plan is for that. It would be nice to see. Nobody leveling early in SS, despite camps for it. Which one is SS? Sungreet Strands? Shallow Shoals, yeah. What early levels are in Shallow Shoals? I'm trying to think. Shallow Shoals, I wouldn't recommend going there to about level high 30s or 40. Like that area, dangerous. Ashira at first boat stop. The Ashira at the first boat stop, like on the actual island that you stop on your boat. Last I checked, that was an empty island. There was nothing there except for like one Ashira. Now, if you go swim out from that boat stop, like if you swim to a different island, there are Ashira. You don't want to fight those at early levels. Have they released a map? I saw something on the website, but it looks like a placeholder. Who? Monsters and Memories? Not to my knowledge. They haven't released a map. I'm like, you're talking about like a big overworld map of the different zones and where they go? Yeah, there's fan-made wiki stuff, and there's a lot of maps in that fan-made wiki. There's a ton. Oops. Well, I wouldn't say a ton. There's several maps on there. But those are player-made maps. So, and that's kind of what was my take in this game and in Pantheon and in many other old school MMOs. Is these developers are like, no, we don't want to put maps in the game. And it's like, you realize people are just going to make maps. And then they're going to have a map on their phone or on another computer. You might as well put them in the game somehow. And then people get all upset and they're like, no maps, never put a map ever, blah, blah, blah. And they're freaking out about it. And it's like, I don't know, maybe what they think of a map is like a GPS map with very detailed things on it and telling you where to go and all that kind of stuff. I'm just talking about a map, right? Like you open a map and you have a piece of paper and you're like, okay, now I got to figure out where the heck I am on the map. Yeah. Like in EQ1, the binder with printed maps. Yeah. You know, like I don't have an issue with maps. Like I think that maps should be part of the game. And I think that cartography should be a skill in the game that creates maps that you can right click and see a map of the area. So like I don't see an issue with that at all. I think that they should add them to the game. You're right, but there's something charming about it. No, there's absolutely something charming about it. But you know, having a piece of paper that opens up to a map, I think it's more charming to add that into the game than it is to go, okay, where am I? Let me pull it up on my other computer. Let me tab out to another screen. Let me open it up on my phone. I mean, talk about immersion destroying, right? You're immersed in a world and you're looking at different things and you're like, okay, I just want to open a map. let me open up my phone or my tablet and look. Okay, that completely kills immersion. But if I can actually have an item in game that's a piece of paper, a parchment that I right click on, and it opens a like very crude drawing of a map, super cool. Adds more immersion to the game. Adds so much more to the game than just being like, okay, I'm gonna find another map on a different computer. So I don't know. I mean, have any of you ever gone like a cross-country trip or anything like that without plotting out your destination on your phone? When I was younger, I was very fortunate when I was younger that my parents, my dad specifically, liked to travel a lot. And we would just get in the motorhome as a family and just drive somewhere. And we often stopped at rest stops and we would pick up maps, physical, tangible maps, and we would open them up and go, okay, where can we go next? This road takes us over here. And we looked at the map, physical map, and it changed things for you. It changed your perspective on what you were doing. That journey was more of an adventure than it was grab phone, put it in GPS. GPS tells you the best way to get there, period. You know, driving down Route 66. Have you ever done that in the US? Like Route 66 is a really cool road to drive down with all these like different restaurants and gas stations and things. And it's starting slowly getting less and less and less people on it because everyone just uses their phone. And that wasn't that the whole thing about what the movie with Lightning McQueen, Cars, wasn't that like Cars or Cars 2 or something? One of their big topics is that people just don't explore anymore. So I think that, you know, it adds to it personally. I think it adds to it. People who don't want maps can flip and unmap the key. Problem solved. Don't make me suffer for your immersion. I mean, I see it. What if they gave you a paper you could partially fill out, but you could get a pencil and fill it out the rest? I think what they should do, I think this would be a really cool way to do maps. Okay, this is my take on it, is you go to the cartographer and you get your 1 point in cartography. You're now a cartographer. You buy some parchment, you buy some ink, you buy a quill, maybe some charcoal, whatever you want to use to make the components of map making. It would be some sort of writing utensil and parchment. And then you go out and you click the cartography skill and you start walking around. You just go into an area. Let's say I go into Fallen Pass. I zone in, I turn on my cartography skill. It starts using my paper and my ink, and it starts just drawing on this map. And I just start walking around in the zone in various places, and it very crudely starts to create a map on that piece of paper, like just black lines on a piece of paper, right? And depending on your skill, if your skill is garbage, your lines are going to be squiggly. They're not going to be exact. Like you see a zone wall here. Well, that zone wall might, be a little off when you're low level skill, but when you are 300 skill in it, it perfectly follows that zone wall. It finds that, there's an orc camp that you see off in the distance, and it might fill in it draws like a little orc figure, and it says that there's an orc camp here of 15 tents or something. And it slowly fills in those kind of things. That would be my idea of it. And I think it'd be a lot of fun. I just want like a zone to zone map. It doesn't have anything other than zone names. There is that on the wiki. If you really want that. It's Monsters and Memories. Zone connection map. There you go. There's your zone connection map and how it works in Monsters and Memories. And this is actually very accurate. So let's go to Night Harbor. Night Harbor's here. From Night Harbor, you can go north to Sungreet Strand. You can go west to Shaded Dunes. From Shaded Dunes, you can go into Fallen Pass. You have Infested Crypt as part of that. You have Telekir, Ancient Crypt. These are all connected to Shaded Dunes. Telekir, or sorry, not Telekir. You have, where's Ancient... Tomb of the Last Wormsbane, which is off of Night Harbor, which also zones into Ancient Crypt, which then zones into, see, like all of these works. This is good. And this is very accurate. You got the boat on here. Boat goes from Night Harbor and it zones over to Shaded Dunes. You can see how like it even has that connection. So you can actually jump off the boat and go to Shaded Dunes. You could see Fallen Pass. It then goes into Shallow Shoals. And never actually zones into Vale of Zintar, but Shallow Shoals goes into Vale of Zintar, etc. Keeper's Bite. So yeah, this is a fantastic map. It even has zones that are no longer in the game, Fields of the Lost and Caves of Urim or whatever. It even has these Module 1 zones. That's where these are going to be. Some of the deep zones, etc. Yeah, the Underdocks is going to be coming in at some point. Yeah, this is a great map. I've used this for a long time until I just memorized it. At this point, I've memorized all of these zones and where they are and how to get to them. Like, it's, not too bad once you memorize it, but I use that quite a bit. Tried looking for the Caves of Urim once, couldn't get in. Yeah, Caves of Urim have been turned off for now. You can't zone into them. At one point, you could. I would like a handmade map too, not a GPS map. Yeah, no GPS map, handmade maps, hand-drawn maps, super cool, great idea. I would love to have that in the game because I just don't want to have to use out-of-game sources if I don't want to, right? But you're going to have to do that. Do you know if Monster Memory Cartographer map is still being updated? Monsters of Memory's Cartographer map? I don't know. Like, you talking about a website? I don't know if it is or not. It might be. Maybe. Kind of like the map making skill idea. I think it's a great idea, but, some people like it. Some people won't. I don't know if there is a website or what the website is, if it's still being updated. I did try out Apogia very, 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 very briefly. And then I read some bad things about it, and then I didn't really log back into it anymore. It was something about the handling of the game from the devs or something. I don't know. I have to look into it some more. But no, I didn't really have a chance to play it too much. I heard that it's a pretty fun game, though. I've also just been very busy. Very, very, very busy this weekend. So, what is Monster Memory? No, Monster Memory is not playable today, no. Their launch was bad with account creation and full servers. Yeah. I heard a lot of bad stuff about it. I finally did get my account. Like, people were complaining that they didn't get their code, and it was like a 20-minute code, but they didn't get it for like hours upon hours. And the servers were full and all of that kind of stuff. And it was just a really bad start. Which it's an MMO, and I think it got a little bit too much. I think it got a little too popular too fast, and the devs weren't aware. I feel like hopefully for Monsters and Memories, the devs are aware that this game could, and I know Sean is because he's been around the industry for a very long time, that this game could have a couple hundred subscribers day one, and it could have tens of thousands or even 100,000 subscribers day one, and they need to be prepared for that. So hopefully they are. Can you link it? It's a fan-voted map being made by someone. They vote on what to add and stuff. It's definitely more GPS than handmade, but the guy is hand-making it with locations of vendors and mobs. I have links turned off for various reasons, but I mean, you could tell us what it is. I don't mind issue, like, I don't have an issue with maps and stuff like that. But yeah, I turn links off because I don't want people posting randomness. So I've got that turned off right now. Options to remove titles on chat windows. Not anchored to their chat boxes, which made it super awkward to move things around. I mean, I guess you could remove titles. I don't know why you would want to, though. I guess I don't know. It's just like a line of titles. I don't see the issue. But whatever. Ability books. What is this? You can remove the bottom button, but you can't move the bar to the bottom of the screen. Please see screenshot. I know there's a limit of moving. What? I don't know what this guy's talking about. whatever. That's something for the devs to look at. I don't even know. Plate armor for Spellblade. What? Are you kidding me? Somebody actually asked about that? September 14th of 2025. Okay. Just like their counterpart, Inquisitor and Shadow Knight. Inquisitor and Shadow Knight are not counterparts to Spellblade. They're not a counterpart to Spellblade. They're very, very different. DPS class, tank classes. They're different. Anyway, this was back in September. I mean, this is a long time ago. A lot has changed since then. Yeah. Anyway. So that's all the main forums here. What do we have in Archer? Archer forum. Archer versus Ranger. Oh, this is from a long time ago, too. When did they post this? Oh, just in December. Archers differentiate from Rangers. Didn't we talk about this last time? Archers and Rangers are very, very different classes, guys. They're very different classes. I think that what Nick has done recently with Rangers has made them much closer to Archers by adding in all those elemental abilities that Rangers now have. But they are very different still. Rangers still have spells that they can cast. They have an aura that they can use. Archers do not have either of those things. Archers are going to be more like trap-based gameplay. So they're going to be like they're going to be ranged DPSers, right? And they're going to have a few ranged abilities like illuminating shot, pinning shot. What other kind of abilities archers have that I can't think of them off the top of my head. But they're also going to have traps. They're going to be able to put down caltrops. They're going to be able to hopefully put down an actual trap. I think it'd be really cool to have an archer put down like a explosion trap, right? And it takes them a couple seconds to actually set and arm the trap. It'd be really cool to see in a dungeon. This would probably be game breaking, but something in a dungeon where they could put down like a trap in a hallway that the puller always pulls mobs through, so that when the mob comes in, they're just instantly like explosion traps and they start taking damage and stuff. But a ranger putting down a snare trap in a hallway that you're pulling to is actually very beneficial. Or not a ranger, sorry, an archer putting down a snare. If they put down their little caltrops, when the mobs start coming through, they're instantly snared, all of them, no matter how many you have. And then the enchanter then can pick them off and start mezzing them in that hallway, rather than having them all get to your camp and start beating on you, right? There's reasons to use some of these abilities. People just have to figure it out. Archer is sweet. I think so too. You don't like the Archer name? It sounds too mundane. I can see that. What would you want to call it? Just out of curiosity. What are they called? Like there's bards in Final Fantasy, which are technically archers, right? Archers are strictly physical damage? Yes. Archers are, right now, physical damage. They don't do any elemental damage that I know of. Rangers, however, do have their elemental shots. But archers are going to be more... I don't know that they are right now. Archers should end up being more DPS than Rangers. Rangers are going to have more utility than archers. So, in the end, that's what you should expect. I can see them getting arrows enchanted by another player. Yeah. Trap sounds more like a ranger ability. Traps are going to be going to archers. Nick has basically said that. I agree with you that I think traps on rangers sounds... because a ranger would trap animals, right? They would use like little snare traps and things. But traps are going to be more of an archer ability, whereas rangers are going to get more things like druidish type abilities, where they're going to... Funny, he doesn't look druish. They're going to be getting things like the elemental shots, the elemental procs on their weapons. They're going to be using more of the elements from magic than archers. I would rather them scrap archer and put an artificer instead with guns. I don't think you're ever going to see guns, ever. I don't think that's going to be a thing. They don't even want to put crossbows in the game, so I don't see guns ever being a thing. Even like like flint rifles and things like that. I don't think we're going to see. Going to be tough to balance Archer versus Wizard DPS when one is limited by mana. Well, same thing with Rogue. Archer, Rogue, and Wizard are going to be your 3 top DPS. They should be, theoretically, the top 3 DPS, but they should do it in different ways. Wizard is going to be your upfront, able to do the most amount of damage in a short amount of time. Archer is going to be your ranged, consistent DPSer with like some snare type traps and things that they can put down, maybe like debuffs and such, I would say. And then a rogue is going to be your melee with a big backstab that does periodically bigger damage, not necessarily as high as a wizard, but it has that ability to do like a 500 point damage backstab or whatever. And they're going to be able to sap enemies. They can go invisible to sneak around a little bit, but it's going to be exclusive to being behind the enemy. I think that the rogue should be the highest DPS class over those 3, but it should be based on position. Like you have to be behind the mob and you have to be hitting it, with your abilities from behind while going into stealth, etc. Whereas the other 2 should be slightly less DPS, but the wizard should be able to do all upfront DPS. I personally don't like the wizard right now. I think the wizard is one of, if not the worst class in the game. Wizard and elementalist, I would say, because the wizard, once the wizard uses their mana, they have to sit there and wait. So no matter if they're in a party or if they're solo, a wizard is reliant 100% on their mana. So I don't know. They're just really, really, really in a bad place. And then I don't like elementalists because they're basically just wizards with pets. They don't really do anything special. They do have those combo abilities with their pet and their spells to be able to do some sort of combination of things, but it's very lackluster in what it does and doesn't feel good. It's like, why do it? Especially like the blind ability. I'm gonna tell you now, guys, if you have an elementalist in your party and you have a melee tank, which all the tanks are melee, and you have a melee DPS in your party, you better make sure that you tell that elementalist not to use their blind attack. Because if they do, there's a very strong chance that enemy that they're fighting is going to turn around and smack their melee DPS and potentially kill them, because high-end monsters do a lot of damage. So like a rogue could easily die because the elementalist blinded the target, and the blind target just randomly attacks somebody within aggro range. So it's very bad. I wouldn't worry about balance just yet. I disagree. I think we need to start worrying about balance very soon. They're already working on balance a little bit. Hang on. They're already starting to work on balance a little bit. I don't think they really need to focus on it until beta hits, but once beta hits, they really need to hone in on balance. Balance right now is way off. Like it is ungodly off, guys. It is bad. Like I hate to say it that way. I don't know if Nick is still listening, and I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I know that Nick does work on balancing. Runoff works on balancing. Some other people. It's in a very bad place right now, to the point where you don't really want to play certain classes at in game because they're just worthless. They're fixing it. It's changing. So, but it's just in a really bad place. And I think if they don't start looking at it and fixing it now, which they are doing, then it won't be good by the time early access hits. It's going to take them too much time. It's in a bad place. Dots, I don't feel like are doing enough damage, or they're too long to really put a dot class into a group. So that's one issue. You have wizards that are just all upfront damage, and then once they use their mana, they're just sitting there basically worthless. Wizard is one of the worst classes that you could put into your party for a DPS class. If you want to increase your kill speed, putting a wizard in your party is only good for the first 5 minutes the wizard's in the party. After that, they are one of the worst classes you could put into your party. They're just garbage. Like the tanks having different, like a very big range in their DPS, fighters being way up here in DPS, whereas DPS classes like a monk, in my opinion, I think it's more of a DPS class than it is not. Monks are like down here compared to a fighter that's up here. That shouldn't be the case. Fighter should be the better tank, and it technically is, but it should be lesser DPS. The monk should be higher than the fighter DPS wise, and they're not. Rogues right now are like way down on the DPS. They're lower than monks, in my opinion. They're lower than fighters. They're lower than a lot of people, but they should be at the top. It's all over the place. It's in a bad spot. I just gave you a bunch of examples, Nick. It's just a lot of stuff is in a bad place, very bad place. The Spellblade right now is like S tier DPS and like low S tier tanking. Why? Like why is a Spellblade able to tank as well as all of the tanks, but also can do S tier DPS? The Spellblade should be A+ tier, maybe low end S tier DPS, but tank wise, it should be a B tier tank. I think that a monk should be an A tier tank with A tier DPS. A fighter should be S tier tank, B tier DPS. But right now, it's like fighter is A tier, or is like S tier DPS and low S tier B tier tank, or A tier tank. It's just resistor too high. Yeah, resistor way too high for wizards. Wizards can go like 3, 4, 5 nukes in a row, 0 damage. Now they have no mana. Now they're worthless, completely worthless. At least the elementalist has a pet that they can send in, but then we get to the point of, well, if pets are doing too much damage, then they're going to replace a player. If they're able to tank too well, they're going to replace a player. So pets can't be too strong, but they also can't be too weak. Otherwise, why have a pet? So there's a lot of stuff like that. There's just a lot of balancing issues right now. So many of them that need to be looked at. And not to mention, like the rogue. I talked about the rogue being way down here. The rogue is like, I would say, a B tier DPS right now. Most of that is because they're missing abilities. They need more things. They need crit. Fighter doesn't need crit. Rogue needs crit, in my opinion, right? Monk should get triple attack. Fighter doesn't necessarily need triple attack. That would kind of fix some of those things a little bit. I think that rogues, I think Nick's recently updated the backstab for rogues. I haven't checked to see how much damage they do. But yeah, they should have big backstab damage. Up at level 60, I think a rogue should be able to hit 1,000, 1,500 damage backstab. I think would not be out of the realm of possibilities. Just like a wizard can hit 2,000 damage nukes back to back to back to back if they're not resisted. So yeah, I don't know. I just think the balancing it really is not in a good place right now. There's plenty of time to fix it. I just think it's going to take a while to fix. Before adding new skills, I don't think that balancing should be necessarily fixed before adding new skills per se, because I think like with the rogue, adding those new skills will be part of that balancing. We're going to need to add new abilities for the rogue to say, okay, now they are now an S tier DPS, because what do rogues do right now? They auto attack and they have backstab, and then they have a little bit of utility. They don't have any abilities really to make them higher in the DPS. So they need more abilities. I think they went a little too crazy with the amount of classes. I wish they would start with half the amount of classes they have now, focus on them. I agree. I wasn't a big fan of the amount of classes in the game, but I think the bigger issue is the overlap in classes. For example, Shaman getting direct damage nukes, I think is a bad idea. Now, I don't know what their plan is for every class in the game. They may have like this entire list of things that they want certain classes to have, and they're just slowly going to be adding them in. But a direct damage nuke on a Shaman, why? The reason why, at least my take on it, is because druids have it. So because druids have direct damage nukes, Shamans therefore should get it because they're similar in their playstyle. But druids also have ports, so should Shaman get ports? Like, I don't think that we need to overlap skills like that. I think we need to have more skills that are specific or exclusive to classes to make you use those classes more. As of right now, if I were to have the perfect group setup, I'd probably throw in like 3 Spellblades, 1 Shadow Knight as my Shadow Knight as a tank, probably 3 Spellblades for my DPS, an Enchanter, and then probably a Shaman as my healer. That would probably make one of the best groups. Maybe a Druid or a Cleric. I mean, any of the 3 healers really could work. I'm not really sure which one I would want to put in, which is a good thing. That's where it should be, as I could use a healer, but they all do different things. But we're getting to that point when we're adding in new abilities where there's getting to be too much overlap, right? We don't need the overlap. Druid can't solo heal the group currently. Incorrect statement. I have a Druid in my group and solo heals all the time. Fighter, it's a fighter, elementalist, wizard, monk, necromancer, or wizard, depending on the day, Druid. And the Druid heals our group just fine for almost everything that we do. Without slow at 55 plus and no way to generate mana, Enchanter. You don't have to have the Shaman to slow. There's Enchanters can slow, Bards can slow, Rangers can slow, Spellblades can slow. There's a lot of classes that can actually put a slow on the enemy. So, yeah. No way to generate mana. Druids have it's now a 20-minute cooldown. It's not good, but they have Whispers. But should an Enchanter be a requirement? Enchanter's not a requirement. I just gave you 4 classes that can slow. I would say an Enchanter is definitely nice to have. Sure, absolutely. I would want an Enchanter in my group. Right now, I would absolutely want an Enchanter to be one of my 6. For the mana regen, for the slow, for the haste, for the mez, for those things. Now, why are people going to put Enchanters in their group at level 1 to 30, 40? It's for the charm. That's why they're going to be in the group. I still think that charm is still too strong. They're going to be putting in anybody that can charm in your group. That's what you're going to see in most of your low-level groups. Now, once you get into level 50 plus, that changes a little bit, and charm definitely starts to fall off. But it's still pretty strong. In fact, so strong that, well, I shouldn't say that. There are people that are using enchanters to kill mobs that are not meant to be killed with 2 enchanters. That is happening currently. So it's still too strong because they take 2 charmed mobs and kill stuff, and it's too strong. But they're looking at ways to nerf that without nerfing the charm ability, right? Like make it like the bard charm, and Nick was talking about this the other day, where bards getting hit, or the charm enemy getting hit could potentially break the charm. Those kind of things, right? They have enchanter. What should an enchanter be? Okay, I already read that. Inquisitors and bards have mana regen, as do elementalists. Well, yes, but they stack, right? The what do inquisitors get for mana regen? I don't remember. The elementalist mana regen stacks, and you're probably better off using air elemental if you have a heavy melee group rather than the mana regen. But it depends on the group, right? Your group setup is going to depend on the elementalists and what they bring to the party. And then bards have another mana regen, which I believe also stacks. My understanding is it stacks with the enlightenment line of enchanters. So you're always still going to want an enchanter, unless you're a necromancer. That's the only one that doesn't stack with the enchanter. If you have a caster-centric group, like he's describing, you should definitely want mana regen, enchanter, or bard. Yeah, absolutely. Like if we had our elementalist might put out a water pet. So we have a very diverse group, right? But if you have like the elementalist, you have an enchanter, and you have a wizard in your group, putting out the water pet, having the having the enchanter give everybody the clarity or whatever, enlightenment, And then the wizard also has their own personal mana regen, as well as a mana regen that's on like a 10-minute long cooldown that they can use, which helps quite a bit, right? All those things help quite a bit, but it still feels bad on wizards because they could literally unload, theoretically, 100% of their mana and do 0 damage. It happens too often where they get resisted 3 or 4 spells in a row, and it feels really bad. So, yeah, like one hit, one melee attack getting blocked or whatever is one thing when it's only 100 damage, but a 2,000 point nuke that gets resisted 3 times in a row, that's 6,000 damage just gone out the window and 900 mana gone, and nothing to show for it. It feels bad, guys. It feels really bad. Now the lore line of spells was recently changed, so that feels better. I don't think the lore line is resisted as much, but it does like half the amount of damage for the same amount of mana. So, yeah. Inquisitor is it's an aura regen of 1 to 3 depending on level. Yeah, and that helps, but it's not a huge amount. Elementus mana regen is too weak. Yeah, and that's going to be the thing, right? Like, if we take the Inquisitor mana regen and the Elementalist water pet regen, and you crank those up too high, then it's going to be too much mana. But if they're too low, then it's going to feel like, well, why use them? Because I think the Inquisitor one is an aura, and they have to choose between their mana regen aura or their resist aura, or maybe even a third aura that they're going to be getting. So I think it's gonna depend, right? It's really gonna depend. Now I'm gonna have to find a YouTuber who does recaps of Criddle streams. No, don't worry about that. My recaps are just come ask me. Anytime I'm streaming or whatever, just come ask me. I'll give you my answer. I want to start streaming more again. I just haven't been streaming a lot lately, because I haven't been wanting to play any other game other than Monsters and Memories. And since we can't stream Monsters and Memories, I just end up playing that. So, Fire Elemental gives the group damage shield, which stacks a Fire Elemental double damage shield. But it's not good because you don't want anyone except for your tank getting hit with getting hit, period. So having the damage shield is really only good for one person in your party. So therefore, the Fire Elemental damage shield needs to be substantial for it to make a difference. The mana regen of the Water Elemental is good. The Air proc is the best. If you get a melee group of what my perfect group setup was going to be, which is going to be a what was it? A Shadow Knight, 3 Spellblades, an Enchanter, and a Healer. If you were to take one of those Spellblades out and put in an Elementalist and put in an Air Pet, you're going to add in so much damage, because now those 2 Spellblades are going to be hitting more often because they get an additional chance to double attack with the Air Pet. So they're going to be able to hit more often, which is going to proc more often. Plus they have the aura from the Shadow Knight. And so those Spellblades are already going to be stacking decks to get as much procs as they can. The aura from the Shadow Knight will also be procking more. So it's just going to exponentially increase. That is going to make an insane team of crazy high DPS, really good tanking. You have the Split Puller with the Shadow Knight. You have the Enchanter who can mez things if needed. They can haste everybody. I mean, it's just such a stacked team. It would just be insane. So, yeah. That's why I think they need to balance other classes, because no other group could do that. You can't just put together a group of random people and just compete, right? Where you should be able to do that. You should be able to say, okay, I'm going to take out a Spellblade and put in an Archer, and our DPS should not change much. Actually, in that case, your DPS should go up, because the Archer should be doing more DPS than a Spellblade. Currently does not. So taking out the Spellblade and adding in an Archer is a net negative to a group. But if you put in an Archer, you put in a Wizard, you put in a Rogue, it should be a net positive. If you already have 2 Spellblades, you should be able to take out one and add in a different class and make the group better, but you can't currently, or it doesn't currently. And I hate to say it this way because it sounds like I'm hating on Spellblades. I'm not. I think Spellblades are a really cool class. I think they're fun. I think they're a great idea. I just think they're really hard to balance. Extremely hard to balance because you have to factor in too much RNG. If a Spellblade doesn't proc a bunch, they're going to be doing crap damage. But if they proc too much, they're going to be doing insane amounts of damage. So you have to like factor that in over a certain amount of time. But then you also have to look at, well, Archer versus Rogue over that same amount of time. Are they doing the same amount of damage? And then are they able to do the same amount of damage in a short amount of time or a longer amount of time as well? You have to somehow figure out how to balance that out. A Wizard, for example, is another one hard to balance because an Archer can sit there and just shoot arrow after arrow after arrow after arrow. They're always going to be doing consistently the same damage. A Wizard can do 10 spells up front. Let's assume they all hit for full damage, and they do 20,000 damage in the matter of 30 seconds or whatever it is. I guess it would be 50 seconds because it's let's say it's 5 seconds per cast. So in 50 seconds, they do 20,000 damage. Then they have to sit there for 10 minutes. So does an Archer do 50,000 damage over 10 minutes? Or are they doing more? Are they doing less, etc.? There's a lot of things that you have to factor in when you look at all that stuff. Air Pet also basically tanks better than Earth Pet because it's 2 stuns. Yeah, that's another issue is if pets start tanking better than a tank, it completely removes 4 classes out of the game. And in EverQuest, that was an issue for a while. In Monsters and Memories, that was also an issue for a while, whereas the pets were tanking better than players were. So it's a very tough thing to have to do. Elementalists, in my opinion, just are not in a good place because they have to bring their pets down and make them not too strong. Otherwise, they replace players. But then their nukes and things are basically equal to that of a wizard. Even I think the level 60 until recently, the level 60 Elementalist nuke and the level 60 Wizard nuke were literally the same spell, which is a big slap in the face to wizards. Like, wizards don't have pets, so you're giving them the same exact spell. Just remove wizard spells from Elementalists. Give them their own line of spells that works with the pets. That, to me, would make the class feel better and work better. But it doesn't need to be things like Blind. Blind is just a bad spell. Anybody that casts Blind is wanting their melee DPS to die, period. They're just wanting their melee DPS to die. My only use is that a Cleric is the only res class until much later in the game, unless it's been changed. No, Cleric gets it at like level 20 or whatever. And then the Paladin gets them X levels later or whatever. So like by 30, Paladin starts having res spells as well. But Cleric is the only one that has the res, yes. But Clerics are better in other ways. Clerics get damage immunity, so they can put it on themselves and other people as physical damage immunity. They have these rune shields that they can put up on people. They have the ability to remove. Hopefully, they fixed that bug. It was a bug last time I tried it. The ability to remove root and make people immune to root for 15 seconds. So they have some stuff. 10% spell haste is very nice and would stack with other spell haste. Yeah, the 10% spell haste from wizards is nice, but what does spell haste do? Spell haste allows you to burn your mana faster. What do you need to do more DPS as a wizard? More mana. So if you can just burn your mana faster, it doesn't really increase the DPS of the wizard. It increases the DPS on short duration. So like I could take what would normally take 50 seconds to unload and cast 10 different nukes at 5 seconds each, I could now do in 45 seconds because it's 10% faster spell speed. So it basically takes how much damage I can do in 50 seconds down to 45 seconds, but it's still stopped by the amount of mana that I have. So it doesn't really help the wizard that much. I think that spell haste is more important for clerics or healers to get that spell off slightly faster. It's more important for dot users to get their dots up faster because the time to kill, in my opinion, is still a little bit too low. If we were to increase the time to kill, then those dot classes would be more viable because they could actually get their dots on and get their full effect. Otherwise, why put a dot class in the party? So yeah, there's just a lot. Spell haste is pretty meh. There's a chance that some critical point allow casters to do something valuable. Yeah, exactly, Haas. That's how I look at it. It's only good for short fight, but on average, if you're going to land 1 or 2 spells per fight anyway, at some point you're going out of mana. Yeah, exactly what Sikrith is saying. So with spell haste, it's kind of a pointless thing. As a wizard, you're going to wait a few seconds to make sure that the tank has aggro. Then you're going to cast the nuke, and you might cast 1 additional nuke throughout the fight. If you continue to cast, if you really want to burn something down, a wizard is fantastic. It's going to be able to burn a name down in a matter of seconds if they really want to. But a wizard in a DPS group or in a XP group is going to be casting 1 to 2 spells per fight, and they're going to be sitting down the remainder of the fight trying to get their mana back. That spell haste is going to make 0 difference. 0. Unless it takes them from, since there's 6 seconds for meditation, and you have a 6-second cast time on a spell, you're going to miss a meditation tick. So having that 10% spell haste gets you 0.6 seconds off of that. Therefore, you're able to get the meditation, immediately start casting, finish casting, sit back down for that meditation tick. That's the only difference that it's going to really help. And that's going to be because it gives you more mana, right? Because you're going to be able to get that additional meditation tick, which could be upwards of 45 or even more. I've seen up to 200 or so mana per tick if you have a bunch of buffs on. Like if you have Whispers and you have Enlightenment and you have like a Necromancer pumping you a mana, things of that nature. You're doing all this stuff. You can get like 200, 300 mana in a single tick. So anyway. A lot of your spell blades still using like 800 damage proc, but even with 400, they're decently high. I hope they buff the other classes though, rather than nerfing their procs more. Yeah, and I'm not calling for a nerf on Spellblade. You are correct. So Spellblades were way above everybody else because they were proccing 800 damage nukes, which was insane, especially when they had high dexterity and very fast attack speed. From like the 70%, 75% or whatever it was that enchanters had of haste, plus the secondary haste, plus item haste, you were looking at like 150% haste that Spellblades had, and they're proccing 800 damage nukes. It was insane. They brought that down quite a bit, but it's still very, very high compared to the other classes. The other classes need more to come up to that, or the Spellblade needs to come down. Either of those could be options. I would prefer rogues get more abilities. They get a higher backstab. They get a bigger ambush. They get their poisons whenever Nick gets around to adding in the poisons for rogues. That could add a significant amount of damage. So, we'll have to see how it all plays out. But right now, rogues are just very lackluster, and nobody's going to want to play one, especially if they're supposed to be S tier DPS and they're down at the B tier. It's just not going to happen. Just Merg, Wizard, and Elemental together. I think, yeah, I would agree with Sikrith on that. We've talked about that quite a bit. Sikrith is actually one of the players in my group, and he plays the Elementalist. He sometimes will play the Wizard as well. But I think they should merge the Elementalist and Wizard together as one class because there's too much overlap between the two. The only difference is the pet right now, really. Really, the only difference is the pet. As far as utility. As far as anything, it's the pet. You're not a pet person, and that's fine. And that's why I think that the Wizard and Elementalist need to be separated more. Right now, they could merge them together and it wouldn't make a difference. But if they separate them more, take away all of the Wizard spells from the Elementalist and make the Wizard really lean into spell casting and big nukes and big damage, that would be the better way to go and keep them separate classes. Absolutely the better way to go. But right now, a Wizard is just very lackluster. Wizard and Rogue are like, they're supposed to be the top tier, S tier, best DPS in the game. Both of them are down at B tier. Nobody really wants to play them. They're just not worth having in your party. They don't bring the utility that you need, and they don't bring the DPS that they should be bringing to the party. Whereas a Ranger or a Spellblade is bringing in the damage. The Spellblade can also tank fairly well, just as well, if not better than a Monk. And not even temporarily. They just have this. Their rune shield allows them to tank really well. Even though they have leather armor, their rune shield is just like, it makes them basically a tank. And then they also have their procking abilities, which, like the ice proc, puts a slow on the monster. So it actually benefits them. It benefits the party. Rangers can also slow enemies with their ice arrows and their ice procs and things. And it slows the attack speed down, which is another really big one. So... yeah. It has to take you from over 6 seconds cast to under 6. Otherwise, better play. Yeah, exactly. You likely end up catching more med ticks with 30% spell haste since you're spending less time casting. Well, yeah, that's what I talked about earlier. Yeah, spell haste is good if it gets you underneath those med ticks. That's all it does. After that, it's not worth it. Never cast damage immunity on the tank. It will remove them from the enemy aggro list, and the enemy will kill your party. Does it do that? That sounds like a bug. If it does do that, Magicot, it sounds like a bug. I have cast damage immunity from a cleric to my fighter, and I don't think it hasn't made my fighter lose aggro. So if that's a thing, you might want to bug report that, because it's definitely a bug. Damage immunity should not make you lose aggro. However, certain damage immunities might be able to do that. I could definitely see that. Like a temporary aggro dump would actually be a really cool thing for a damage immunity. My cleric partner ends up pulling aggro every time he makes me immune. That's strange. Bug report it, Magicot. 100% bug report that, because it should not be the case. So for mages, mana is greater than haste. For int casters, yes, to some extent, but not necessarily. I think haste would be good on a necromancer. Spell haste would be good on a necromancer or enchanter, but not necessarily great on an elementalist or a wizard. I would say that a little spell haste is good for those, but stacking spell haste, not necessarily. And wizards already get their own spell haste buff, which is plenty enough. So they don't really need it. I would get as much mana regen as I possibly could on wizards. Mana regen is going to be your determining factor for how much damage you do. The more mana regen you have, the better. Ideally, you would want to run out of mana as a boss is dying, which would tell you that you've maxed out your DPS. Yeah, but think about it this way, Captain. If as the named, or as the enemy that you're fighting is dying and you're out of mana, cool. What about the next enemy that comes in? Then you're out of mana and you can't do anything until you get your mana back. And then it just becomes a game of juggling that mana, right? That's why you only cast 1 to 2 spells as a wizard per fight. If you're only casting 1 to 2 spells per fight, why then have spell haste when you're going to be able to get off those 2 spells, whether you have spell haste or not? Doesn't matter. Wizards probably shouldn't multiply regen spell buffs, in my opinion. What should it multiply? Just your natural regen, or just your meditating regen? I was assuming the 50 plus wizard spells were long cast times. They are. They're longer, but they're not like super long. I just want to know what Windblade does. It's supposed to be all of the... So there's a couple things. There's all of the spells. You're talking about the different blades that an elementalist can summon, and they can summon one of each type of element. They're supposed to just do damage, but people have theorized that Windblade gives you a chance to double attack. The proc, when the proc goes off, you just swing an additional time, which effectively is an additional proc, right? Or additional damage proc. It's effectively the same thing. But if you already have a bunch of procs, so like a Windblade on a Spellblade potentially could be really, really good because their procs are much higher damage. So them using a Windblade, if it gives them an additional proc chance or an additional main hand weapon attack chance, that could be insanely strong. Some of them are, and that's another thing when it comes to balancing, right? Right now, we're kind of trying to balance within classes, but we need to be balancing as a whole. So we need to be looking at things all together. Saying that a Spellblade is really good, because it has all of this stuff within its class. Well, what happens if we give Spellblades more main hand attacks from air elementals or the Windblade ability, like the weapon that gives them an additional chance to auto attack? How much more damage does that add to a Spellblade versus adding to, say, a rogue or a fighter or a monk? Like, are those slight bonuses that the Elementalist is giving to the Spellblade like exponentially larger than they are for other classes? And I would say yes, because of the nature of the Spellblade with its ability to have procs, because its procs do so much damage. So the additional chance of double attacking or triple attacking is huge for a Spellblade, where it's only minor for, like, as a rogue with, let's say, a 20 delay weapon. Let's say it does 8 damage, 20 delay. Okay, cool. That just means I do an additional one extra attack. Saves me 2 seconds from the 20 delay. But on a Spellblade, for every time they have an additional attack, it has an additional chance to proc a big damage spell. So that makes it much, much stronger. Much stronger. And those are the kind of things that I feel like need to be balanced a little bit more, is the stacking of buffs and the stacking of different types of things across the classes. Because if you were to take a party of 6 and just replace one player, how much does that one player increase that party of 6's or decrease that party of 6's ability to do stuff? Are you replacing a DPS with a healer? Well, it should lower their DPS, but it should increase their survivability. Are you replacing a DPS with a DPS? Well, then it should just be almost an equal transition. It shouldn't necessarily increase their amount of damage or increase their amount of overall DPS. If they're the same, like a rogue versus a wizard, swapping one for the other in your party shouldn't substantially change the fundamentals of that party. But a little bit is okay. Like slightly higher or slightly lower is different. Spell haste would be necessity if wizard is solo. I would say it's more common. Yes, it would be better to have. However, wizards have the snare ability, and that's how they're going to snare kite, right? They're going to snare kite mobs, and it's not really going to make a huge difference. But yes, it would make a little bit more difference on a solo than it would be in a group. What are mages being between spells? Do they have wand in Monsters of Memories? No, but that's something that Nick did talk about, and I'm curious to hear what his take on that is and what his plan is. He said that he would like to, quote, leverage stabs for the wizard. And I think it's a great idea. Like having wizards have a staff to where they could potentially cast spells through their staff for free, like a firebolt. So in Dungeons and Dragons, you have cantrip spells, and those cantrip spells is how they made spellcasters equal to that of melee classes, especially at the low level, so that the spellcasters could contribute to a fight more long term, because they're not running out of spells halfway through the dungeon and they can't do anything, and they're just kind of just bags of meat that you're carrying around. So they added in these cantrips, allowing them to just sit there and cast like firebolt and things of that nature, right? And I think that'd be a good addition to wizards, and give them the ability to cast little spells and then do a big nuke, and then little spells and then do a big nuke. But if they do that, they're not going to be sitting down meditating, that is the factor. What do they call that? Oh my gosh, I should know this as an economics major. Opportunity cost, right? So you have the opportunity cost, where should I sit down and meditate, or should I be standing up doing small amounts of damage? Which one is going to be better? And that's the opportunity cost of the wizard at that point, right? It gives you options, yes, but those options need to be comparable. Right now, a good one for rangers: should I be a ranged ranger or should I be a melee ranger? Well, we don't really know, because Nick has made a lot of changes to ranger recently that haven't even been pushed to the alpha servers, let alone the open beta or open alpha servers. So which one is going to be better, the ranged archer or the melee archer? We're going to have to actually get in there, run some numbers and see. But ultimately what's going to happen is people are going to gravitate which one you're going to, are you a range archer or melee or whatever? Which type of ranger are you? And then I'm going to say as part of my group, hey, you're a ranger that's going to be joining my group. Okay, well, which type of ranger are you? Because I want the good ranger, whichever one's going to be doing more damage. Even if it's as little as 5 or 10% more DPS as a melee ranger versus a ranged ranger, people are going to want the melee ranger. You see it all the time in MMOs. It's consistent across the board. Why would you play a certain spec in World of Warcraft? You have multiple different, like millions of different specs that you can be in World of Warcraft. But did you choose these specific ones? Because that's going to give you a 5% more damage over a different player with the exact same class, same exact gear, same everything. But if you're a melee versus ranged, I hate that it ends up being that way, but it's MMOs, right? That's just the way MMOs are. I enjoyed the wizard melee as well. I don't have an issue with the wizard melee. Sigrith doesn't like it, but I don't have an issue with it. I think that the wizard melee is a good idea. It just needs to be more fleshed out. Right now, it's attack, sit down for meditate, attack, sit down for meditate, attack, sit down for meditate. Once you get your five stacks to get that 20% more damage, you then do one nuke with your wizard, maybe 2 nukes with your wizard, and then you sit down and wait for the next pull, and then you rinse and repeat. It's just it's a higher APM than I think Monsters and Memories is going for. I think they don't want you to have to watch a timer and every 6 seconds sit down versus melee. Now, if they built a wizard around melee, it's called a Spellblade, by the way. If they built a wizard around melee, then you're going to be overlapping with other classes, right? So why even have the melee in there? Because at some point, it's going to become more tedious to do. When you're talking, it's going to take you 400, 500, 600 hours to get from level 1 to 60. And you're going to be sitting in one camp for hours and hours and hours. And every 6 seconds, you have to sit down. And then you have to stand up in melee and then sit down. It's going to take its toll. It's going to get very, very, very tedious and boring. And it's not going to be fun. And ultimately, it'll just make people not play wizard. So they've got to find something that makes the wizard fun to play, not a lot of APM, but can't cross over with another class like the Spellblade, right? If you make them too melee heavy, they become Spellblades. So, yeah. It's a nice flow to stack the debuff until they get low and finish them off. It is, but if you're doing it without sitting down, you're not gaining those mana ticks. And if you're not gaining the mana ticks on a wizard, you're ultimately losing damage. A lot of damage. Why are they so concerned? Why am I so concerned about this? I remember back in the day, no one cared about this. Well, you're talking about back in the day. EQ had a bad classes that people displayed because they enjoyed a harder game experience. Well, sure. And there will be people that do that now. But EQ was 26 years ago. The gaming industry has changed over 26 years. The player base has changed over 26 years. The idea of how you're supposed to play video games has changed over 26 years. Let's look at, I won't even use MMOs. Final Fantasy 1, we'll say Final Fantasy 7, one of the best games of all time, people will consider, right? But would you go back and play Final Fantasy 7 now, knowing how fun and how engaging turn-based games can be with Expedition 33? So, like, you're basically saying that because Final Fantasy 7 made turn-based, one action at a time, very slow-based gameplay, that Expedition 33 should have done the same thing, right? And that's how I'm looking at it, is over 25 years, we have fine-tuned our process and change gameplay and things to the point where we can do things differently but still keep them the same. So yeah. Ideas on YouTube. Yeah, well, YouTube alone, Magicot has changed it too, right? Ideas on YouTube has a video that analyzes this in detail. Why it's rude to suck at WoW. There you go. Yeah, I haven't watched that personally, but when you say tick, does that mean mana regen works the same as EQ? Yes. Mana regen works the exact same it worked in EverQuest. Every 6 seconds, server side 6 seconds, everyone across the entire server gets a mana tick, a health tick, or whatever, gets a tick. The game is based on a 6 second. Now, that said, if you have a spell, let's say the Shaman heal spell, their Spores spell, it heals every 6 seconds. That is off of that global 6 second cooldown. It's based on when the spell hits you, 6 seconds later it ticks, 6 seconds later it ticks, 6 seconds later it ticks. But when you're talking about health regen, mana regen, etc., that's all server side 6 second ticks. The hook was changed too. They changed the way they design, and it's attracted less people for a short amount of time. It's gotten worse though. Certain things have gotten worse, sure. As a soloing wizard, I need heavy nuke, hell of a blink for situations, always liked random on EQ, good roots, freezes, snares, the group best AoEs to dominate. Yeah, and that's how I am, Leela Bear. Like, I want the wizard to be wizard and cleric are like, in my opinion, should be very, very low APM classes. Basically, you're going to only cast 2 to 3 spells per encounter. Like the complete heal of cleric or the big, nukes of a wizard. I love that style of gameplay. We just need to get it to where it's balanced with other classes of a similar archetype. So like your DPSers, a wizard is not equal to that of an archer DPS wise, because the archer is consistently doing damage, and over the course of a certain time frame is going to be doing way more damage than a wizard. So yeah, that's how I look at it. I think that there is a place in this game for high APM classes and low APM classes. You want to have a high APM class, play a bard. You're going to constantly be clicking something. Every, 3 second cast time on a bard for most of their songs? Every 3 seconds, you're going to be clicking another song, right? You can have up to like 5 songs rotating at any given time if you're that good. Most likely, you're going to have 3 or 4 weaving songs, but you can have more if you're really good. I cast Shroud to become Invis, then switch from Mining Pick to Real Weapon. I'm still Invis, but I can see all my gear. Yeah, that's just a bug. I don't understand why the tick system is used. It's an old school system. Yeah, cannibalized dancing still a thing? Yes, absolutely is. Probably server performance back in the day. Yeah, so Monsters and Memories does something that some people are going to agree and some people are going to disagree with. I feel like they do a lot of old school things just for the sake of being old school, rather than the reasons why they were like that. In 1999, a lot of these features were in the game, not as features, but because they couldn't do it any other way. They had to do it. They had to program it a certain way. Today, we don't need to do that, right? But the developers of Monsters and Memories are intentionally putting some of that into the game. Some for the better, some for the worse, and everybody's going to have their opinions on that. I'm not going to say what's better and what's worse, but I have my own opinions on that, right? I don't think that we need to be putting in some of these things intentionally. One of my biggest gripes was trading. Why do we have to, this was prior to them changing it, why do we have to take an item and drop it on an NPC or drop it on a player to trade it? That is so crude and just clunky and just feels weird and bad. Why can't we have, a trade window? And why can't we right click on somebody and open up trade window and then put it into, why can't we do those things? And they did do that, whether it was my suggestion or whether somebody else's suggestion, or they were deciding or planning to do that in the first place. I don't know. But Yeah, now you can right click on the name of your target and say trade, and it opens up a trade window. I much prefer that than the dropping an item on somebody, possibly that person moving before you actually drop the item, accidentally dropping it on the ground, accidentally destroying it. Somehow there's a lag that happens and the item just gets lost in the nether. Who knows, right? There's just a lot of possibilities. Why intentionally program it that way just for the sake of being old school? I didn't think it was necessary. I thought it was just like silly. And they have changed that. And like I said, they may have planned to change that. A lot of these things that we are saying and doing and thinking and like, we don't like this about the game, they may already have thought, yeah, we don't really like it either. But for right now, we need to keep it in the game like this. We're planning on fixing it down the road, right? We're planning on changing it somewhere down the road. Thank you so much for all of the subs, Esar. Appreciate it. And welcome to the world of being subbed to the channel so you don't have ads. So yeah. But that was 25 years ago. Wouldn't there be a better system today? Yeah, exactly. There are better systems today. Hopefully I covered that enough to where some systems are worth programming in for that nostalgia. Some systems, in my opinion, are not. Some systems are easier to put in today to get it functioning, and then we can change them later on down the road. These are all things that I'm sure this dev team is thinking of, right? Should we program this in for the sake of old school? Should we not? What is the easiest way to implement X, Y, Z? Should we implement it now so that people can start using it, or should we implement it properly later on? There's a lot of stuff. Nicodemus, how you doing, bud? Hello, happy Monday. I hope you guys are having a great day. I had to scroll down there. I don't know why. We're having a fantastic day, Nick. Or Nicodemus. Your name is, and if you don't want me to call you this, tell me, John, though, right? Your real name? Is that what I've picked up on over my course of trying to learn everybody? But Nicodemus 7. Bill. Who is John then? I know somebody. Your name is Bill. Okay. Somebody else's name is John. Maybe Swanee or somebody. I keep hearing like Sean, he says names when he's talking to different people on the team, and it's been, trying to figure out who is who sometimes. Someone plays with a John. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. That's where it came from. I never played EQ, so I challenge EQ designs. Yeah. And that's another thing. A lot of people that are coming into this game, especially now over the last month or two, and even more so in the next 6 months or 5 months while we wait for early access, there's going to be fewer and fewer people that came from EverQuest and understand why it's like that in EverQuest and why they put it into Monsters and Memories. They're not going to understand that. And I think it's going to be a hard topic for people to grasp. And it's one of those things where you have to experience it to then appreciate it. And you're going to look at it and say, man, that just seems like a really dumb idea. Why would you do that? Devs are dumb. Writing off game completely. Yes, you could do that. Sure, you can absolutely do that. But I think give it a chance first, then say, why are we doing that? I gave the chance of, okay, dropping item on player to trade or on NPC to trade. I'm going to give it a chance. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm going to give it a chance in Monsters and Memories. I quickly decided, no, I don't like this. I like to be able to open a trade window before any exchanging of items, movement of items, etc. Open a trade window and then put things into the trade window for the security of it, for a lot of reasons. I just really like that. Two Johns. One does testing and the other a programmer. There you go. John NS sometimes would join me when I stream test stuff. Nice. Yeah, I was able to finally watch one of your streams. You were playing with your daughter. Very nice. She was super nice and chatty with everybody. I love that. I wasn't actually in the stream chatting with you guys. I would have loved to chat with both of you during that. But unfortunately, I missed that stream. But I like to go back and try to watch some streams here and there. Thank you so much for the sub, Nick, or Nicodemus. I appreciate that, man. You guys are making an amazing game over here. So, and I didn't know your story. By the way, we're going to go ahead and replay Nicodemus's story, how he became part of the team. I'm going to give you the short, abridged version. Definitely reach out to Nicodemus during one of his streams. He can tell you the longer version for sure. But He basically was just an avid like player of games in general, and happened to go and be in Sean's stream. And Sean was like, "Hey, why don't you apply? We love your ideas, your stories, etc." Nicodemus applied. Ultimately did not get added on to the team, but basically said, "Hey, Sean, I really am enjoying being part of the community. I think this game is great. I love where you guys are going with it. Do you mind if I continue to submit lore and quests and different things to you directly?" And Sean agreed. Don't do this if you don't ask Sean or Nick or somebody else ahead of time, "Hey, do you mind if I DM you?" But if they agree, yeah, DM me. He continued to do that, and ultimately Sean was like, "Man, I really got to get you on the team. You have great ideas." And he submitted like this really cool story, and that Sean loved, and ended up getting him on the team that way. So the moral of this story is, if you have a passion for something, continue to do it, even if you get turned down, even if you get pushed away, and people don't continue to say, like you're trying to sell them something or whatever. Even if they're like, "No, we don't want that. No. Continue to go after your passion. Things generally in the end, they'll work out. Things will work out. Of course, make sure that you can take care of your family and friends and all that first. But yeah, if you have a passion for something, keep doing it. Keep doing it. That's it. Always follow your dreams. Exactly. Follow your dreams. I've been streaming now for 9 years. It's a huge dream of mine to be a big content creator, more specifically to tie in content creation, video games into children's hospitals has always been my big dream, and do more with that. And I still trying to find ways to do that, and it's tough. I tried it for many years. It failed, but I'm still trying to figure out other avenues, other ways that I can do it. Like I like to do charity streams. I haven't done them recently, but charity streams for Extra Life and what's the other big one? St. Jude's and those kind of things. So I love that kind of stuff, and hopefully we can continue. I'm hoping that Monsters and Memories ends up being big enough to be able to build on that some more. When I previously did it was with Fortnite. Fortnite Save the World specifically is what I played, but that was in the height of Fortnite when millions of people around the world were playing it, and I was able to do a lot with the Fortnite community, streaming the game and all that. It worked out. When you have a smaller community, it's much more difficult to build on that. So just, yeah. Anyway, to go back to Nicodemus' story, follow your dreams and go with it. You'll see some of Nicodemus' stuff in game, so check it out. He also pointed out something that I didn't even know. When you are leaving Night Harbor from the West Gate, the bigger West Gate, not the small West Gate, but the big one that has the two guards standing next to it, look down at the ground at the tiles, at the little stone tiles that are on the ground that make the pathway. Some of them have art on them. I did not know that. I had never looked that closely at it. And he showed that off, and I was like, well, dang, that's kind of cool to see. I actually saw two of them. I saw one that he was showcasing, but there was another one just off to the side of that. That's another one. I was like, what? I would have never guessed he was a Fortnite gamer. Fortnite Save the World, specifically. I played the PvE side of Fortnite. I rarely played Fortnite PvP side. Very, very rarely. I love Extra Life. Personally, I wanted at some point to try to do, I don't know why this keeps charity for Able Gamers. Ooh, I've never heard of Able Gamers. I have to check them out. Is that like a is that more like amputees trying to play games? I am all about accessibility in video games. When I volunteered at the Children's Hospital, they had all this accessibility stuff in video games, but they never used it. It literally sat there in the hospital unused, and it drove me nuts. But they had these really cool big controllers. They had foot controllers, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Accessibility. I love that. I love that, Nick. Or Nicodemus. I'm going to keep calling you Nick. We got to get away from that. Nicodemus, aka Bill. I love that though. Yeah, I want to see more stuff like that. That was something that I brought up, a topic not too long ago when Nick, Hots, and Sean were both saying don't use macros, don't use automated stuff like like auto hotkey, things of that nature. We will find you. We will ban you, blah, 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 blah. They were saying that recently. I guess they've had a problem with it in alpha, and I agree with them, right? I'm not going to say that they're wrong. They're absolutely right. We shouldn't be using things to automate gameplay. At the same time, what about things like macros that make the game playable for certain people? The accessibility side of things. And there's a fine line there where it's going to be hard to cross or not cross. Like, I want more accessibility. People that have arthritis that may not be able to sit here and do this all day, right? But they still want to play the game. They should still be able to play it. That, to me, is where the lower APM classes come from. The things like the cleric, the things like the wizard, where you only push one button every 30 seconds or something. I think that there's absolutely a reason for having low APM classes in the game and still make those classes viable, whereas you have a bard that's got high APM, can do a lot of things. Bard is too much for many of us. Exactly, right? Bard is too much. Like it can absolutely be too much for a lot of players. They can't hit that many buttons that quickly and move their character and pay attention to all those things. So yeah, my brother is a one-handed gamer because of disability. Main's a ranger in EQ Live. That's awesome. I love it. I could do a lot of my stuff. My mouse is dirty. Oh my God. I got to clean this thing. I could do a lot of stuff with my mouse in Monsters and Memories on my fighter. I could probably, if I practiced enough, I could one-hand play the fighter class with a mouse. Just the mouse, no keyboard, with one hand. And I think we need, to be able to do more of that. Now, to do that, I do need to be able to make macros on my mouse, right? I need to be able to have a button that does various different things. So that's where I feel like we need to have the ability to make macros, but then the line should be of how many functions can a single button press do. And I think that's where the line needs to be drawn, right? So yeah. I've seen Kratos talk about how he loves the craziness of the Bard. Yeah, Bard it's nuts. And it can be very nuts. So like what a lot of Bards are doing, the line should be full automation. I agree. I mean, that is definitely a line. But what some of these Bards are doing, and Kratos specifically has shown this off, but other Bards are doing it, and I think some Bards are even doing it better than he does, which is why I think that Charm is still overpowered, is because they can take 5 or 6 or 7 enemies and they can charm one, have those mobs beat on it, the whole charm kiting thing that you've probably seen videos of at this point. I personally think that's still way too strong. Nick is looking at different ways to fix that. One of those ways is, which I think was a really good idea that Nick came up with yesterday on his stream, which is just having it break easier when a mob hits a charmed enemy, which makes sense, right? It's almost a charm is almost like a mesmerize. It's like a more powerful mesmerize. It's a mesmerize effect that allows you to control the person. So if you hit an enemy that is mesmerized, it instantly breaks the mesmerize. So why not have a charm do something very similar to where if an enemy hits a charmed mob, it has a high chance to break that charm. I think is a great way to kind of fix that. My youngest has osteoarthritis. Wait, what is that? I thought it was osteoarthritis. We talked about that earlier. Griposis? Is that how you unable to use her limbs, but plays Smash Brothers on Nintendo using her mouth, cheeks, and chin. That's amazing. It's crazy good at it also. I'm happy there has been better controller options in the recent years. That is awesome, Nicodemus. I love stuff like that. Absolutely love it. I watched a video a couple days ago. A guy, now this obviously he's able-bodied, but he played like a saxophone, and playing the saxophone completely beat Elden Ring hitless. Didn't get hit one time and beat the entire game with a saxophone. I was like, what? That is crazy to me that people are able to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, going back to what you're talking about, being able to use her mouth, cheeks, and chin to play the game is insane. And when I like to reference the time that I volunteered at the Children's Hospital, when I would see some of those kids up there, and there was a kid that, for example, that had 7th degree or 8th degree or whatever, very high degree, whatever the degree is, burns on his whole body. It was a house fire. The kid was basically like barely able to move. Nothing burned on his face. So they could potentially add some sort of VR headset on him and allow him to play games using his face and give him something to do. The kid literally sat there for months in this hospital bed, barely able to move, in tons of pain, couldn't play with things. All he could do was watch movies or TV shows. It was heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. So I don't know. I just want more. I can't beat Elden Ring at all. Elden Ring was definitely a challenging game. Definitely a challenging game. I did finish it, but yeah, it's holy moly. It's challenging. But yeah, anyway, I want to see more stuff like that, more accessibility options. And I'm not saying that Monsters and Memories needs to jump on that bandwagon right now, because putting in accessibility options is hard for a development team, because they have to still be able to balance those with able-bodied people. But a lot of the accessibility stuff is outside of that. Their controller support, right? Having a controller that allows you to use your face or your feet, or your voice. Having controllers that allows you to do those kind of things is really what adds the accessibility. So it's kind of a third-party feature. But then, you have games developers that are like, no third-party software or hardware whatsoever. You can have a mouse, you can have a keyboard, you can have a controller, that's it. But then where does that, controller, does a controller that has some sort of macro functionality added into it, where does that line cross, etc.? So yeah. Been loving your dev recap videos. Do you know if devs have talked about a resource system for fighter, rogue, rage, energy, or is it cooldown based system? As of right now, it's going to be a cooldown based system. They have not spoken of adding in any type of resource for those types of classes, for martial classes. And those would be your fighter, rogue, monk, archer. That's it, I believe. But there is stamina in the game. It's your yellow bar. Right now, stamina is only used for jumping, but I could definitely see them using stamina for something else. But they have to be careful if they do that, because they do have 2 minor traits, minor non-combat traits that adjust your stamina, your endurance. So it could potentially make or break those classes at character creation. You may want to have that more endurance. You may want to have less endurance, etc. But they could do it. It is something they could do, but right now they're not. One of our team is colorblind and helps us make sure the contrast when it's needed. Awesome. That's fantastic too. That, Nick Hotz brought that up many times in his stream about the infravision, ultravision, and forcing players into that, and having vision spells, etc. in the game. And one of the things that he keeps bringing up is that they don't want to put that into the game and make it a thing that you can cast or may need, right? They want to make the game playable with and without those, because of people like, being colorblind or just light sensitive or things of that nature. Your brother's colorblind? Yeah. Colorblindness is actually very common. My grandfather was like mildly colorblind. What do they call it? Red blue or red green or whatever colorblind. The only way he was able to drive, because I think it was green lights and red lights were the same color to him. But he was able to drive because top or left is always green, bottom or right is always red, depending on the way that a red light or traffic light is turned, right? That's how your brother drives? Yeah. That was my grandfather on my dad's side. Yeah, I always thought it was weird. When I first heard he was colorblind, I'm like, how do you know if the light's green? I learned this when I was, a kid, like, I don't know, elementary school kid. And I was so scared to get in a car with him for a little while. Red, green is the most common, I believe. You can see them differently than normal sighted. Yeah, and that's what he had. But then there's other people that have just like black and white color vision, right? They can see in black and white. They say that dogs are colorblind as well, but I see dogs all the time that pick up red balls, green balls, blue balls. You could tell them what color ball to go find and they'll do it. I think that they're just a different type of color spectrum, which who's to say that we all see colors in the same way? I look up in the sky and I say the sky is blue, right? You also say the sky is blue. But how do we know that the color that I see is blue is the same color that you're seeing as blue? I don't think we do know that. Like, I honestly think that, like, it could be your blue could be my purple, right? Like, I don't know. Have you seen those Chromo something glasses that give color vision to complexly color? I have seen those. Yeah, super cool. I love seeing those videos. I have a hard time seeing certain shades in the red-blue spectrums. Yeah. I took a couple of those color tests. Do you guys remember many years ago that black or blue dress? Is this dress black or blue or red or blue or whatever colors it was? And people were debating on it or whatever. When that was around, I looked at a couple color spectrum tests because I wanted to see how much color I could see. And at the time, my now ex-wife and I took the test kind of together. She was able to see on I think it was like 30 different colors, and it was just like the rainbow basically going across, and it had different shades of red and whatever. She was able to see like 3 or 4, maybe 5 more colors than I was. It was kind of neat, kind of neat to see. What about the blue or gold? Is that what it was? Yeah, you just said it. Yeah, blue or gold. That's what it was. I couldn't remember what the colors were on there. But yeah, it's always interesting. Make interrupt its own shot. Wait, what does that mean? Splitting us off from the archer pinning shot idea. Oh, is interrupting shot and pinning shot, are they basically the same thing? I could see them being separate. But pinning shot, doesn't it have a knockback and then pin? Pinning shot has a knockback, immobilizing, and interrupt component to it. I'm pretty sure the interrupt and the knockback components are literally the same component. Like, they only put in there that it can interrupt because it does a knockback. Technically, I don't think it effectively interrupts. It just knocks them back, which does, in fact, interrupt the spell. But like a standard interrupt from a kick or a jab prevents the spell from being cast, the spell school from being cast for 4 seconds. I don't know that this ability does that. So I think that it's just more of a that's what it does kind of thing. They could also have just an interrupting shot. But if they start giving DPS classes, I think Nick talked about this on one of his streams, they don't want to give interruption to too many classes. Because then if everybody can interrupt, then there's no need for having other classes. I think right now, like, all the tanks have interrupt. And then monks, and I think rogues. There's a lot of classes that have it. But like adding in interrupt to, let's say, all the spellcasters, like the priest and the int casters, that would be too much. Melee range interrupt on ranger is joke. Do they have it? Do the rangers have a range interrupt? Like, I don't know. I could see it. Wiz can interrupt with their lightning spell line. Well, no, Wizard can stun with their lightning spell line, which is different. Casters can interrupt with a stun, but if a mob is immune to stun, then it doesn't actually interrupt the spell. So there's a couple things that people aren't factoring. Like, you gotta look at it as a whole. Can stun interrupt? Yes. Does it work differently than interrupt? Yes. Stun stops all action for X amount of stun time, stun duration. Interrupt, however, stops an action from happening, the spell from being cast, and prevents it from being cast again for the next 4 seconds. So there's a big difference between interrupt and stun. Very big difference. Melee range kick, yeah. Kick is definitely an interrupt. I use it as an interrupt. You can, sure, yeah. It's fun to use, yeah. Is there a reason bash doesn't interrupt? Which bash? There's slam. You're talking about shield bash that's on fighters? I think it should interrupt. I think it should possibly stun. Right now, it gives you a little bit more threat. Shields need to be looked at if you're talking about shield bash. They also have slam. There's a slam ability, but there's two different slam abilities. There's Ogre Slam, which stuns for 2 seconds, which will interrupt anything. But then there's also slam for your Inquisitor, Paladin, and Shadow Knight, I believe, all get slam, which has a very brief stun if you're behind the mob. If you're behind them, I think it's like a 1 second stun or something. Side note, always kick on non-spell casting mobs to keep it leveled. Yes. You should be, you should always be kicking until you get a level 60 and max it out. Absolutely. Shield blocking needs to get some looking at, right? Yes. How does kick get leveled? By using it. So kick is associated with your acrobatics skill. Your and like if you're playing a monk, your acrobatics is automatically just going to be maxed out because you're going to be using it for jab, you're going to be using it for your round kick, whatever different types of abilities that monks have. They just use acrobatics more. On a fighter, however, the only use of acrobatics is kick. So the only way to raise acrobatics is kick. So you definitely want to be using that. Shield should bring back block values. I agree, yeah. Shields should have like a tower shield, and Nick might be working on this as we speak. I don't know. He's been working on shields recently. Tower shields should have like a 30% block chance added to them, and then kite shields maybe 20%, bucklers 10%. Right? This is off the top of my head. Obviously, tweaks would need to be made, and then your block skill should add to that. Let's say, your block skill, but your block skill should be against their offense skill or maybe their slashing skill. So let's say they have slashing at 100, you have block at 100, they swing their weapon, you have a 50-50 chance that you might deflect that with a block, right? Just because they're equal. Or maybe it looks against their offense. Their offense is 100 versus your whatever. I'm not sure what the math is in this game. I haven't sat down and done it enough, but you have offensive skill, and then you also have you have offense and you have defense, which kind of counter each other. But then you have your skill in slashing, bludgeoning, piercing. Those also are, I'm pretty sure, factored into will you hit, but I don't know if it's factored in against their defense or how it works, because offense against defense makes sense. But then slashing against defense not necessarily makes sense. But if you have a very low slashing skill against a very high level mob, you're going to miss quite a bit. So there's definitely some math going on there. I just don't know what the math is. Illuminating shot is a fun skill, but kind of worthless. What else can we look at? Important bard issues. Charm. How long has this been up? Not long. Wow, this was just posted 3 days ago. Love 52 Bard, love the class, intend to play it on release. I played a ton in a place where I think I can give honest, constructive feedback. The first post is about Bard Charm. Full version. Oh my goodness. TLDR. Swarm kiting is dumb. End of... That is all they needed to say. Swarm kiting is dumb. Absolutely. That's what's breaking Bard Charm at the moment. Bard Charm, give Bard Charm a chance to break on hit to reduce effectiveness. Yeah, this right here is pretty much what Nick is looking at doing. I think a lot of us can agree that Charm in its current state is just it needs to be tweaked. I disagree with something that Nick said the other day where he said that he feels like Charm is not overpowered. Let me rephrase this. I'm not going to say I disagreed with him. Nick said the other day that he felt like that Charm was not overpowered and in fact was a little weaker than it should be, or something. I'm paraphrasing here, right? And I disagree with that statement. Now, Charm as it currently sits is not overpowered, but the way in which you can use Charm is overpowered. And I think that's where maybe the confusion is getting in. It's too easy to be able to take a charmed mob and do ridiculous things with it than it should be. And the risk versus reward is not great enough. Like, if you're going to be doing some crazy and high risk stuff, then there should be a crazy and high risk for it. There's currently not. The reward that you get is just too great. Having, like, if you were to take a bard, an enchanter, and a druid, and a necromancer, and an elementalist, put them all in one group together, and be able to actually charm, every one of them be able to charm various mobs in this same area that are all, let's say, equal or close to equal to level, that would be an insanely powerful group. Just the fact that you can take an enchanter, a bard, and one of those others and charm, let's say a necromancer, and go to an undead area, all three of those could charm the undead. That is like a party of 10 for 3 people, because of how strong NPCs are compared to how strong players are. Because you're taking 3 classes, which are able to charm 3 NPCs. Those 3 NPCs are effectively, I would say, equal to 2 of any other class, right? Or of any role or whatever. So they're equal to 6 players, and then you have 3 players already. That's like 9 players in your party, effectively. And all those 3 players have to do is focus on charming their monsters. It's just too strong. They've got to, in my opinion, they've got to do something about it. Otherwise, you're going to continue to see these bards that are just doing this swarm kiting, which this bard, who's level 52, admits that swarm kiting is dumb. Bards need more race options. Yeah, weren't they? So who wants to have goblins? My personal preference is goblins. So a lot of people are talking about goblins being bards. I need to mention to folks, please be watchful for scammers selling alpha keys. The only way to get alpha keys is through Nick's stream, where he does giveaways. Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that yesterday. Very briefly. But we talked about real money trading earlier today, and I think it may have came up during that. Did I mention it then? Yeah, people are actually doing it. There's not actual key you enter. Yeah, they would have to sell you their account and their email address. They would have to literally sell you all of that information. Don't do it. If you see it, tell other people, right? Do you still follow Pantheon? Yeah. Any news on Bard in that game? Nope. Absolutely none. Gnome Bard pleads? Yeah, Gnome Bard would be a really cool class. I agree with Sikra. But yeah, Pantheon is, I still follow it. I'm still keeping up with what they're doing. Right now with Pantheon, my honest opinion, ignore the game for the next 3 or so months, maybe more, depending on when they actually get their spring update. They're currently working on a big spring update that is supposed to be this ginormous, complete overhaul of Pantheon. And I honestly say don't worry about it until then. When it gets closer to that, I'll probably start looking at it a little bit more. Feel free to come back and ask me some questions. But right now, Bard is not even on their radar as far as when it'll be done. Their scope is still way too big. They have crazy scope creep over at Pantheon, and there's way too much that they're trying to do in too little amount of time. There's absolutely no way that they're going to be able to do it. None whatsoever. Something that, again, that Monsters of Memories that I really like about them, if you were to compare not the gameplay, not the graphics, not any of that, I'm comparing team versus team. The team over at Monsters of Memories is more cognizant, I think is the word, with scope creep and what they can get into the game, what they want to get into the game, all of those kinds of things. Whereas Pantheon is it's just out of their league. What they want to do with that game is fantastic. I think where they want it to be, amazing. But you're talking a AAA budget, right? You're talking tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to make Pantheon the way that team wants to make it. Whereas Monsters of Memories is more like, hey, this is our team. This is what we can achieve. This is what we want to achieve. These are our future plans of what we would like to do given the right amount of resources. And that's what I think the fundamental difference between the two games is right now. So that's kind of where I'm at. Not to crap on Pantheon. I love what Pantheon's trying to do. I just don't think that they can do it with their current team and their current money and their current scope, all that kind of stuff. It's just not going to work. Scantlin was the greatest bard. You're talking about Scantlin from Critical Role? Yeah, he's my favorite character. It's real heartbreaking to have to tell a player the key they purchased for X dollars. Some sketchy site was a scam. Yeah, that's rough. Are you actually getting that, Nicodemus? Are people actually coming in and saying, hey, where do I enter my key that I bought off of some site? Oh, that's rough, dude. There are no keys in this game. I think maybe Nick needs to do something about this. And I'm not trying to tell Nick how to run his stream or whatever he's doing. Stop calling it a key giveaway, right? Stop calling it a key giveaway. It's not a key giveaway. It's an access to alpha giveaway, right? And I don't know what he could call it or how we could change that, but it got dubbed key giveaway and it kind of has stuck with that. And I think it's making people confused. It's not a key giveaway. It is not. It is access to alpha giveaway. You pass that on? Yeah. Nick was in here earlier. I don't know if he still is, but yeah, if you want to pass it on to him, Nicodemus, I think it would be smart. More competent. I mean, yes, more competent is a word you could use for the Monsters of Memories dev team versus the Pantheon dev team. They are, and I don't even want to say more experienced. I would say as a whole, the Monsters of Memories dev team is equally or less experienced than the Pantheon dev team. To be quite frank, they are not an experienced dev team. Sean is an experienced dev, and they have some experienced devs on their team. Rich Waters recently added to their team, very experienced dev. And they have access to a lot of experienced devs through Sean. But I think that as a whole, Nicodemus has never made a game in his life, and he adds stuff. Nick Hotz has made a few games, but nothing of this scale, nothing of this type. He's made some other types of games. And, I think that his ideas are great, but again, when it comes to building an MMO, Clueless comes to mind, right? We all are. If I were to try to build an MMO today, I'd be completely clueless as where to start. I don't know how to program. I don't know how to do any of this stuff, right? But I have all these ideas. 40 years in TTRPGs, 2 years game development. Yeah, exactly. So you might have in playing video games and playing card games, board games, the overview, that's what I have. And I feel like that's what Nicodemus has. That's what Nick Hotz has. We have a passion for games that we love. I'm not a developer, by the way. Don't think that I'm trying to mix myself in with the other two in that way. But I love games. I love running games. I love playing games. I love all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to actually building an MMO and putting things into it, it's a completely different animal. And if you don't know what the heck you're doing, you probably shouldn't be doing it, right? And if you don't have some sort of person you can lean on to say, hey, is this going to work? You probably shouldn't be doing it. It's a learning process and it's very hard. Pantheon feels so scatterbrained compared to Eminem. They are. They absolutely are. They're the ADHD developers. They're all over the place. I remember when I saw all of those updates Pantheon promised and said the same thing, too much. We won't even see half of that probably. Yeah. They're continuing to do that, unfortunately. Pantheon continues to say, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And they're not saying, we're hoping to do this, we would like to do this, we want to do this. They're saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You cannot do that. Monsters and Memories, their verbiage is different, especially Sean, right? His verbiage is very, very different. When you ask Sean, hey, are you going to put this in a game? I would like to. I think that's a good idea. I want that to be a thing. His verbiage is very, very different. Now, he might say, yeah, we're going to do that. But he doesn't say we're going to do that as in it's coming up next week. Are you going to be putting more classes into the game, right? Sean or Nick or anybody on the dev team will be like, yeah, absolutely. We would love to put new classes into the game. It's not planned right now, but we would love to do that sometime in the future. So maybe, I don't know when that'll happen, but maybe. They all want to do it, but they know scope creep. They understand they can't do all of these things. You can't put everything into the game. You have to pick and choose. And Sean and Nick have both said recently in their streams that they want to hit that June 1st early access start date. That is their goal. If they have to dial back the scope to make that happen, they will do that. They have both said that. So like, do we want to have 150,000 zones in the game? Yes. Can they do that by June? No. So how many zones can we theoretically put into the game? Their plan right now is to have about 30 zones in the game for early access. Right now there's 16 that I know of, maybe 17. So they're planning on doubling that between now and early access. But then they're going to add in 5 or 6 or 7 new zones in Module 1, which is 3 months after early access. They have a plan, right? Not, we're going to have 1 million zones. Play our game. Well, they know that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen June 1st. That's like literally tomorrow in developer years. It is. Nicodemus, dude, I was talking about it earlier today, and I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna be starting, off in the future, we're gonna be starting beta. I can't wait for beta to hit. That's like 3 months. Oh wait, no, that's only 2 months away. Oh wait, that's technically only a month. Like January, February, March. March 1st is the 3rd month in the year. We're almost all the way through January. We have February, and it's the shortest month out of the year. Like, come on. We don't have time for all these things. We don't have time to be making all new classes and, revamping our entire combat system. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's nuts to me what Pantheon thinks that they're going to be able to do versus what they're actually going to be able to do. Anyway, love the in campaign of Critical Role. The entire party is ready to fight a god. Scanlan went in ready to fight too. Yeah. Absolutely, man. Critical Role is such an awesome success story. I love their success story. Absolutely love it. I say this sometimes when I talk about Critical Role, but people say that Matt Mercer made Critical Role. And I agree that he is a very good, he's like the front man of a band, right? But without the rest of the band, that show would have never been as popular as it was. I think that the personalities all together worked really well. The way that the players play the game and the way that the Dungeon Master DMs the game, they mesh well together. But if you've ever been in a tabletop role-playing game, Nicodemus here has 40 years of it. I've been playing tabletop role-playing games for probably 30-ish years. If you don't have a Dungeon Master and a player base that mesh well together, it won't work. They need to work with each other. And I think that's what the success of Critical Role is. Only thing I disagree with, starting with housing, not something I wish they had spent a lot of attention to prior to release, maybe mounts. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I think that, like Sean right now is working on a lot of housing bugs, trying to get that in, trying to get mounts in. Yeah. Right now, the mounts are going to be kind of lackluster because the mounts are mostly going to be for their caravan system. Their caravan system, Nick has basically said that's one of those scope things that they wanted to have in for early access, but may not be in now until 1.0. He said that in one of his streams recently that they're pulling back on the scope on that. They would like to have the caravan system in. They think it's a great idea. We'll see when they add it. And I'm okay with that. The housing system, I would agree. I think that the housing system doesn't necessarily need to be in. However, one reason I think it does need to be in is because their economy requires it. Right now, the economy in Monsters and Memories is not good. It's in a very bad place. It's too easy to gain money, not enough places to spend money. So they're going to need that housing to take money out of the economy. Otherwise, the economy is going to go through the roof. 6 months to a year after the game releases in early access, people are going to have thousands of platinum, and then your brand new players are going to have 1 copper, and the discrepancy between those players is going to be way too big. Elon Musk versus a newborn baby, right? But the problem is in Monsters and Memories, you don't have a way to become an Elon Musk, without certain things happening. So yeah, the economy needs to be looked at, and I think it's going to be the biggest way that they're going to solve the economy or be able to alleviate the economy is by adding in housing and a huge money sink like that. Biggest issue with Pantheon, in my opinion, is communication and not understanding their tech limitation, the size of their team. I'm happy they finally got a project manager. Yeah, they didn't really get a project manager. They just moved somebody from one position to a different position. That to me was the biggest slap in the face of we hired a project manager than you could ever say for that. They have not, to my knowledge, hired anyone worth talking about. Or added anyone to the team worth talking about and saying, hey, we took the $10 million that we just made from however they got their millions of dollars, their anonymous donation. We took that and brought in these people or consultants for the game. None of that. We just moved one person that was doing a terrible job in this side of the game and moved him over here to hopefully do a better job in this side of the game. That was a big slap in the face to all of us players, in my opinion, right? I do not like how Pantheon and Visionary Realms, I don't like how Visionary Realms is managing their team, their developers, their company. I don't like it. If I am an investor as an economics major background person, it's one thing that I love. I look at businesses. I would never invest a dime into Visionary Realms. I would not put a single dollar into that company. Now, Niche Worlds Cult, I would absolutely throw some money at them. Would I throw tons of money at them? No, but I would invest in them if they were a tradable company, right? I would absolutely invest in them. I am investing my time into Monsters and Memories and investing my energy into Monsters and Memories. I will not do that to Pantheon until they can prove to me that they actually have what it takes to be a game developer. So that's where I'm at with the two, right? Not to say that I don't like the ideas that they have. I love their ideas. I love their passion. I hope that they succeed. I think that Pantheon could potentially be a fantastic game. I just think that they're doing it in a terrible way as a company. Anyway, Liam made Critical Role. You think Liam did? I wasn't a big fan of Liam. It started as a campaign for his birthday. Oh, yeah. You mean he literally made it. Yeah, it was a campaign for his birthday, and they were playing Pantheon. Not Pantheon. They were playing Pathfinder. I'm not a fan of Pathfinder. What do you guys think? Pathfinder? D&D. Come on. I'm a D&D guy. D&D through and through. I'm not a big fan of Pathfinder. And I even played D&D 3.5, which was Pathfinder, basically, and I just didn't like it as much. Being a gamer for many years, it's nice that D&D and tabletop RPGs get mainstream. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. What type of revamp? I didn't like the AOC. What type of revamp is Pantheon? It's a lot. Pantheon revamp is way too much. They're trying to take what the fundamentals of the game. They have now revamped 3 or 4 times in the past year alone, or have the idea of trying to revamp it. They have taken classes, completely reworked a class so that it plays completely differently from before early access to then early access starting. It was a completely different class. And then during the last year, it's been a third complete revamp. The wizard class is the one I'm talking about. 3 completely different iterations of the wizard class in the span of a year and a half. Like, they don't know where they're going with it. They don't understand what they're doing. Got to head out. Thanks for the rest of the stream. Yeah, take care, Nicodemus. Appreciate you being here, my friend. Thank you so much for working on the game. Thank you so much for the sub, all the love, all those kind of things. Absolutely love having you here. Make crafting mats bought from vendors. So yeah, you're talking about money sinks, right? Gold sinks for the economy. They have crafting mats bought from vendors, but it's a smaller amount. I think they need to adjust those, especially on the higher end. They should be more expensive. They have things like molds for making your ingots for blacksmithing. So molds for blacksmithing. They have cloth, thread for tailoring. They have bottles like for alchemy. You have to actually buy the bottle that you put it in. So they do have, those are really cool concepts for the fire elemental and earth elemental, by the way. That was really neat. They do have some of those money sinks. They're just not enough. They need more. Very excited for the housing aspect. Haven't really seen it in recent MMOs. Yeah, well, with
World of Warcraft, they recently just added in housing, right, to World of Warcraft. So very, very cool. Money is currently worthless in the alpha because there's not enough syncs. Yeah, money is absolutely worthless in the alpha because it's been around for a long time. People have leveled up, and there's no economy. There's really zero economy in the game, period. Now, once you have players added into the game, more players, that's part of the problem. Is we're taking the alpha, which has concurrent players, maybe 200, 250 right now, but back 6 months ago, it was 50 players tops at any given time on the server. There was zero economy because players would go out and get their items that they wanted and do what they wanted. There was no player-driven economy. So they definitely need something. They definitely need something. What they'll do, I don't know. You didn't know that? Yeah. Pathfinder 1.0 is greater than 3.5 D&D, which is greater than 5th edition, which is greater than Pathfinder 2.0. Really? I like 5th edition for a couple of reasons. I like the ease of entry to 5th edition. I liked 3.0, but it was too complex to get your average player into it. And I think what D&D 5e did was it got more people into the game, which I think is a really, really good thing. And I don't think that without D&D 5e, that Critical Role would have been as successful. I think it still would have been successful, like very successful. But I think that people started getting into D&D because of Critical Role and allowed more spin-offs to happen, allowed more people to start getting into D&D, and it allowed D&D to spread to a larger audience, and tabletop RPGs in general. Is it possible to do one giant seamless world? Pantheon is saying they will do. I don't think it is. That's another thing that, yes, it is possible, but no, I don't think that Pantheon is going to be able to do it. I don't think that Visionary Realms is going to be able to pull that off. The way that they talked about it, no. I don't think so. Pantheon, while I agree with you that it has changed everything a lot, but that's what testing is for. So many games. That's not what, no. I'll explain. So many games with way bigger budgets scrap things during testing because, so you're saying testing, yes, I agree. That is when you do it, is during testing. Once you charge people for a product, you're no longer testing the product. Okay? So you don't pay people, you don't have people pay you to be beta testers. That is the dumbest thing that devs have decided to do. And this isn't a hate towards Pantheon. This is a hate towards the entire industry that decided we are going to put a beta test out and make you pay us. That, oh my God, stop. All these development companies, all these game developers that are trying to make us pay them to test their product. No, screw you. Test your own product. Make a good game and test it. If you're going to have us test it, make it free. It should be free for us to test. And then we'll give you our feedback for free. Like, we are giving you something. We shouldn't have to pay to give you something else. Like, no. Anybody that has the anyone that thinks that a company should be able to take your money to test their product and make sure that their product is good for consumers, anybody that thinks that, it has backwards thinking in their brain, and I honestly feel sorry for you. Like, you're going to get screwed over somewhere down the line where somebody's going to be like, hey, I got a pyramid scheme for you. If you buy in at $100, I can guarantee you that you're going to make $5 million in 5 years. All you have to do is tell all your friends and family to also buy in at $100 right underneath you, and you'll be managing. No, it's a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. It literally is a scam. It's ridiculous. So that's what I say about that. Now, early access. That's where we got to this area of, is early access beta? Is it testing? Or is it early access, as in we are now playing the game that we plan to play in the future? That's where the line got kind of skewed and messed up. The reason Pantheon went into early access is because they wanted to put it on Steam. Steam will not allow you to put a beta game on their platform and sell it. You can only be in early access on Steam and sell the game. So they had to do that for Steam, and they made millions of dollars from that. Another big reason I hate Visionary Realms. I hate to say it that way, but they're doing things very shady. Well, and I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally. I think they have good intentions, but they're shady as crap, guys. Super shady. Why would you sell me a product when you don't even know what the product is yet? That's the problem. I'm not going to pay you to test your game. And then when I tell you what's wrong with your game, for you to be like, nah, I disagree. No. I just paid you to play this game that you're putting. Anyway, I'm not going to go into it anymore. What value does fishing currently have in Monsters Memories? So fishing right now, you can catch fish and you can cook those fish. Other than that, it doesn't have any value. But you can cook fish. You can catch fish, cook fish. But later on, they're probably going to have more recipes with cooking. That's going to give you stat items. Nick did talk about this in his recent stream, that they would like to have, hopefully in the near future, stat items or stat food. So it might be like, plus 5 strength or, plus 10 mana, whatever, that kind of thing. I agree with the ease of D&D 5e. People would stop shoehorning everything they need a 5e. So many TTRPGs would suit their idea better. Yeah, maybe. The trend does need to stop. Yeah, it absolutely needs to stop. Ashes of Creation, $500 for early alpha testing. Yeah, that was stupid. And Ashes of Creation is now considered to be a huge flop, right? I didn't play it. I wasn't going to pay $50 for that garbage. Not doing it. The business model is based on never finishing. Yeah, it is. They're going to keep getting money. Why would they ever finish a game if people are going to continue to pay them to dabble, right? It's in cooking and alchemy items used for carpentry. There you go. I didn't know about that one. What Magicot said. So alchemy items as well for fishing that are used in carpentry. I was in a meeting with one of those pyramid schemes. I sat through one in my early 20s. I was looking for a job, and I saw online, and I went to this like warehouse thing, and they sat us all in a room. Within 5 minutes, I was like, "This is a scheme. It's absolutely a scheme." I didn't know what the scheme was. I actually sat through the whole thing because at that point I was curious. Right? It was about an hour-long thing. They even planted somebody in the audience as a potential hiree. And I'm like, dude, this is clear as day that this person works for you guys. But they planted this guy in the audience to ask questions and to be like the person that was presenting, kept calling on this person and looking at this person and it was just so obvious. By the end of it, they wanted everyone to pay like $150 for a training seminar that they had to do before being hired on. They had to do this training seminar. You're telling me that you want me to pay you to train me for the job that you might give me? What? No, that's called going to school, right? If I want your job and you tell me I have to learn how to do this thing, I then go to a trade school or I go somewhere else to learn that. I don't pay you. That would be on the job training, which is free. You hire me, you pay me to do the little jobs as I learn to do the bigger jobs. Don't fall for those guys. Do not fall for that. If any company ever makes you pay them to get a job, it's a scam. So much so that I actually am looking at doing teaching here in my county, and I have to pay an application fee. And I'm like, wait a minute, why am I paying an application fee to you? What? No, you should be wanting to hire me. I'm intelligent enough. I have the background. I know how to. I'm not going to pay you to potentially hire me. No, absolutely not. It's a scam, guys. It's a scam. Anyway, I looked into it more. They reimburse you the application fee. You do pay the application fee, But as long as everything, you basically go through this whole process, as long as everything works out and you go through the entire process, you then get reimbursed on that application fee. But yeah, for them just to pay it, no, absolutely not. Anyway, what else are we talking about? Late to the party. How's it going? What's going on, DJ? How you doing, bud? Welcome. Glad to have you. Hytale went early access without on Steam. It went early access and it's not on Steam, right? Hytale is not on Steam. Or is it on Steam? Uh-oh. Steam's not loading fast. There we go. I was looking up Hytale the other day. Hytale, yeah, not on Steam. Yeah, if you want to go early access and charge for a game, that's fine. Do it off of Steam though. Like, here's my take on early access. Should be game ready. We know what we want. We have it ready. We just need players to test it out, to play the game, and make sure that everything's functioning as it's supposed to. Testing in early access should be bug fixes, not content fixes, right? Or content changes. Adding in additional content during early access is fine. But to say this is the fundamental way that you're supposed to play this game, but during early access, we're going to completely change the base of that from this is a top-down view MOBA style game. In early access, we decided, we don't like that. We're now going to go 2D side scroller platformer. No, you can't do that in early access. You literally sold me a top-down MOBA, but you gave me a 2D platformer. Like, that's not what I paid for. So yeah. Yes, I was looking recently at Apogaya, whatever it's called. Yeah. Was the MLM scheme for Primerica? MLM doesn't sound familiar to me. Primerica does, though. That's not a thing. If you pay for a job, it's 100% a scam or a horrible job. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. This is for a teaching job that I'm actually looking into right now here in my county. And it's literally you have to pay an application fee. And I was like, wait, why? Why should I have to do this? There's a couple reasons for it. I mean, it's a government job teaching job, but it's for them to go through all of your credentials. It's specifically speaking, to go a little bit more into it, it's an alternative program for becoming a teacher. So effectively, you're getting a teaching certificate while teaching. Whereas if you actually have a teaching certificate to become a teacher, you just say, here's my teaching certificate that I got at X college. May I have this job, please? And they'll say yes, right? This is effectively, you're paying the $100 to get into the program because they actually do have things that you have to do in the program to get your teaching certificate. While you're getting your teaching certificate, you are able to teach and earn a salary, right? And that's the difference. So there is a distinct difference in there. So I can see why they would charge certain things, but you can get reimbursed once you go through the program. If you complete the program, you go to the classes, and you, because there's like seminars that you have to show up for, and it's just for the whole process. Now all of that is free to go to. The seminars are not; they don't cost you anything. But yeah, MLM. Multi-level marketing. Oh, okay, MLM. Gotcha. My wife did that here in Florida. It's a good program. Yeah, and I'm looking at doing it now here in South Carolina. Being a teacher, I would like to teach. I have a degree in economics, so I have to teach business, marketing. Those are kinds of things that I'm allowed to teach based on my 4-year degree, at least for the first 3 years. And then after the first 3 years, I get my legit teaching certificate, and then I can move around and do whatever I want. So I'm looking into it. It sounds like a Trump University big scam. I'm looking at doing esports. Like, that's what I want to get into the teaching for, is because I would like to be an esports coach for a high school around here. We already have one high school in my area that has an esports team, and they're looking at expanding that. And I would love to be an esports coach because I love gaming and I love how gaming can bring you together. And I think that esports are becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think we need to get them into the high schools. They're already starting to come into colleges. The college that my alma mater that I went to college, which is Kennesaw State University in Georgia, they are actually getting an esports head coach. They're hiring one right now. So, yeah. Teaching in a public schools where you need a bachelor's degree, then pay for and pass a license exam, and then you have 5 years to get a master's. That's basically, kind of how it works. I know someone who did some fast track to become a teacher when they needed teachers and didn't have a credential. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That's where I'm at. So I have a degree in economics, and they need teachers in the area that I live in. So they're basically saying if you have a bachelor's degree in any field, you could potentially be a teacher. So to do that, you go in and you start teaching. So like I could start teaching effectively the start of next school year, and I could earn a teacher's salary while I am continuing to do these education things of early childhood education, or, how to teach basically. And it basically is a way to get you into the classroom, start teaching, and then over the next 3 years, you're supposed to take certain classes and things that they provide you, and to become a teacher. Yeah. My local tech high school has both an esports team and a hacking team. That's cool. One of the local colleges has a hacking club that runs a competition for the high school hacking club each year. That's awesome. See, I love that. I love that. I want to get into esports for a couple of reasons. I have a kid, right, that's in the middle school, and I still see it today that a lot of parents and a lot of teachers, they don't understand gaming. They don't understand video games with the kids and how it is a social thing these days. Back when I was a kid, back in the 80s, 1980s, I know I'm old, there wasn't, it wasn't a social thing. It was, you sit in your room, you play video games all day, you're a very antisocial person. Today, gaming is much more social. And I think that a lot of these parents don't understand that. They think it's still people that are just doing bad things online. So I want to get into the school, especially at a lower level, lower age range, to try to help these teachers, the students, the parents, and just the world as a whole, really understand that gaming is a different animal today than it was when we were kids, and that there is a lot of communication. I talk to certain friends of mine every single day. They're right here in this Bangarang chat. That right there is Gam and Easter. Gam was here, Sikrith, in chat a minute ago. I talk to them on a daily basis. We're very friendly with each other. We know about each other's lives. Yeah, Sikrith right there. He's right there. So we know about each other's lives. I know the crazy stuff that Sikrith's son's doing in soccer. I know about my friend who lives over in San Francisco. He's got a younger daughter that he talks about all the time, and the different things that she's going through. Like we talk about our lives, and we actually share with each other while we're playing games. It's not just focus in, play games, and be degenerates. No, we actually help each other, It's so unhealthy. What's unhealthy? Playing video games? Not necessarily. Not unhealthy. It's very good. It's very healthy for the mind. Very healthy. My stepdad's doctor says that it's a good way to fight off dementia. So for the older people in the audience, you might want to start doing that. It's great hand-eye coordination. Keeps the brain healthy. Bad for your eyes, back, and wrists, fingers. If you're like slouching over like this and you're, on your key, then yes. But sit up straight, right? Sit up straight. Ergonomically correct chair. It's only bad because people make it bad. Football, also bad for you because you can get a head injury and get concussions and all that, right? Also bad for you. But hey, it's physical exercise. I mean, basketball is bad on your knees and your joints because you're jumping a lot and you're landing. That's bad on your knees and your ankles. So yeah, just to say something's bad because of the way that people are doing it is not correct. I think that gaming is very therapeutic. It's good for your hand-eye coordination, your mental awareness. It's good for a lot of things. Now, should you be gaming 24/7? Hunched over in a dark room. My girlfriend just came in here a few minutes ago and actually opened up the door, opened up the windows. So I've got some sunlight coming in. Thank you, by the way. I didn't say that when you came in. I don't know if she heard me. But yeah, she's very big on get some sunlight. Don't sit in a dark room and be depressed all day. I struggle with depression, something that I personally have struggled with most of my life. And I didn't talk about it most of my life. And I used video games to mask it most of my life. Even to this day, I would say that I do that sometimes. But we need to be aware that we don't have to cover up these things with video games, right? Use the video game to get out there. I'm a much more social person over the last 9 years that I've been streaming than I was prior to that. I was a social person. I went out to clubs and bars and parties and, I was a social person. I am much more social after starting streaming. I also was very social in some of my gaming, the online gaming that I did growing up. That helped quite a bit. I don't like people, so I sit in my room and play. That checks out. We don't like you either, Easter. Easter is another one of my buddies that is constantly, I chat with him every day, man. Easter came to visit me because he was trying to get a job at Emory University. And I lived in North Georgia at the time. And he came and he stayed with me. First time I ever met the dude. Drove up, parked, gave him a room in my house. We played some board games. I'd been playing video games with him though for a long time prior to that. So yeah, been doing I don't recommend doing that, by the way. If you just meet somebody online, here's a story I don't recommend. I did it, but I don't recommend it. When I was 16, 17, 18 years old, I had to be 18 years old. Yeah, it was EverQuest 1. So I was 18 years old. And I met this group of brothers on EverQuest. And they were like, hey, we're going to Mardi Gras this year. I'm like, dude, I've never been to Mardi Gras. I want to go to Mardi Gras. They're like, yeah, come stay with us. We're going to get a hotel. We're going to be at Mardi Gras. Okay. I was 18 years old, living in Georgia. And I drove to Louisiana. And I went to Mardi Gras with absolute strangers that I had known for maybe 6 months to a year at the time. Maybe a year, because we were playing EverQuest. The only thing I knew about them was they were brothers playing EverQuest. They could have been anything. And I stayed and I slept on the floor of a crappy hotel. I mean, I don't know what was going on around me for 3 days when I stayed at Mardi Gras. Don't do that. I highly do not recommend. Just don't do that. Oh my God, that was one of the most dangerous things I ever did. It worked out really well for me. I loved Mardi Gras. I ended up going back a couple years later. It was a lot of fun. But holy moly. I do say though, take some chances, enjoy life, have some fun, especially when you're younger. But yeah, golly. Long-term effect of sitting in a chair looking at screens is awful. Yeah, it is. Long-term effect of doing anything repeatedly is awful. Anything. Gamers are exposed to the danger much more frequently than football or basketball or exercising. How are they exposed to it more frequently? I don't understand. Been doing it since the 80s? I have too, yeah. I was born in 1980, and I've been playing video games since 1983. So, most of my life. And I'm not in terrible shape. Could I lose a few pounds? Absolutely. Do I need glasses? No, I did have LASIK. I did need glasses growing up. I was nearsighted, so I needed farsighted. But I'm okay now. I can ride a bike. I can jump. I can exercise. Getting up and off the ground. I eat, okay. I could eat better. Just because some people, I think that the issue is it's not that playing video games makes you a certain way. I think people being a certain way pulls them to video games. They already are introverts. They already may have a thyroid problem. They may have a weight issue of some sort. They may have mobility issues of some sort of, disease or whatever. What can they do to be entertaining? Well, they can't play football. They can't play soccer. They can't play basketball. They can't really get out and be active out in the world. So therefore, they end up watching movies, playing video games, and that kind of thing. I don't think that it's the playing of video games causes this. I think it's the opposite. Because they have limited mobility, limited options, this is one of their best options. So I think that's what ends up happening. And then we see it as, oh, well, then why is it that obese people play video games? Or people that play video games are obese. I think it's the opposite. I think it's obese people, generally speaking, would rather play a video game than to try to go out and do something else. Now, that said, should they go out and try to exercise? Sure. But there's probably an underlying issue, like a thyroid problem, right? That's causing them to be obese. It's not sitting around playing the video games that's causing it. I, for example, eat less when I play video games. Some people might eat more. They might sit there and just munch on Doritos and drink Mountain Dew all day. Sure, that happens. But I haven't eaten today. I woke up this morning. I started streaming. I have not had anything to eat. I'm now really hungry. I could use a lunch, but I haven't eaten. So it's my fasting period, right? I ate dinner last night at say 8 o'clock, and it's now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been fasting. It's actually a very healthy thing to do. So anyway, there's ways that you can do a lot of stuff. I think esports should incorporate exercise into their practice. Yoga can be part of the program. I agree with that. I think that's a great idea, right? I think that's a fantastic idea. Yeah, Nick apparently agrees as well. Zukin, how you doing, my friend? Welcome in, welcome back. I think that's a great idea. I say people that play a lot of video games should stand up, walk around. Sean talks about this. He's got one of those desks that goes up and down, right? And he says that sometimes he'll work standing up. And I think that's great. He says that he'll be working for a little bit, and then he'll just need to take a break, and he'll go exercise. And he'll go to his gym or whatever, however he exercises, do some jujitsu, whatever type of martial arts he does. I don't remember what it is now off the top of my head, but he likes to do a lot of martial arts. So he'll take a break from that and go do that. I think that's fantastic. I think it's a variety that we need, right? Not necessarily say that, oh, you play video games, therefore you're a lard that just sits there and you're fat and you're unhealthy. Not true. Absolutely not true. I like to ride bikes. I haven't been riding it lately, but what my go-to was for a couple of years, I wake up in the morning at like 7:30 in the morning. I get on my bike. I ride for an hour riding my bike. I then get home by 8:30, hopefully at the latest. I make two eggs, maybe a strip of bacon. That's my breakfast. Get a glass of water, take a quick shower, jump on my stream by 9 o'clock. I stream and play video games for 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, depending on how long I feel like playing and streaming. Then I would get off of there and I would do some other things. So like, I think it's a variety of things, right? You need to mix it up. Pedal bike or motorbike? A pedal bike, like a bicycle, like an actual bicycle. I have an 8-speed. What's the bike that I just recently got from my mom actually bought it for me for my birthday, which was back in June. But yeah, like an actual bicycle. Yeah, I love riding my bike. Absolutely love it. Yeah. I'm currently munching on a box of Pocky. What's Pocky? I don't know what that is. Top esports teams do exercise routines. Yeah. I think that like esports, they should do a couple of things. It shouldn't just be about sitting down playing video games all day. They need to actually, do some exercises. They should start out by doing some push-ups. I think that that's a great thing to do on esports is you have a 5v5 teams, right? Let's use Dota, League of Legends, Heroes of the Storm, whatever. You probably have more than just those 5 players on your esports team. You probably have 10 players or 15 players, but 5 of them are your actual, they're your team. Just like a football team or a basketball team, you got the bench warmers. Somebody's got to sit over there on the bench and replace you if something happens. So what you do is you take those 5 to 10 people and you play them against each other. Losers got to run laps. Losers got to do push-ups. You know, I think that's a great idea. Manual bikes, gross. Nah, I love my bike. Love going on my bike rides. I ride all over the place. I'm very fortunate to live in an area that's got a lot of bike trails and riding trails around here. So I just go, man. I get on my bike and I go wherever I want. And it's fantastic. Great way to start my day. I can't wait till it warms back up. Today it was, what's the temperature today? Today it's 43 right now. I think it was below freezing this morning. I'm not getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning when it's freezing outside and going for a bike ride. Nope. Absolutely not. Not for me. But yeah. Want to ride my bicycle? Yeah. Want to ride my bicycle? Bicycle. Bicycle. Queen is one of the greatest bands of all time. No one will ever tell me otherwise. Fantastic. Freddie Mercury, I still say, I personally believe that he's in the top 2 or 3 or definitely top 5 singers of all time, in my opinion. He's way up there. I put him at like number 1 or 2, personally. Like, I put him up there. Now, are there other people that can sing as well as him? Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe I've never heard of them. What else do we want to look at here? Because I'm going to probably go get lunch here very, very soon. And we've kind of gone off of the Monsters and Memories chat, and we've just kind of started talking about other things. Do we know what the rogue poisons will do and how they will work? Yeah, we know a little bit. Nick has mentioned a little bit about them. So first and foremost, you're going to have possibly poison procs, right? You attacking an enemy, it could potentially put a poison up on them. That's one of them. But things like a snare proc, a stun proc, or an interrupt proc, those are some ideas as well. So anything you can think of in that realm are things that they are considering for poisons for rogues. Now, what actually is cooking up in Nick's head, I have no idea, or the rest of the dev team. Nick does most of the abilities right now, but he does, talk to other people on the team, etc., and they gets ideas from various places, including Twitch chat. So if you want to give some ideas to Nick, go to his Twitch chat, let him know, or put them out on the forums here. But yeah, a lot of those ideas are bouncing around. So, sky's the limit. We don't really know what's going to happen, but we have an idea of what they're going to be putting in. Low-level Beastmaster feedback. Uh-oh. Beastmaster Swarm spell should actually summon both beasts at the same time. Having to cast it twice is a huge waste of time. Wait, what is... I don't know how these swarm spells work. Are they like a trigger that then you have to cast? Make the cooldown for it the same duration as the swarm spells. I saw a horse tamed. I had to throw that out there. I know we're not supposed to talk about alpha, but I was in the bank and I was like, why is there a horse in the bank? Apparently a Beastmaster tamed a horse. It caught me, guys. It caught me. I was like, what? This is weird. There are companions and there are swarm pets. Yeah, somebody had tamed a horse companion, and I was like, okay, whatever. I haven't messed with the Beastmaster pets or Beastmaster stuff too much. They can be summoned at the same time. They can be. So is that what this person's talking about? Swarm spells should actually summon both beasts at the same time. Having to cast it twice is a huge waste of time. So they're saying you have to summon your main pet and summon your swarm pet. I thought swarm pets were going to be something different, like a buff that you have, or like a proc that you would do. It's an instant cast with a cooldown. Okay, companions are permanent, swarms are temporary. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is the swarms are temporary. Swarms don't last. Yeah, they're supposed to be just like up for 24 seconds and they go away, right? When it was first implemented, there was a bug where if you had the swarm pet, you couldn't summon your main pet. Oh, that's rough. I think they fixed that. Otherwise, that would be definitely chatted about more. I think they should just delete the Beastmaster class. Well, I would have agreed with you that they should delete the Beastmaster class a few months ago. Yes, but Nick has gone in and made some changes to them, adding in the taming abilities. Nick didn't add the taming ability. He's not a programmer that way. But whoever added those in, Swanee maybe, somebody added in programming for taming of pets, and then they incorporated that. So it's a different class now. It's not It's not a summon pet class anymore. It's a find your pet, tame it, level it, etc. Have the swarm pets, all of that. Zilith and Chip did. They designed the taming. Awesome. I love that. And, you know, like I said, a few months ago, I would say Beastmaster, scrap it. Just like right now, I'm saying Elementalist, scrap it, right? We don't need the Elementalist and the Wizard. Right now, we combine them into one or do something to differentiate the two a bit more. And I say that about a lot of classes. So, you know, I might speak like, you know, black and white here. It's not black and white. Beastmaster is a good example of that. It just needed more, and I think it now has more, and I think it's actually a good class now. That said, I would say it's up there with the Spellblade as far as DPS is concerned, because some of those charm pets or some of those tamed pets that they're taming they're like insane. They're really, really strong. So yeah, they just need to be tweaked. Like the Spellblade, I honestly think, from what I've talked to people about, Spellblade and Beastmaster, like DPS wise, is Spellblade's number 1, Beastmaster number 2, Fighter's number 3. None of those should be 1, 2, or 3 in this game for DPS, right? But I think currently, in the current state of things, they might be there. Zilith, Chip, same guy? Okay. Gotcha. His name is Chip. Well, I've seen him, I've seen Zilith answer feedback and stuff, so I just wasn't sure that I wasn't aware that that's what he did. One thing I watched on a dev stream, they said no raids or very few, and most will be small or one man. That kind of made me sad to hear. Me too, Vey. So I agree. Nick would be who you want to talk to about that. So definitely throw all of your hate towards Nick. Go to his channel and let him know you want bigger raids. I also want bigger raids. To clarify and answer your question, though, you heard on a dev stream, the focus of Monsters and Memories is single group is the main focus. 6 players in one group doing everything that they can possibly do. Exploring, adventuring, questing, killing of mobs. Most content is going to be geared towards one party, and that's it. Now, can you solo? Sure, you can. Some classes are better at solo than others, but soloing is not the intended way to play. It's still definitely grouping, but you can solo. Duos, trios, also, you know, you can do that if you want to, but one full group is where they're looking at. Now, moving on to raids, right now in the game, what they're trying to do is smaller raids, but they're looking at possibly doing bigger ones in the future. But I would say most of the content in the game is still single group up to 2 to 3 groups are what you're looking at currently. But yeah, we'll have to see what they do in the future. Chip's always working on cool stuff. Love to hear it. Sweet to have chase pets out there. I think level 60 drop spell pets, things of that nature would be awesome. Yeah. But yeah, as far as raids are concerned, I want to see larger raids. Now, there's an issue. There's a couple issues, and since Nick is here, I'm gonna spit my issues out there. The issue with having smaller raids is if you have a very solid, good, strong team with a singular group that knows what they're doing and is geared well. If you have a raid that is geared towards 2 or 3 groups, that one group can probably also do it. So the issue with that is if your groups aren't balanced properly and say a couple people with some charmed pets that are as strong, if not stronger than a singular group, they can also, then you have it to where maybe 2 or 3 or 4 players can take down a potential raid boss that is 2 or 3 group raid boss with 2 or 3 players that have charmed pets, which is where we're currently sitting in the game. I don't like that. That's the reason I want there to be a pretty big distinction between groups and then raids. I want it to be minimum of like 4 groups for a raid. That's where I would, for like the minimum raids. But I know there are people out there that are like, no, I don't like that, etc. There were monsters in EverQuest that were like 2 groupable, and they say, oh, you need to have 2 groups for this. Did you really need to have 2 groups? No, you needed to have one really geared single group. Or you needed 2 groups if you didn't know what you were doing, or 3 groups if you were just not the right party. The other issue that I have with raiding right now, aside from that, The other issue I have is there's no raid frames in the game. Are they going to be adding raid frames? Maybe Nick will say yes, no, whatever. But without raid frames, what does that mean? That means that you can throw as many people as you want, and there's no instancing, right? You can throw as many people as you want at an individual mob. So let's say they put a mob out in the game that they intend to be fought with 5 groups. Well, what's to say you don't just get 500 people and just zerg it down, right? Which is another way that, maybe that's intended. Maybe they want it to be that way. Maybe they don't. I don't like that. I think that kind of gameplay ruins the raiding scene. It makes it to where why would you even bring in a tank and a couple of healers and the right DPS and try to do anything properly when you can just zerg it down to throw as much DPS as possible at it. Res people as they die, throw them back in there. That's how we killed Lady Vox, Lord Nagafen, EverQuest 1 originally back in 1999 when they first added those encounters in. That's how we killed them, is we just threw bodies at it until it died. The other issue is, well, what if I bring 3 groups to the raid, but then some other guild brings 1 group of all wizards and they burn that boss down? Technically, my raid killed it because we're tanking it, we're healing through it, we're doing the mechanics, etc. But they did enough damage to burn it down. Who gets that? And it becomes like an issue of a lot of, first to engage, most damage done. Who camped it? You can't really camp some raid bosses. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Anyway, that becomes a whole issue as well. There's a lot of issues with raiding that I think need to be worked out before they're like, here's the big raids. But I think, down the line, I would like to see it. I think, like Nick said, there will be bigger raids. I think he's more on board with it than Sean is. Sean, I don't think is on board with the bigger raids. I think he's leaving that up to Nick. That's at least my take on it. In the last playtest, we have dungeon bosses like the Construct in Wormsbane that require 2 to 3 groups to kill. They don't require 2 to 3 groups. That's why they're getting adjusted. Nick said yesterday in his stream that there's going to be a raid tuning patch. Probably the next patch that comes out, raid tuning. Because right now you don't need that. People are actually duoing the Bone Construct. Duo. It's not good. And that's the problem that I have with it, right? You want to build raids out specific for 2 to 3 groups at level. They have to do it at level 20. You have to. Like they fixed the thing where they had at one point they had higher level people that were taking level like downcasting and lower level stuff. Tell me your secrets. I'm not going into secrets here, guys. People are doing it, right? There's an issue. And the devs know about it. They're fixing it. That's why they're doing a raid tuning pass. It's a whole thing. Twinks can do it. If you take a duo with really good level 60 gear, all the level 60 buffs, all of that kind of stuff, you can do so much more. That's my issue with level locked encounters. I've mentioned this to Nick. He already knows I don't like level locked encounters. I think having a level 20 level locked encounter, 25, 40 level locked encounters is a bad idea. I don't think it's going to go over well. I think it's going to end up needing to be changed sometime in the future. They are looking at it. I get the ideas behind it. There's just too many issues with it. One is going to be itemization, which they're currently looking at. Rich Waters is coming on the team to do some more itemization stuff. There's items that you can get from those lower level encounters that level 60 players are going to be like, I have to have that item. If that is the case, level 60 players are going to make alts and they're going to be killing that stuff with a super twinked out group of level 20s, right? And they're not going to let they're not going to let other people at that level do it. There's a lot of things that need to be considered when it comes to raiding that are currently possibly being considered, but are currently not in the game. Right. So a lot of things need to just be to be looked at and worked on. Once it's live, it definitely won't be hard to find people. No, it won't be hard to find people at all. But the issue is, how many people do you want to throw at it? Because that means that's more people you have to roll against. So people are going to want to try to do these encounters with as few people as possible. Things like, can I kite around the boss? Bone Construct, you can't kite it around. Where are you going to run, right? It's a pretty small room that you have to fight him in. If you run out of that room, you get death touched. But other bosses, well, why wouldn't I just pull it to a large area and just kite it all day? If you have the ability to do that. If it doesn't have a death touch, if it doesn't have a summon ability, and those level 25 and 40 raid bosses that we already know of, that people have taken down on the open alpha servers, those don't have some of those unique abilities to them. They're still hard, like the elemental boss, the one in Ancient Crypt, has a big fire AoE that goes off. That's devastating to low-level players. Can it be killed? Yeah, it can absolutely be killed. But it's still really tough against low-level players. It can destroy them. But, you're going to want to take as few people to those as possible so you don't have to roll against a bunch of people. But if you have 1,000 people fighting it, it makes the fight a joke, and then you got to roll against however many people for those items. No idea how 2 people are doing it at level 20. There's ways, yeah. Twinks' way, but could level minimum on require a gear factor that? They don't want to do that. They're trying to stay away from having items be bound to your character or level locking items. The only things right now that I think that is free to really talk about as far as that's concerned is like procs on an item might be level based. So you might have to be a certain level for the proc to actually trigger. But other than that, you can still use the item. And those levels range, whatever. They're all over the place. I remember back in EQ when they removed Rage Fire out of Nagi's lair and it came down to which wizard got off the highest mana burn. Yeah. I don't love it, especially because he has a really good mana regen item. Well, yeah, that's the issue. So you brought it up. I did not. So we'll talk about the mana regen item. Bone Construct has a mana regen item. Some of you may know about it. Some of you may not. But it has a mana regen item. It's like +1 mana per tick, basically. So let's say that is on your gloves slot. I don't remember what slot it is. I think it might be wrist, but that's a glove slot. Let's say that there is no other glove slot with mana regen on it in the rest of the game up to level 60. Well, now there's nothing to replace that with. Therefore, that makes that the best item in the game. 1 mana regen is better than crazy amounts of stats. +10 intelligence with 100 mana. People would rather have 1 mana regen than 10 intelligence and 100 mana. Because over the course of usage, you're going to get more out of that. So I think that it's going to boil down to itemization. If Bone Construct items are not replaced by, say, level 40, and then the level 25 boss not replaced by like level 45 to 50, and then the level 30 being replaced by around level 50 or so, if those are not being replaced at a decent level range, then people are going to want to go and hog those items. If they're only replaced by other raids at higher end, they're still going to want to get those items. Like, I already have a friend of mine that wants to go and kill the level 40 raid boss because he's got the best item in the game for one of the classes in the game, and there's nothing better anywhere. And that's a bad thing. It's bad design, right? There should always be something better that you can get that's harder to get. And if there's not, you're going to want to kill those low-level monsters. Now, that said, should there be things that come off of low-level monsters that are really good, like the glowing black stone, that was way back with like a level 12 enemy or something, and it carried you all the way to level 50 plus and into raids? Sure, they could have those like really good sought-after items. I don't see an issue with that, but they need to have something very similar in other level ranges so that you don't feel the need to, I have to go get that. Otherwise, I can't compete in the higher end game. So yeah. The idea of low level raid mobs is garbage. I mean, I'm not going to call it garbage. I disagree with it in a game like this, but they're trying it out. They're trying to see if it's going to work. I see the idea. I like the idea. I like the idea of level up raids. all of that kind of stuff. But we're talking about an MMORPG where pixels and items are everything, right? What you have is everything. Wormsbane armor, even though how bad Wormsbane armor is, like you think it's good when you're like level 5, 10, even up to like 20. It's really good armor. But once you hit up the higher levels, it's bad. It's just bad because the stats on it are not good, right? Compared to what you can get at those levels. People still are going and camping it just for the visual look of it and causing low-level players to not be able to camp stuff because they're some level 50 player that just wants to have this look. That's the problem that we're going to run into with MMOs and trying to have level-locked encounters and trying to have, any of that kind of stuff. We can't have nice things because of the way that players are going to play it. So I feel like the developers are going to need to design around that, knowing that players are going to want to go back and be like, yeah, but look what I have. I have Rubicite armor because it's red, not because it's good. I have it because it's red. So anyway, that's my take. It's a hot take, but that's my take. Can druids get summon light buff? He's talked about that briefly, like a summon firefly, or wizards getting a familiar that has a light spell. I don't think he's planning on doing it, but he's talked about it, so maybe. This is why zones like Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear are so important. They replace every slot with something better. Yes, I agree with that. It does. Full-on raid zones are going to hopefully replace a lot of that gear. The problem is if there's not a step between a level 20 raid boss and then a level 60 plus raid boss, if there's no step between those that's worth having, then you're still going to have all those level 60s that are constantly killing that raid boss on their level 20 alts, never allowing anyone in that level range to get it because they need that item to be able to do the higher end 60 plus content. So the itemization needs to be very smooth up to that point. And then everything from the level 60 raids higher should just be replacement items for what you currently already have that are just better in every way. And then that's going to be your level up raids. So like you do a Lady Vox Lord Nagafin to be able to get the starter gear, the Cloak of Flames, those kinds of things, to get that starter gear to be able to then go into Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear, to be able to get that gear, to be able to then go into Kunark raids, getting like your Trachanon and those kinds of things. And then those being able to go into to get to your Velius raids. But you need to be able to do that without a level increase. Those were like a 10 level increase from Plane of Hate to Kunark raids. It was 10 levels, but the items that you got from Plane of Fear and Plane of Hate were so much better than everything you got going up to Trachanon and the raids in Kunark. Very few people wanted to go and get anything in between there, right? They would just go, I'm just going to go raid this, and then I'm going to go try to get my max level. Then I'm going to go back and raid this. And people continued to raid Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear all the way up until they got their full gear from Kunark raids. So I think we need to have like a smoother system of gear. As much as I hate to say it, it might be easier to just remove how good it is so it doesn't feel required. Well, yeah, but there's another issue with that. If you remove the itemization off of something that's that difficult, why would you go at level 20 fight it? Right? So there it becomes a twofold problem. A level 20 player is not going to benefit from killing the bone blade or the bone construct, because they're probably going to die multiple times. They're going to lose XP. They're going to waste time. Whereas if they just XP'd, if they just went out and did the XP, they would probably be level 21 before they actually killed the bone construct, right? At level. I'm talking about at level, doing it with the correct buffs, the correct gear, all of that at level. the challenge of Bone Construct would be as such that it would not be worth the time of a level 20 player to do unless you had itemization that was worth getting. But if you make itemization too good at that level, then higher level players are going to just go back and put it on their alts and take the items themselves. So there's a balancing act that you have to find in there, making the item good enough for level 20 players to want to do it, but bad enough to where level 60 players don't care about it anymore. So you need to find that middle ground. Right now, I don't think that middle ground is there. It needs to be tweaked. It's fine-tuned, like you said, as long as they reduce the value of the drops and introduce better stuff at higher... Yes, exactly, DJ. What DJ's saying. There's like a 5 agility, 5 dex range slot item in Wormsbane, even as a 25 Shadow Knight drop. Check if that mob... Yeah, you're talking... Well, I don't think it's 5 agility, 5 dex. I think I know what you're talking about. It's an idol, right? Isn't it an idol that's got like 2 or 3 agility, 2 or 3 dex, and then some HP on it? And it's a little idol. If that's the one you're talking about. If it's not, then I'm talking about a different item. But there's a lot of ranged items in the game. There's quite a few, actually. Create a loot lockout time on raid bosses. That won't fix anything. Like, that won't fix anything. I would just create a second character or a third character or a fourth character. You see what I'm saying? Because very few items in this game are no drop or no trade. So I would just loot it on a different character and then trade it to my other character. Like, there's ways around it right now. There's a lot of different things they'd have to do. I love the way they did Velius expansion. No level increase, but the guilds needed to get the faction armor. Yes, I thought that was a great idea. Velius expansion is what I hope for the kind of in-game raid loop of Monsters and Memories to be, where you need to kill these easier raid bosses. Maybe there's 3 or 4 of those. Kill those easy ones to get enough gear to be able to go up a tier, to kill these raid bosses, to go up a tier, to kill these raid bosses, and make it a very horizontal progression. Whereas you need slightly more AC, slightly more HP, slightly more int, slightly more strength from all of these pieces to make you 5% better, right? To be able, and that 5% is what allows you to do the next raid. And then your entire raid being 5% better to do the next raid. And then 5% better each time. I like that for a couple of reasons. One is it makes your level up raids. But then 2, you could have one guild that is your top end raid guild that's killing, let's say tier 3 or tier 4 raids. At this point, they don't need tier 1 raids anymore. Second guild can start coming in, start doing the tier 1 raids, and they can start their progress moving up. Whereas those top guilds are only doing like tier 3, maybe some tier 2 stuff until everybody has what they need to move up to tier 4. Then they're doing tier 4, tier 3, maybe one boss at tier 2, but most likely just the stuff that they need, and they're moving up. I like that idea a lot more than having level locked stuff, which isn't going to end up being level locked anyway. It's just going to be high level players with low level alts killing the content. I mean, I'm calling it now. You guys can say that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. Probably on every single server. By the time you have, I would say 50, even less than that, but 50 level 60 players on a server, those 50 people, out of those 50 people, they're going to level up level 20, 25, and 40 alts, power leveling them with crazy good gear, and they're going to lock down all of those mobs, and you're never going to see them again. That's my guess. In the last 2 playtests, they were constantly level 20 plus running around in Wormsbane already, just killing the named. Yeah, because they wanted to get the Wormsbane armor, which if those level 20s were just go out and look for other things, they could find better gear than the Wormsbane armor. But they went back and ruined the play time, the game for lower level people just because they wanted to have this cool looking armor. So we need itemization to just be better throughout, and cool armor better throughout, and look just, we need a Wormsbane armor. You need a Ancient Crypt armor. You need a Telekir armor. Is there a higher level dungeon that I can mention armor? There, have different armor sets throughout the leveling process. Not just one really cool looking one at level 10 that everybody wants, No entry Wormsbane for level 21 plus. Well, that would be bad too. That just feels bad. Why would you do that? Why would you lock people out? What if there's a quest in there? There are quests in there that you may want to do at level 21 plus, right? Oh, I didn't realize that I had to do. I'll give you a specific example. I didn't realize I'm trying to befriend the Ashira, and I didn't realize I needed to do a quest to befriend the Ashira because I didn't go into Telekir until I was level 22 to do some stuff in there, and realize, I can be friends with them, but I needed to get the Goblin Ears, and I got to turn Goblin Ears into an Ashira in Night Harbor. Oh crap, to be able to turn the Goblin Ears to that person, I have to then do a quest that takes me into Wormsbane. Oh no, I'm level 22. I can never be friends with the Ashira. That's the reason why you can't lock them out of a zone based on level, right? A level 22 at that point would just be like, well, I guess I'm never going to be friends with the Ashira because I can't do the quest to increase my faction with them. Feels bad. Yeah, the Ashira ring quest, exactly. Not saying that it's not an option. Sure, it's an option. They could lock people out of doing it, but I am the firm believer that you should never lock people out of content because of their level, right? That's at all levels. Like, that doesn't mean that when I hit level 21, I shouldn't be locked out of content. To me, that is again, not trying to hate on Nick, but that's a lazy way to develop a game. It's a lazy mechanic to develop a game. To say, oh, well, we don't want people over level 20 doing it, so therefore we're just going to level lock it with a death touch. I find a different way to do it, and if you can't find a better way to do it, then don't do it. That's my philosophy on it. Now, of course, they're going to make the game that they want, and I have full faith that Nick and the rest of the team are going to make an amazing game. But certain aspects of it, I'm just not going to like, and I'm going to have to live with that if they want to go with it that way. And I'm sure that if I were to make a game right now, everything that I would put into a game, you all wouldn't like. One example of that is every race should be able to be every class. Not everybody agrees with that. And that's fine. We don't all have to agree with that. But that's how I would make a game if I made one. Boring to just group up with OP players makes the content too easy. Well, that's your opinion on it, right? Other people are going to look at it differently. Not a big fan of instancings, but what if we had instances for different level ranges? I mean, maybe I can see where you're going with that. I don't know. That would be something you have to bring up with the team and see what they say about it. Because like the idea that I think they want with Monsters and Memories is they want the commingling of different play styles, different level ranges, different everything. They want everyone to be in the same world, living and breathing together. Adding an instance to this game would be a detriment to the game. I don't think that they would do that. It would be cool if faction system led to different type of playthroughs. They are going to be doing that. That is actually a thing. Sean has said that factions and deities and religions, whatever, are all going to be how they gate content, preventing players from being able to do certain content based on your current faction. Very similar to Velius in EverQuest. You have the dragons, you have the dwarves, and you have the giants. In the beginning, everybody had to choose dragons, dwarves, or giants. And that was what you killed and what you sided with and how you did the armor, etc. Later on, people figured out, well, I can do all three of those. I can do dragons on the weekends, Saturday, Sunday. I can then skip a day on Monday, give everybody a chance to get their faction up. We'll do giants on, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. That's what they ended up doing. I don't know what they're going to end up doing in Monsters and Memories. We'll have to see. Think about high-level players coming back to zones will eventually decrease as the game gets complicated and more zones are opened up. Well, yeah, it'll absolutely decrease. It will. And as things, like I said, as things get more itemized, I, for example, was talking about this earlier today. I just got a pair of boots for my fighter yesterday. Like, there were no other boots in the game that I could find that had any stats on them. I was using like some rusty steel boots. It felt awful. And, they just need more itemization. They need more things to get. There's still a lot of named monsters out there that don't drop anything. There's a lot of unfinished quests out there. There's some that we may not know about. There's some that are just unfinished. There's just a lot. And when I say, we got June 1st is going to be hopefully early access, that's not a lot of time to get some of this stuff fleshed out. They got to get it fleshed out soon. That's why I say balancing needs to be a thing that we're looking at now. Because if they wait until, May to try to balance things, that's not going to work. Make the construct the dungeon boss or move him or delete him. I mean, it is the dungeon boss now. It's the hardest fight in the dungeon. I like what they're doing with some other stuff where you spawn the boss. Like you collect items and then you actually spawn the boss. I like that a lot. And I think they need to continue going in that direction. It's kind of like instancing, but it's not instancing. Right? Like you are spawning an instance of that boss, but everyone can interact with it if they want to. Now, if I spawn the boss and somebody else comes in and kill steals it and ninja loots it, I can be like, petition, I spawned that boss, that was mine, they stole it, etc. So that's why I kind of like that avenue. I think it's a good way to go about it. And to spawn the boss, you need to go and collect a bunch of other items. But then there's also bosses like the Bone Construct that are based on the Earthquake. Earthquake happens, Bone Construct spawns, log in your characters, kill it, get loot, move on. Those are the ones that I'm like, I think that needs to change. Usually long quests require revisiting earlier zones though, so encounter level locking is bad, but level locking zones is terrible. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you can't really you can't level lock entire zones because they're going to want you to go back at certain higher levels. Feels like in most in MMOs, less is more. Yeah, it is. Less is absolutely more in MMOs. Itemization for sure. I played a wizard and nothing felt useful for a caster. Cloth armor is just bland AC. Yeah, you don't worry about armor class on any of the int casters. If you're not a tank, don't worry about armor class. I would just completely ignore it. If you're a monk, maybe a spellblade, you might want to look at it a little bit just in case you're off tanking, or even a ranger. You're off tanking briefly. You might want to factor in AC a little bit. But I think if you're not a tank, ignore AC completely. You want to look at other stats. Your mana, your HP, your resistances, your stat that you use the most, whether it be intelligence or strength or dexterity or whatever. Those are the ones that you want to look at. So yeah, I think that we need to have more effects on spellcaster gear. Right now, melee gear gets a lot of procs, plus you get bonus strength, so they're going to be doing more damage based on better gear, right? And that's why, generally speaking, the melee classes end up being the weakest class at level 1, the strongest class at max level, whereas the caster classes are the strongest class at level 1 and they get weaker comparatively to other classes at the highest level. So like a level 60 spellcaster, wizard for example, is going to be weaker than a level 60 fighter at level 60. But at level 1, the wizard's able to nuke something, one shot an enemy, because they're low level, whereas a fighter is going to struggle with trying to kill something at level 1. And there at some point that shift happens. So we need to have itemization such that they remain equal throughout, if we can. Spellcasters, are especially pet classes, are always going to be stronger at level 1 than non-pet classes. Always. You're not going to be able to fix that. It's just not going to happen. As caster gear seems so trivial compared to spell upgrades, not worth spending 5 hours in Wormsbane. I would agree with that to some extent. And that's why I say that we need to have more better itemization for spellcasters. Things like spell haste is an option. Mana regen is an option. Both of those are currently in the game. But what about an ability to lower resist rates? Or an item that allows you to lower resist rates? An item that potentially refunds mana when you cast a spell, an item that increases the duration of your buff spells. All of these things are options for itemization for spellcasters that could all be beneficial and make you want to go and get those items, right? And I think all of those should be looked at. I think some of those are already being looked at by the dev team. Pop spawn and lottery spawn are greater than time spawn. I don't like the idea. The current way they have it, again, this is probably another feedback from Nick. Somebody brought up in his stream not too long ago that events, GM events, should GM events or are GM events going to be in off-peak hours? And Nick was like, that's a good point. It's a very valid point. Right now, the way that the timed NPCs spawn, it's around like 6 p.m. You know, that's when the earthquake happens. It seems to happen at the same time every 3 days. And it's based on Eastern time zone. So those people that are in the Eastern time zone, and that's their time that they can play the game, are going to be in a much better state than, say, Oceanic or EU or even West Coasters. If it's 3 p.m. for West Coast and 6 p.m. for East Coast, and every single boss just spawned in the game because of an earthquake just happening, West Coasters are sitting there going, well, I got a couple hours before I get off work. I can't get there to do that. So I think, in my opinion, it should be more sporadic. They shouldn't be on a 3-day cooldown and it's going to pop between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern. It should be more like, too bad rest of the world, exactly. I think it should be more like 3 days is the minimum, 4 days is the maximum. So sometime in the next 24 hours, this mob could spawn, right? Or if it's 5 days is the minimum, then it could be 7 days is the maximum. So you have a 48 hour spawn window. And that means that everyone has to be on their toes and ready, and it could spawn at 2 o'clock in the morning your time. It could spawn at prime time your time. It could spawn literally any time during that. And it keeps everyone on their toes. It makes top-end raid guilds competitive. Otherwise, it won't be competitive. It'll be who has the most players on at prime time EST, which is what it currently is, from my understanding. Stream still going? Yeah, still going. I'm actually kind of hungry, so I need to stop here pretty soon. They need to let caster crit, not just wizard. I think crits should be a thing across the board. Not just fighter, not just wizard. I personally think that every single player in the game, every single class in the game, should have a base of 5% chance to crit, and then add in crit items for casters and melee, so and healers, a % chance to crit. Like it could be crit rating or something on the item, and it gives you 10 crit rating or 100 crit rating or whatever, and math that out however it would be, and allow people, if they want to, they can build a crit build. If they want to, they could build a non-crit, more consistent damage build. And depending on the type of class that you're playing, you could build it out however you want. I think that would be a better system than just being like, nope, only wizards and fighters can get crit. Oh, but why? Like, what does that do? For a fighter right now, let's say that, I don't know the numbers, but let's say that a fighter has a 5% crit chance, and when it crits, it does double damage. Effectively, all you've done is taken a fighter and added 5% damage to it. Because 5% of the time, you do 2 times more damage. It's 5% more damage. That's literally all it is. So build it out so that people can build crit if they want to. And then let players figure out, well, which way is the best way to go? Is it better to build out crit? Is it better to not build out crit? As a fighter and as a main tank, I wouldn't build out crit most likely unless it translated into a certain amount more threat for me that I needed. But I would most likely build more defensively. I wouldn't take the crit items. I would leave my 5% crit at its base, and all the crit items I would give out to my DPS players and let them have it. And then I would take items that give me higher AC, more stamina, more agility, those kinds of things. Other stats that the other classes don't want. And it spreads out the gear, and it spreads out, where items go. It makes itemization a little bit better. I do not understand why fighters and wizards got crit and nobody else does. I think Nick's explained it, and his explanation for it, to my knowledge, is he doesn't want everybody to have the same things. But to me, crit isn't one of those. Like, crit being just crit across the board is, I don't know. That doesn't. It's not a class defining thing, in my opinion. But again, we can have different opinions. We all can have different opinions. Do they have anything preventing pet Zerg groups from dropping raid targets? Nope. They have nothing preventing that. And that's part of the issue that I have, is you could literally have a bunch of people show up, send their pets in. I mean, you're going to have threat, right? There could be threat on the player, but necromancers could get away with this. Necromancer could summon pet, send it in. You could have 100 necromancers all send in their pet, and then all of them feign death over to the side somewhere, and their pet's just going to go over there and just do stuff. Like, there's a lot of things that you could potentially do. I don't know what would happen if they did that, right? I have no idea what would end up happening with the game if that happened, but as far as I know, you could do that. Keep it completely random. Do spells crit in D&D? Yes. I think cantrips. Yeah, cantrips can crit. Spells can crit in D&D. Pretty sure. Yeah, if you roll a 2-hit and you roll a 20, it crits. Yes. If you're casting a fireball, then no, it doesn't crit. The fireball spell is just this area explodes for X amount of damage. But if you're casting a firebolt, then yes, a firebolt can crit. Imagine rolling a 20 in D&D as a monk and told you don't get a crit because you aren't a fighter. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Or a rogue, right? Oh, sorry, you rolled a 20 as your rogue in Dungeons and Dragons. You're not a fighter, you don't get to crit. That's literally the rogue's entire role in Dungeons and Dragons. They crit and then they roll like 20d6. Like, that's their whole thing. So that's how I look at it. Is I think everyone should be able to crit with a 5% chance. Let's say that's the D20 roll. They get a 20, they crit, and then, make it to where like a rogue could potentially get a bigger crit. Maybe you have crit rating, like crit chance, and then you also have crit damage. So let's say a rogue would want to stack high crit chance and high crit damage to do a lot, but maybe a ranger only wants to have high crit chance for some reason. They don't necessarily want the damage. They're only going to get 150% damage, whereas the rogue wants to build that to 200% or 300% damage and do really big crits. I just feel like it's a whole avenue that they're missing out on for this game, simply because they just don't want to give every class crit. They only want to give it to certain classes. And it's like a whole itemization scheme that they could be doing. To separate characters. Having spell crit is a whole itemization thing for int casters that they could add, rather than just having a little more intelligence, a little bit more mana regen, spell haste. What makes an int caster stronger? We've debated spell haste. It doesn't really make an int caster stronger. It makes them stronger in a shorter amount of time, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, it does not make them stronger. More mana allows them to cast more spells before they run out of mana. Mana regen allows them to cast more spells consistently because they're going to have more mana regen. But what else can we add to that? I can't think of many other things, but I can think of spell crit, which I think would be a really good one to have. There should be a chance for an attack, any spell to crit, fail, fizzle. So even like Charm, Mez, every tick does a check and there's a chance to break. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I'm right there with you guys on that stuff. Now, I'm not saying that the devs haven't thought of that. Maybe they have. Maybe they don't want their game to be that way. Maybe their math doesn't math that way. I don't know. Maybe they have ideas for the future to add in spell crit. Maybe there's going to be a quest that allows wizards or allows other classes to learn how to crit. who knows? They may have all sorts of things up their sleeves, and they could be sitting there laughing at us all right now going, ha ha ha, they want crit. They don't even know what they're asking for. Who knows? But I agree with you all. I mean, I think that crit should be a thing. That's why I think it's inevitable. Head toward the EQ raid targets, AoE, to prevent just sending in pets and swarming mobs. We surprise if we have chain heals up too. Yeah. I mean, my friend was talking about that the other day. Why not take a dozen shaman and have all of them cast spores on your tank so that every 6 seconds your tank is being healed by a huge chunk of mana. And then those shaman only have to cast a spell once every 24 seconds. That's a way to do that, right? Right now, because there's no raid frames, because there's nothing dictating how many people you can take to kill a mob, you could literally throw hundreds of people at it, thousands of people at it if you could muster up those people. I think it's gonna be a problem later on, but we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be an expansion thing. Maybe it could be. Maybe they're planning. Yeah, they could be planning for the future and make all of us look like idiots. But what's going to happen in the future when they add in crit? It doesn't matter if they add in crit tomorrow or if they add in crit 10 years from now. So many people are going to be like, I told you that crit should have been, I told you so. And they're going to be those types of people that think that they didn't think of that. The devs are sitting there going, no, we absolutely have a plan in mind to add crit to every single class, by 1.0. But we just have to figure out how we're going to do it. They're not going to win, right? The devs aren't going to win. We as the community and the players know better than them. No matter what they do, we're going to know better, which is not necessarily the case. Dot crits were super awesome when they added the EQ. Felt really good when 9 dots all crit at once for 15,000 damage. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing. For sure. Increase and decrease threat stats. I think that they should have those. I want to see proc weapons that increase threat for tanks. I want to see more abilities that increase threat for tanks rather than give me a 5% chance rather than a 5% chance to crit, a 5% chance to gain threat. Right? Instead of triple attack on my fighter, give me an additional chance to use my taunt, right? When taunt is off cooldown, I just have a random chance that taunt might happen. I would rather have those things than triple attack. And if I wanted a DPS fighter class, I think a DPS fighter class should be like a barbarian or something with lower armor. Like they should have to wear like leather armor or chain at best. And they should be using two-handed swords, and they should have triple attack, right? They should have crits. They should have those things. That should be a completely different class. I think we're trying to do too much with every single class. Oh, fighters should be able to DPS and able to tank. Why? Make fighter a tank, period. If people don't want to play a tank, go play a ranger. Go play a spellblade. Go play an archer. Go play a rogue. Go find the DPS class that you want to play. Go play a monk. Go play a beastmaster. These are all like melee classes. Well, not all of those are melee classes, but those are melee classes that are DPS. If you don't want to play a tank, then don't play a tank. Why are you choosing fighter if you want a DPS? Well, I want to have the option to tank at some point. Okay, then don't complain that you're not the best DPS. You can't have everything. We can't give everybody everything. If they allow dot crits, then they need to allow ticks to get resisted. That's true too, yeah. No way it already landed? I mean, yeah, you guys can fight that out all day. That's more like every 0.5 seconds, get a tick from one of the spores. Yeah. A DD lands as well, but only do part. Why not a dot? I mean, I agree. Everybody's got a point here. Direct damage, I can cast direct damage. It can do 1,000 damage. It can do 500 damage. It can do 0 damage. It can do anywhere in between their damage. Why is it that if you don't get resisted, your spell does full damage? If it's a dot. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Right? I cast the spell, you cast the spell. Mine can get partially resisted. Yours is all or nothing. Some balance between there would be good. What kind of crit chance are you wanting at vanilla release of vanilla? Me, if you ask me, I think 5% crit chance across the board for every single class is good. Think about it D&D terms. You roll a D20 and you get a 20, you get a crit. That's 5%. So having a base 5% chance for every single person, whether it's a heal, whether it's whatever it is, they should all get a 5% across the board. And then add itemization to increase that. Or say certain classes, a rogue, for example, might get an innate 5% more crit. Or they get an ability that allows them to crit 1% more per level and have that be a buff for the rogue class. There's just so many options there with crit. Like, in my opinion, crit should be insanely hard to get, even its strength curve. Yeah, make it hard to get, sure, but it should be a base of like 5% chance, I feel like. Just to get it into the game. And then once it's in the game, you can make it harder to obtain crit or easier to obtain crit for certain classes, for certain builds, for certain armor types. I would say, people that are wearing cloth and leather, there's probably more crit rating on those items than there would be on plate wearers. Plate wearers should probably have lower in crit, except for clerics with their with healing crit. But spell crit, melee crit, and heal crit should probably be separated into 3 separate categories so that you can have different things on different items, right? But yeah, having like spell crit on a lot of cloth armor or melee crit on a lot of leather armor would be very smart, because then people have to wear leather armor to be able to get higher crit. So if I wanted higher crit on my tank, I'd have to wear leather armor. I'm not going to wear leather armor. I'm tanking, right? Make people choose. Base chance for a fail partial hit within stat affected. Yeah. If you're talking about just spells being resisted and whatnot. Everyone can get 1% melee crit and crit chance, and fighters, wizards, archers, rogues, and monks get 5% chance. They can do it a lot of different ways, yeah. The degenerates won't accept that logic? What logic? In D&D, attacks, spells, crit, and Pathfinder 2, saves, crit, fail too. You can have like what? Crit fails? Yeah. That could be another thing. You could have inverse crits, right? Rogues could have a chance to bypass armor. That would increase the rogue's damage right there. A chance to it ignores armor class. And just it's as if they have 0 armor class. Ultimately, that would increase their damage. It would be like a reverse crit. SOD, a custom EQ server. We had a lot of really small features that added things to all casters, more to melee due to traditional melee classes in EQ having little abilities. So you had stances, normal, aggressive, defensive, slight change things, put you into aggressive stance, sacrificing avoidance for increased attack speed. Everyone had normal stance, aggressive, and defensive. Yeah, I like those ideas for sure. And I mean, that's what they should do. I think they need to lean into that more, like the fighter class. Right now, we have fighter offensive stance, 15% more damage. Defensive stance, 10% damage reduction on physical attacks. And then +5 offense and +5 defense. So what does it make a big difference? Yes, the stances make a big difference. But right now, I feel like fighters just want to use offensive stance for that 15% more damage. There's very little reason to switch to a defensive stance. So they need to make defensive stance more better, I guess. They need to make it more appealing. So why, what could you do to make it more appealing? Add threat generation to it. To counter that 15% less damage that the fighter is now doing, add a little bit of threat generation so that they still can maintain aggro while they're in defensive stance. Now, do we want to make it trivial? No, I don't want it to be trivial at all. But I do think that, adding some threat abilities in there would be good. 15 is way too much. Make it like 1 or 2%. 1 or 2% is a slap in the face. But I do think that 15% is probably too much. 5-10%, that's good. Or that becomes one of the draws of the Spellblade. Wait, which one? The way Spellblades couldn't double dip. Well, Spellblades are already really strong. The fighter being a tank or a melee logic. The degenerates won't accept that logic of fighters being a tank or a melee. Well, yeah, that's the thing though. Going into Monsters and Memories or EverQuest, your class is your role. There's a lot of people that feel like World of Warcraft is your class does not dictate your role, because you could be a druid and you could be a tank, you could be a healer, and you could be a DPS. You could even be a tank, a healer, a mage DPS, or a melee DPS. You actually had 4 different roles that you could play as a druid in World of Warcraft. But that's not what this game is about. Monsters and Memories is your class dictates your role. And right now we're getting to the point where it's, well, maybe I want to play a shaman, but I don't want to play a healing shaman. So therefore I now have direct damage nukes. I have dots. I am not going to ever touch a heal spell on my shaman, and I'm only going to play it as a DPS class. Well, why can't I do as much DPS as a true DPS class? And then people are going to start complaining about that. So it's definitely an issue. It's definitely an issue. If we start making it to where fighters are considered top DPS, or they can switch specs and be top tanks, then why do we need other roles? Like, why do we need a rogue? Why do we need an archer? So you need to have reasons for being different classes. When everyone can be anything, then no one is anything. Zero identity. Yeah, that's why I think that they need to make it, and I think they're doing a good job of this, of making this class is this role. That's what it does. That's its main job. Fighters can be really good tanks and still be the top DPS for tanks, which I think is an option, because they don't have all of the utility of an Inquisitor or a Shadow Knight or a Paladin. Fighters don't have the utility. They get very high DPS for a tank and very good tanking. So they're good at that. But they rely on everybody else all the time. They have to have a healer. They have to have DPS, to really take down the mobs. They have to have CC. They have to have all these other things. A Paladin doesn't necessarily need a healer, right? They can still be fairly good at tanking, slightly less DPS, maybe not as good at tanking and not as good DPS as a fighter, but they have the sustain through heals. They have great direct damage nukes for undead. They have better buffs, so they can buff themselves. They have an aura that they can put out there. They have the res spell. List goes on. They have something else that they're able to do, so they don't need to be the best DPS and tank for a tank role. You play a Paladin? Cool. I want to be playing a Paladin for the beta. That's my plan for beta, is playing a Paladin. They're super strong. I think that they're very strong. I think they're very good classes. But there's people out there that are like, I think that a Paladin should be able to do as much DPS as a fighter and tank as well as a fighter. Well, then what does the fighter have? It has nothing. If you take those away, if you make those equal, the Paladin tanking and DPS and fighter tanking and DPS equal, but the Paladin can still heal themselves, has buffs, has an aura, resurrects people. The fighter has nothing. So you've got to offset those somehow. Playing a Necro, it's a lot of fun. Necro is super stacked, crazy stacked. Another example of 15 Warrior got double aggro generation for 3 seconds. Costs 15% maximum stamina at level 20. Warriors got the ability to charge, increasing the movement. Yeah. Well, you can charge in this game. The issue with fighters right now in this game is there are utility spells. They have utility abilities like Charge, like Clobber, which is a stun. Paladins also have a spell stun, so, kind of offsets that a little bit. You have Kick, you have Shoot. Some of these abilities don't necessarily need to be on your ability bar. And I think that takes away, because I have to put Shoot on my ability bar if I'm planning on ever using Shoot in the next however long I'm going to be out XPing. And sometimes I have to tag mobs that are running away. Happens. I need to have Kick on my ability bar. I need to have Taunt on my ability bar. I need to have Rend, Frenzy, Armor Break, right? So that's 6 abilities right there. I also have my defensive stance on there. And then I have my Stone Skin. So there's 8 of the 10 different slots. What else do I have on there? I can't think. I don't know. That might be all of them. I may have named them all. But I have an AoE taunt that I never put on my bar because it's a 10-minute use and it very seldom is used. I have Merciless Assault, which is a DPS ability that they gave to fighters to give them 100% crit rate for however many 12 seconds or whatever it is. Why? That should be like a rogue ability. I barely even put it on my bar. Unless I'm playing a DPS fighter, then I'll put it on my bar. But then I got to wait 20 minutes to use it. They have an AoE Fear. That might be the dumbest thing you could possibly use as a fighter, especially down in a dungeon. AoE Fear? Like, are you kidding me? That'd be nuts, dude. There's just a lot of stuff like that. There's a lot of abilities that have very niche uses, but I can't put them on my bar because I have all my other abilities that I have to have on my bar all the time. So some of those abilities like Shoot is going to be removed off of the ability bar and put onto your other bar. So we'll have to see when they actually flesh these out a little bit more. There's a lot of things missing like that. The point is there's lots of things you can add that don't make any class do everything. Also using stamina made stamina do something. Yeah. Somebody was talking about that earlier, is if stamina or endurance in Monsters and Memories is going to do anything. And yeah, I think it should. I think you're absolutely right. I think it absolutely should do something. Is beta going to be servers up the whole time or like the rest of the weekends? So beta, the current alpha testers are going to go into beta, and then they're going to be adding in new testers for beta. That's going to be up 24/7, except for when they have open testing phases. So right now, when alpha is up all the time, but then when they go into an open alpha, they take down the closed alpha. It's going to be the same thing for the beta. But you can't stream it. You can't, no content whatsoever can come out of the beta until they release that information. If they want a Berserker class, just add that to the fight. That's what I said. If you want to have a Berserker class, add a Berserker class. Don't add Berserker abilities to the fighter class, because then you're just going to add a Berserker class later on that's going to have the same abilities as the fighter does, and then we're going to have this conversation all over again. Right? I think that Merciless Assault and the crit and the triple attack should just be removed from the fighter. Save that for down the road with a Berserker class. Fighters should have more, other types of abilities, increased threat, intercede, shield abilities, more defensive cooldown abilities, ability to take a crit, you can't crit a fighter, stun immunity for X amount of time. I could come up with so many ideas for a fighter. Yeah, crit mitigation. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Crit mitigation just reduces the amount of damage you take from a crit. There's so many ideas out there for the fighter being a tank focused class, whereas we don't need DPS abilities, in my opinion, right? I agree with that. And some two-handed specialists. Yeah. Two-handed specialists. Make the Berserker a two-handed specialist. Conan the Barbarian. He wears very little armor, but he will tear you up with a giant two-handed sword. A point-blank root would be really nice on a fighter. They have charge. So if you charge, it will root the enemy for 1 second. I think that's enough to kind of stop them. I don't even use charge. I take charge off my bar. It's not worth using at all. The only use that you would use for charge is going in on a big fight, so that the mob doesn't move from its spawn point. The fighter can charge in, spin the mob around so it's facing away from your DPS and healers and stuff, and then you fight it right there where it's at. That's the only use for charge. In addition to that, charge uses Valor, by the way. Valor is a skill. The only way to increase Valor is by using the charge ability. It's just like, why don't we get more Valor abilities? Like, like Intercede could be a Valor ability for the fighter. Click Intercede, you have a chance to block for everyone around you. I don't know, man. A lot of options out there. I cover, and I'm sure that Nick and the rest of the team has thought about a lot of these things, and they're trying to figure out, well, how do we incorporate those into the game? How do we make each of these classes feel good, and powerful, and do their job and all that? There's a lot. We can't just factor in just the fighter. You've got to think, okay, well, if the fighter has these abilities, then what is the Shadow Knight, Inquisitor, and Paladin going to do? Make sure that they don't feel left out somewhere. Right now, though, as a fighter, I feel left out. I feel way left out. I don't have heals. I don't have Feign Death. I don't have life taps. I don't have an aura. I don't have a pet. I can't mez anything. I don't have haste buffs. Can't resurrect if I haven't said that one. I mean, there's a lot of abilities that those other three classes have, all so that I can triple attack and crit. Like, what? I don't get it. What am I missing? What am I missing? Same thing for the rogue. I could say this about the rogue too. The ranger has proccing abilities for their main weapons. They have their snare. They have speed of the wild. They have thorns. They have heal spells. And then you have the rogue going over there. I can poke things with my little sticks. Nick definitely has his hands full for the next 5 months. Oh, he absolutely does. Yeah. He absolutely does. I need more gear. What, on the fighter I need more gear? Well, the fighter shares the same gear with the Inquisitor and Ranger and stuff. Or not Ranger, Inquisitor, Paladin, and Shadow Knight. Same gear. And I have to compete with DPS classes too. Did you know that? The fighter now is also competing with Spellblades and Rangers and Rogues for weapons and armor and what the heck, dude? Because the fighter doesn't have a role right now, I don't feel like. Is it a tank? Yes. But it doesn't feel like that's their role. It feels like they're a DPS class that can tank, but their DPS comes from just auto attack and a few buttons that you press. Like they don't have an identity. Feels bad. Fighter can triple hit for 170. They can, and they shouldn't. They need to feel super tanky. I agree. I think the fighter should feel the most physically tanky class. There should be a distinct difference when you put a fighter in front of something versus any other class in the game when it comes to physical DPS. Currently, that is not the case. An equally geared Shadow Knight, Paladin, Inquisitor, and Fighter are all going to tank relatively close to the same. In fact, I would say the Shadow Knight and Paladin are probably better because they can both give themselves heals or shields and those kinds of things. Fighter can't do that. Fighter ability ideas: Throat Punch, Second Silence. I like that. Eye Gouge, Blind, or Slow. I don't want a Blind. Blind is bad for this game. It's so bad. I don't know what Blind does, but I can tell you what I don't know what Blind is supposed to do, but I can tell you what it does do. And that is it kills your other melee classes around the mob. Cheap Shot, big damage, big aggro. I can see that, yeah. I think like a Toe Stomp, right? For your Cheap Shot. Fighters sitting there fighting their shield or their swords or whatever they're fighting with, and all of a sudden they just step on your toe, and you're like, God, what the heck? Like, I wasn't even looking down. I didn't know you were going to step on my toe. Now I'm really mad. That should be a huge amount of threat. Crazy amount of threat. Toe stomp. Dirty fighting stance? Yeah, dude. I like the idea of their DPS like abilities also being utility. Me too. Like, I love the idea of armor break. Armor break basically lowers the armor class of whatever you're fighting for anybody that's hitting it. So fighters have that. Who else has that? Druid. Druid does the same exact thing. Other classes might also do it. But Druid with their fire dot can lower the armor of... So, like, why do you need a fighter? They don't bring anything, dude. Pocket sand? Oh, dude, just like pull out some sand and throw it in their face? Yeah. I could see that being like a drunken monk ability. Monks have like pocket sand. We don't have unslowable raid mobs that hit hard enough yet. Is a big issue. That's true. The game, the raids definitely need to be tweaked. Absolutely. And they are getting tweaked. Nick said that yesterday or something recently, that the raids are going to be tweaked. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. A groin kick for a 13-second mez or stun. I mean, they have clobber for stun, which is 6 seconds, which I think is good enough. But yeah, a groin kick, that should be a rogue sap ability, right? Just like a sneaky fingers. Whoop. A rogue. I can see that, a rogue standing behind something and he's just like, what's that? Whoop, and just sticks their finger right in there and you're like, what the distraction. Rogue should definitely have a lot of interrupts and temporary little stuns and things that they can do. I think that'd be a really cool thing for rogues. But they should still get more damage. Rogues getting triple attack, maybe. I think that rogues getting double attack should be fine. Monks getting triple attack, I think, is more in line, and monks do have triple attack. But yeah, crits for sure, man. And rogue backstabs, their poisons. Yeah, I cast prostate exam, right? You caught me off guard. Yikes! Oh boy. Rogue poison kits, yeah, they're getting those. Those are coming soon, and I hope that once rogues get their poison kits, get their backstab damage worked out, get their ambush worked out, then they're going to be closer to that S tier DPS. Right now, they're just like B tier DPS. 1,000 years of pain. Ask the raid mob to turn their head and cough. Yeah, dude. Short races should get something like that. Against like taller like ogres. If you're fighting an ogre, you just get like, you get higher crit chance because you're stabbing them in the knees and the shin and the groin. You know, like you should get a higher crit chance for being a goblin versus an ogre. Just automatic crit chance. I'm waiting for that to be fleshed out before making a rogue. Yeah. There's a lot of things that need to be fleshed out. I mean, a lot of classes are not getting played. If you look at their player class, who makes the most, druids were at like the 10 or 11%, where you had spellblades were actually at like 3 or 4%. Spellblades are one of the best classes in the game. They're just not played very much, but they're the best class at the high end, like level 50 plus. They're not very good in the teens up to the 20s, 30s. They're kind of lackluster. So they need to figure out how to smooth that out some. Because, dude, I'm telling you right now, man, Spellblades, they're just too strong. They're way too strong. I might say that Spellblades are more OP than Charm is currently. Like, Charm at least can break and potentially kill you. Spellblades is like, it's almost like no negative to them. Like, it's like, they're just going to stand there and do what they do. Everything's going to die. They're boring. I guess that's the big negative to them. Is Spellblades, you give yourself your buffs, you turn on auto attack, and you kind of just stand there. They don't have a lot to do. But, yeah. Hamstring for rogues. Yeah, I think that Hamstring is an ability that they could potentially give to fighters in rogues, and I think that would be good. Rogues are going to get like a snare poison, I think, which is going to be effectively a hamstring. And I think that would be good for them. I'm hesitant about saying that fighters should get hamstring, but you do have Shadow Knights that have their snare dots. But you do have Shadow Knights, Necromancers, Rangers, Wizards, Druids. They all have snare. Who else has a snare? So you already have 5 out of what is there 16 classes in the game, something like that. It's a third of the classes have snare. So how many people really need a snare? At some point, it's too many. But anyway, I think it is 3. It's almost 3 o'clock. Want us to get you some food on our way home? Ooh. Get me something too? Yeah. Got 5-minute snare on Druid, and I haven't been able to play anything else. Oh, dude, 5-minute snare on Druid is insane. It's so good. Golly, it is so freaking good. Love it. Snare root, another reason why there should be a chance to break. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Root rot is a cool idea, and it works really well, but also, is it too strong? And I think they're going to have to dial that in. Yeah, if the mob's taking damage, should the root break more often? Some people say yes, some people say no. Should dots break roots? Some people say yes, some people say no. These are all things. I don't think that either one of those, a root being broken or not broken by a dot, I don't think is going to necessarily make or break and make something way overpowered. I don't think that one thing is going to make something overpowered or underpowered, but I definitely think it needs to be looked at. Druid's fire dot is a little broken, in my opinion. You're talking about once you stack it up and you just have to maintain it. It's pretty good. I would agree that it's pretty good. My Druid that I play with doesn't use it enough. Hey, what's up, Somna? How you doing, bud? Yeah. Root plus dots creates another playstyle for Necros, which is fun. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, root rotting is a big thing especially for Shaman. Shaman and Necros have the best dots in the game, and Shaman should get root rot. It's a great way for them to be able to solo. And I'm not against soloing. No matter how much I talk about soloing, soloing shouldn't be the best way to play the game. You should want to group, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I think a party of 6 should be better in every possible way than any other party. The more people you have, the better. But I don't think that soloing shouldn't be a thing. I think that soloing should absolutely be a thing for certain classes, for sure. But those classes need to realize if they can solo, like a Necromancer, like an Enchanter, like certain other classes, they shouldn't be as powerful in a group situation. So I feel like an Enchanter right now is one of the best soloers and one of the most required classes for a group. An Enchanter is going to be I want to be able to do anything, I'm going to play an Enchanter. Or a Bard, same thing. I want to be able to play by myself, play with a small group, play in a large group, play in a raid. Enchanter, Bard. Right? Whereas a Rogue is play in a group or don't play. They're kind of terrible in anything except for a group. Cleric, kind of terrible in anything except for a group. Fighter, kind of terrible in anything except for a group. So I think that Cleric, Rogue, and Fighter should get a little bit more something to make them better in groups, make them stand out, give them something that really makes them good in a group, more so than that of an enchanter or a bard who can be solo or in a group. You know, let people kind of stand out. Okay, they're going to be home in about 20 minutes, so we're just kind of hang out for another few minutes. We'll end the stream in a few minutes here, probably. If anybody's streaming on the Monsters and Memories category, or one of the devs of Monsters and Memories is streaming in the dev category, game development category, I will absolutely raid them. Otherwise, we'll just chat for a little bit more. We'll chat a little bit longer and then kind of see how it goes. Is it true Shadow Knight is good solo? I got 25 mixed solo and random group invites so far. Yeah, Shadow Knight's one of the better solo classes for sure. Yeah, they're very good at solo. I would say Shadow Knight is probably the best tank when it comes to soloing. They have self-sustain. They can tank fairly well. They do a lot of damage. They've got a lot going for them. Okay. Yeah, Shadow Knight's very good. But because the Shadow Knight can solo really well, I don't think that they should get all the bonuses and be the best tank, right? Right now, I think they're too equal, or they're too on par tank-wise and DPS-wise to a fighter who doesn't get any of the other things. Shadow Knight gets similar DPS, similar tanking, and all these other things. Fighter, they don't. Not that every class needs to be like perfectly balanced. I don't agree with that either. Everybody doesn't need to be perfectly balanced. But I do think that, classes that have less should be better at what they do. A rogue has less things that they can do, so they should be better at what it is that they do. Cleric, being that they are mostly healers, they don't really have direct damage spells, they don't have pets, they don't have run speed buffs, they don't have, a lot of other things that the other two healers have. They should just be better at healing. Make them better healers. And they are now. They are slightly better healers. But I think that's warranted. It's absolutely warranted. Half to 26 solo on a druid and 2 hours of super slack half AFK soloing. You got half a level at 26 with a druid. Gotcha. Yeah. That's why I'm playing Necra. I only have 3 or 4 hours a day to play. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with soloing. You only have a couple hours here and there that you can play. You don't have the time to sit and be LFG for a group. You want to be able to jump in, do a little bit, jump out. Maybe you have kids. Maybe you have dogs. I don't know. Maybe you're doing laundry. Like a lot of these solo classes, they're great for that. But they shouldn't be also equally amazing in groups or anything like that, because then it's like, well, why would I not put them in my party over somebody else? I don't know. Got to be able to solo stuff to get XP. Yeah. Spent 2 hours Sunday getting my body back in Wormsbane. Oh no, that's a bummer. The tanks are fighters, Shadow Knight, Paladin, Inquisitor. Correct. Yes. And I would say that they are all fairly equal in tanking regards. Would you guys want me to do a video on the different tanks and what makes them better, what makes them worse, what their bonuses are and all that? I could do a video breaking up like tanks, healers, and then DPS, and try to do that, and then also do another video on what are they called? CC classes or crowd control or utility classes, that kind of thing. I think they should delete Inquisitor. No, Inquisitor is very good. I can tell you why in my video that I could put out about tanks. Now, Inquisitors are very good for certain things. Pro tip, make a level 1 rogue for every dungeon. Yes. Make a level 1 rogue. Make it your corpse person and just / consent rogue, go down, pick up, drag it out. Absolutely. Rogues right now, the one thing that rogues are super powerful at is sneaking. Their sneak invisibility ability to get around is just insanely good. Now, does that need to be nerfed? Yeah, absolutely. Needs to be nerfed because it's way too good. I think a mob that is like 10, 15 levels higher than you should be able to see you no matter what. Like, you are not being very sneaky. That would be like saying that a toddler, right, running around in my house is being very sneaky. They are as sneaky as a real-life ninja. Right? No! Those are not the same. A toddler trying to be sneaky, might fool a dog. I'm going to hide underneath this blanket. Doesn't fool me as a parent who is many light years levels higher than that toddler, right? I know that they're underneath that blanket. But an equally, equal level, like an animal, may not know that they're underneath the blanket, right? I just think it's silly. I think it's absolutely silly. But yeah, Inquisitors are very, very good. So Inquisitors, what do they have? Why do they stand out? What makes them different? Maybe I'll make a video on all the tanks. But Inquisitors have, they can dual wield, whereas only the fighters can dual wield. So Inquisitors can also dual wield. They have Mez. They have the haste ability, so they can self-buff themselves. They have an aura that gives them more resistances. They can give mana regen to other people in their party. So again, makes them a little bit better to have in the party over, say, a fighter. But they also, what makes them better tanks is they have these rune shields they can put on themselves that prevent elemental damage. And there are mobs in the game that, there's Spellblades. Up against a Spellblade can hit you, and if it procs a spell, the Inquisitor's like, ha, that spell does nothing. Their damage, the physical damage still goes through. They still might slash you for 200, but it's a slash for 200 and then negates the 400 damage proc that goes along with it. On my fighter, when I go up against a high-level Inquisitor, or not Inquisitor, when I go up against a high-level Spellblade, it's, here's 200 damage. Oh, and 400 nuke. Oh, by the way, I just quadded that on you because I'm dual wielding and I was able to punch you for 200 damage 4 times. And in those 4, I procced on you for another 400 damage each for 800 more damage. I just did 1600 damage to you in a single round because you're a fighter and you have no way to prevent it. Inquisitor is going to be like, I only took 800 damage. Right? Rather than 1600. So it's a big difference when you put Inquisitors up against the right kind of enemies. It makes a huge difference. What else are we reading here? My rogue can drag multiple corpses at once with macros. Be careful with the macros. But yes, yeah, they can. Is dual wielding new Inquisitor? No, I don't think so. Didn't they always have it at like level 10 or 15 or something? Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong that Inquisitors can dual wield? My understanding is they can dual wield. If not, let me know. I'll definitely go and rethink that. But still, right now, my fighter is using a 2-handed weapon because it's more damage. So Inquisitor can use the same weapon. Definitely should be able to sit under Bone Construct while sneaking and hang out with him. Yes, you should not be able to sit under the Bone Construct. Agree. Only gnomes should tinker. As you need small hands. Well, what about goblins? Goblins are small hands. Some mobs will also nuke the freaking bejesus out of the tank. Oh, dude. When you see a certain nuke coming in, you interrupt it. Holy moly. Inquisitors at high level, they see that 1600 damage nuke coming in from a wizard. They're like, whatever. Let it happen. I don't care. Not to mention they're able to interrupt a lot more. Inquisitors can also strip debuffs on mobs much easier than other classes. So yeah, dude, Inquisitors are stacked. They are stacked. They are great. It's too niche. You won't tank groups of Spellblades. You won't tank groups of Spellblades, but you will tank spellcasters. You will tank a dragon that's doing a big fire ability that the Inquisitor is just going to say, nope, fire do nothing to me. You will tank against classes or enemies that have been buffed by shaman, wizard, or shamans, druids, and clerics. And when they have all three of those buffs and they have just like 20 different buffs on them, the Inquisitor's like, I hit you and remove buff. The Inquisitor is just, it's a good class. It is an amazing class. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, guys. It's really good. Thought they were sword, shield, and two-hander. Maybe they are. Maybe they are sword, shield, and two-hander. Dual wield not listed as ability of Inquisitor. Where are you looking? On the wiki? The wiki could be wrong, but I also could be wrong. It could be sword, shield, and two-hander. Either way, the Inquisitor is a very, very strong. It's too niche that the Inquisitors have weaker physical defense, which is the bulk of your damage incoming. They don't. Why do you think they have weaker physical defense? They have the same physical defense as Paladins and Shadow Knights. And only 5% difference from a fighter where using defensive stance. Specifically, fighters have to go into defensive stance, which takes away 15% of their damage for 10% damage, physical damage mitigation. But the other classes have their, what do they call it? What's it called that the Paladins and Shadow Knight stuff have? Weapon defense or something? They just get 5% damage reduction for having a weapon in their hand. It doesn't take away from their damage whatsoever. It doesn't take away anything. So Inquisitors have the same thing. It's not, I don't see why people think that Inquisitors are taking that much more physical damage. They're not. At most, they are taking 5% more physical damage, and they're offsetting that with the ability to completely negate magical damage, completely remove it, and strip buffs, and mesmerize enemies, and cast haste, and 60-second unresistible charm, and buff their entire group with mana regen and resistances. I don't understand why. Oh, but they're slightly worse in physical damage. So what? Who cares? Like, you can't be the best in everything, guys. We can't. If you make one class the best, everyone's going to play that one class. Lots of areas with primary spellcasters. There's tons, yeah. Especially the higher level you get. When you get into certain areas, it's not necessarily going to be the spellcasters are the problem. It's going to be the buffs that they're getting. They're getting a haste. They're getting damage shields. Damage shield and haste alone will absolutely wreck your entire team. Like, you're trying to strip down a damage shield or haste off of a mob, or if they have Speed of the Wild and they can run away and you don't have Snare, you're dead. They're going to Speed of the Wild and sprint into the next room, which is going to aggro 30 other mobs, and you're dead. There's nothing you can do about that. So being able to strip buffs on the Inquisitor is so beneficial. The only other classes that can strip buffs are Wizard, Shaman, and Archer, and they have a 12-second cooldown every time they cast it. 12 seconds between stripping buffs. So if you have, let's say you have an enemy that you're fighting with a damage shield and haste, but they also have 5 other buffs, and you have to go through all 5 of those other buffs to get to the damage shield or the haste, you have to then, that's going to take you on a wizard, shaman, or archer, 12 times 5, which is 60 seconds of doing nothing but casting, making sure you cast it every single time for 60 seconds to strip down the damage shield and the haste. Now you can finally actually fight the mob. Like, I'm telling you guys, Inquisitor is good. They are so good. See, to me, Inquisitor is too similar to Paladin, and Spellblade too similar to SK. I don't know why we have all four. Inquisitor is too similar to Paladin, and Spellblade too similar to SK. Spellblade and SK are very different. The Inquisitor and Paladin are also very different. Paladin is more of a defensive, healing, reaction to taking damage tank. Inquisitor is preventing damage, buffing, that kind of tank. They're kind of different. They're very different. Yeah, I think I would try Inquisitor with Deep Elf. Definitely fits it more. Yeah, absolutely. How are they going to tank and do all that stuff? How is the Inquisitor going to tank and do all that stuff? What stuff? Mesmerize and stuff. Most of their spells are not like in combat spells, but how are they going to do it? Is the Paladin, Shadow Knight, and Inquisitor all got a buff to their concentration, and they get a spell that allows them to get crazy amounts of concentration for a limited amount of time, allowing them to cast spells while tanking. So they all got that spell recently. No fear allowed in dungeons, right? Oh my gosh, fear in a dungeon is just awful. Somebody told me the other day, I was kind of like debating with them about Shadow Knight versus Fighter, and one of their things I was saying that Shadow Knight's better all around than a Fighter right now. This was months ago, and one of their things was, Fighter gets the AoE fear. I'm like, what kind of idiot would use AoE fear in a game like this? Like, maybe if you were surrounded by 20 mobs and you're just trying to run away, then yeah, maybe AoE fear and then run. But you don't fear, period, in a game like this unless you know why you're fearing. Fear kiting is a thing, and they do that in open spaces because they know it will kill them. Only if mob is scared and rooted. Oh, snared and rooted? Yeah. AoE fear if everything is rooted around you, for sure. As a healer, Inquisitor is one of my favorite tanks to have. Yeah, Inquisitor is an amazing tank. Amazing. And teleports from Wizards. Wait, who's teleports from Wizards? Wizards have teleports, yes. Fear kiting is OP. I wouldn't call it OP. It's definitely a way to play, though. And it's a big thing that Necromancers and Shadow Knights can do, for sure. Shadow Knight can snare, then fear, then use Ghoul Pet, root, and just beat on a mob. Yeah, Shadow Knights can fear kite very, very well, because if they fear it, they can just run right behind it with their pet and themselves just meleeing on it, right? And kill it. Inquisitors dispel with melee hit? Yes. They have, so Inquisitors have a buff that they can put on themselves. And if they have that buff up and they slam, I believe is what it's called. Let's look at the wiki and I'll show you if it's on the wiki. I think it's on the wiki. So Inquisitors are classes. Tanks. Inquisitor. It's around level... I want to say it's around level 20. Maybe it's before that. It's a buff, though. Purifying Blow is the thing that I'm talking about. So unleashes a Purifying Blow on your target, dealing 150% weapon damage based on level, magic damage, whatever, physical damage. Additionally, if the target is afflicted by any spell in the magic break line, dispels one of your target's beneficial buffs. Chance to trigger again if the target is affected with slam stun. So if you cast magic break on them and you use Purifying Blow, it then dispels them, and it can dispel an additional benefit. So it's 2 buffs every time you use it. It triggers it again if they're affected by slam stun. Okay, so that's one way that they can strip them. There's another one, I believe, somewhere else. I want to say it's a little higher level up. But I don't remember where it is. But yeah, they can strip using melee attacks, right? What's Slam Stun? It's another ability. What is your target going to be under Slam Stun? I don't know. You tell me. I don't play Inquisitor. I'm just telling you what they can do. Here's another one right here. They have Greater Purge. Purge an enemy and up to 5 additional nearby targets, dispelling a magical effect, as well as songs and immunities. So they have that as well, right? They have ways to strip magical effects. Then they have shield your target with Arcane Ward, absorbing 600 spell damage received for 15 seconds. They can put that on themselves over and over and over, so they can absorb that damage. They have the Greater Spell Shield, which only Int casters get this. Otherwise, well, Int casters and Shaman, I think, or Shadow Knights get it. So they have an additional 75 AC or 75 HP, 75 or 25 AC, and 20 resistances, magic resists. So they get more of that. Like, I'm telling you guys, like the Inquisitor gets a lot of really good stuff. They can make it to where spellcasters slows their casting speed by 40%, making them a lot easier to interrupt. They get a lot of good stuff, guys. A lot of good stuff. Now, I can't tell you how to use it effectively. That's something that you're going to have to figure out. But the tools are there. The tools are absolutely there. Inquisitor can stun the mob with a spell and run behind it. Yeah, they could do that. That's true. Wait till you see Bard swarm charm kiting 8 mobs at a time with 0 downtime. That's completely broken. Yeah, completely broken. Yeah, swarm kiting, especially Bard swarm kiting, is the main reason I say charm broken, please fix, right? But charm in general is just really, really strong. Bards are right now, because of swarm kiting, the fastest levelers in the game. Like, it's just stupid how fast that they can level solo. Absolutely stupid. So anyway, I think that ultimately the reason fighters are going to end up being the best tank is because I could take a fighter and I could put it into a group for we're talking about main tanking a raid boss. I take a fighter, I put it into a group with a paladin with their armor aura, and an inquisitor with their resistance aura, and a shadow knight with their life leech aura. So all 4 of them are in the party together. So that means that the fighter is now getting the benefit of all of those. And then you have the inquisitor put in their rune shield, their spell shield on the fighter, as well as clerics putting their shield on the fighter and enchanters putting their shield on the fighter, and then everybody healing the fighter. Basically, that's what's going to make the fighter the ultimate main tank, because they're getting the benefit of all of those classes, as well as an additional 5% reduction in physical damage. Because fighter is the only one that can get that additional 5%. But that's it. That's really the only difference between a fighter. If you were to take any of the tanks, you could do the same thing with them, and the only thing they wouldn't be getting was that 5% additional physical damage reduction. And 5% and 5 defense. 5 defense does make a pretty big difference. It basically makes you a level 61 versus a level 60, effectively, right? When you're talking about getting hit by things. So they can have their fast levels. They're missing out on grouping, and that's where the fun is. I think that bards are still one of the best grouping classes in the game too. Absolutely one of the best. They're fantastic. Like, you want to have a bard in your group that is very good at weaving songs and keeping something charmed. If you can find a good bard that can weave mana regen, secondary haste, and keep things charmed, you have found yourself a unicorn, my friends. And you need to cherish that unicorn. So definitely. So we're missing out on more bards and groups because they may just be soloing. Yes. Yeah, a lot of them are going to be soloing. It's actually easier, in my opinion, to swarm kite as a bard than it is to play a bard in a party at full potential. It would be easier to do. Some people say that swarm kiting is difficult. I'm not saying it's not difficult. I'm just saying that a well-played bard in a party is more difficult. I don't like that. I love having bard in my group. Yeah. Right now, yeah, you're going to have fewer bards that are going to be willing to join your group for an extended period because they're honestly going to be hurting themselves XP-wise. If they're in your group, they're probably there for item drop, specifically for an item drop, or because you're friends with them and they just want to play with their friends, which is also a valid reason. But the thing is, it's like not everyone is going to be your friend in an MMO. So, like, if you don't have a bard friend that's willing to sacrifice their XP to be in your party, well, too bad. That's the thing about bard. I haven't played Monsters and Memories yet, but I played a lot of bard and EQ. Very few bards players because it's not easy. It's a good bard. It's amazing to have. Yeah, bard is, I would say it's the highest APM class in the game. It's probably got the highest skill cap in the game. I will absolutely give them that. Now, does that mean that they should have the strongest class in the game? No. Like, sure, there should be something said for a high skill cap. If you can play a bard to its highest potential, should that make you better? Then yes, absolutely. But just because the devs decided to not give my fighter abilities that I need a skill for, or like me as a player, I don't need to have a high skill cap to play a fighter, doesn't mean that the fighter should just be a weaker class. No, the fighter should still be a very strong class and be comparable. But that's just not the case. The bard is just all around better than a lot of other classes. And if you are a skilled bard player, you're even better again. So, thought they were nerfing the swarm thing? They probably are. They don't have anything currently coming down the pipeline to nerf swarm pet or swarm kiting. Nick has said that he would like to nerf it with a couple of ideas, more mana cost, or whenever a charmed enemy or a charmed monster gets hit, it has a chance to break the charm. Those are some possibilities. So yes, they are looking at it. It probably will get nerfed down the road. But Nick has also said that he doesn't feel like charm is overpowered, and it's like, okay. I guess that where the issue comes in is charm is not necessarily overpowered if used in a certain way, but the way in which it is currently being used is overpowered, which is things like swarm kiting. It's way overpowered when you talk about swarm kiting. So, yeah. They will likely be making changes on how charm works overall, which will affect the bard, likely giving charm a chance to break. Yeah, they're going to be adding a lot of ways to kind of fix charm. Also, charm costing a lot of mana is why enchanters, druids, you don't really see them charming a lot. Like at higher levels, you don't see a lot of classes using charm because it does cost a good bit of mana. If it does break, it's probably going to go after the healer in your group, and you have to basically keep an eye on it. It's kind of a pain to keep up with constantly casting it, things of that nature. But the benefit that you get from charm is pretty strong. Like an enchanter, for example, as they're saying, okay, the enchanter can't cast enchant ally if they have a charm up. That's the main drawback. And it's like, whoopity-doo. Enchant ally is not that strong when it comes to, would you rather have enchant ally or a charmed pet in your party? I would much rather have a charmed pet in my party than enchant ally on me as a tank. Now, the other thing is, like, can that enchanter then also keep up with buffs on everybody in the party? Haste and clarity type spells, they cost a lot of mana to maintain in your party. So can you keep up with that and keep a charm pet charmed and potentially mesmerize if you get more than one enemy? Personally, I feel like what you should do as a charming enchanter, the smart way to play, is have your pull pull 2 mobs every time they pull. I'm going to charm one, and we're going to use that to kill the other one. After we kill the first mob, we're now killing the second mob. Have the puller go out and pull 2 more mobs and bring them back. When those 2 mobs come back, mob now B is killed. The tank takes on mob C, you charm mob D, and you rinse and repeat, and that you make a cycle of it, right? That's what makes it end up being really, really, really strong. But there's players out there that they're not thinking through the entire process. They're just like, oh, I'm just sitting here in my camp and I'm charming the same mob over and over and over, and I'm just sending it into attack. That is good. That helps, but that's not the overpowered part of charm. The overpowered part of charm is the ability to bring 2 mobs in at once, charm one of them, kill the other one, and continue to repeat that. So you don't really have to CC mobs anymore. There's no mesmerizing. There's none of that stuff happening. You're just using the mob to fight for you. And those mobs are doing more damage. So, Rights, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, bud. Take care. Have a good one. Nick was saying they're looking at increasing difficulty of a lot of things. So maybe if that happens. Yeah, and they've increased the difficulty quite a bit recently. I love playing the Enchanter 2. A good Enchanter play. Also something special to have in a group. Yeah, Enchanters are another one that are high APMs that are going to be, high skill cap for a good Enchanter, high skill cap for a good Bard. But how I look at it is those classes should be good and equal to that of other classes when played at an equal level, but your skill should be able to make you slightly better, not astronomically better, right? But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go. This has been an awesome discussion today. Absolutely been loving it. So thank you so much for everyone for being here. We're going to do this discussion again on Friday. I might stream between now and Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I might play something. I don't know. We'll have to see if I'm going to stream or not. But we'll definitely do another Monsters of Memory discussion stream. I'm doing them every Monday and Friday starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. So definitely come in, chat with me. I love these conversations. I think we're getting a lot of great topics in. Devs have been jumping in here and there as well, which has been awesome. And they can hear some of us talk about things, outside of their streams and outside of what their bubble might be, move over to somebody else's bubble and see some of that stuff. But thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. And hopefully I see you next time.